Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Research Communication Workshop. Good day to you all across the continent of Africa and beyond. I'm excited to be here. I'm Dr. Itame Aki, but you will get to know much more about me in just a few moments. For now, I'm going to welcome Prof. Peter Pena, the director of the Institute, Leaders of Africa Institute. Hello, Prof. Peter.
As we start into today's session, I want to do a brief set of introductions. My name is Professor Peter Pinar. I am the Executive Director of the Leaders of Africa Institute, and I'm also going to be one of the facilitators for today's Research Communication Workshop. And so I want to welcome you all to the Research Communication Workshop 2025-26 for this one-day special event and workshop focused on research communications, of course, and we're going to get into that as we get into today's session. My background is in international development, and within international development, I focus on issues surrounding social science and political science. Myself, I'm a research methodologist, a data scientist, and a survey expert. I have a research agenda that spans over 8 different African countries and encompasses themes about regional integration and its impacts both economically as well as politically, and in terms of how it influences the distribution of public goods such as public health and infrastructure. But in addition to my research and my background, it is my pleasure to be the executive director of the Leaders of Africa Institute and to welcome our scholars from over 50 countries across the continent, as well as the globe overall, including countries that you see on your screen, which includes many countries on the African continent, but also throughout the globe. And what brings scholars together, as well as participants, as you are here in today's workshop, is a belief that research can have a profound impact over our societies and make change on both the local level, on the national level, the regional level, and of course, on the global level together as well. And we know that there are many challenges that we face today that shape our realities in a number of different domains that you're interested in from the basis of research. Interests in and challenges in issues surrounding global food security, issues related to energy security and the ability to use energy to power some of the technical tools that we're developing, particularly in this AI generation. It also relates to issues surrounding economic stability or instability that we see in many countries, the issues of increasing and persistent burdens on public health systems. Many of you are from a public health background and are interested in those challenges. Issues surrounding climate change and environmental protection, which underlies all and it affects all problems that we face these days. And of course, educational achievement gaps that continue to persist and in some cases widen in recent years. Now, these are just 6 of the many challenges that we face and that we can think about in terms of how research can be used to shape and deal with some of these challenges. And it is our objective here in the Research Communication Workshop, and here when we think about research communication, to use the skills of communications and the tools of communication to be able to reach audiences, to be able to have profound impacts in these and many other substantive areas that we care deeply about. Now, what is unique about many of these challenges and what is really important about these challenges is they transcend our local communities. In other words, they affect us all in all different ways as global citizens of this world. And when we think about this world and this global community that we live in, we know that we are very heavily divided in many different ways. We're heavily divided in terms of our educational attainment. As I alluded to, there are persistent and existing educational gaps that are present. Many of you are PhD holders here. Many of you already hold a master's degree, perhaps even a couple master's degrees as being accepted to this research communication workshop. But we know that most folks in our societies have not attained those educational heights, and those educational gaps persist and are relevant in particular to our discussion of research communication. The second thing is access to reputable information. Now, we're all increasingly getting access to information. The question is that reputable information? For those of us working in the public health space, we'll know that there are a lot of different ways in which we can access public health information relevant to how we get access to different services or to whether we embrace vaccines and so on and so forth. But some folks are accessing information that is highly reputable and that we can say as public health experts, for instance, that are the gold standard when it comes to these focuses of information, whereas some folks do not have access to relevant and reputable information. So we have informational gaps. We also have significant gaps in trusts in major institutions. Now, research communication isn't just about explaining and sharing our research with audiences, but we have to be able to build trust, particularly trust from the institutions that we represent or the institutions that are the purveyors of the research that we're seeking to translate. But one of the things that we find is that many of our public institutions, including universities, including governments and government agencies, do not oftentimes have the trust they need to be able to be a trusted communicator of some of the critical information surrounding research. And we also are quite divided when it comes to social, cultural, and our political views, which is particularly relevant when it comes to the role of research communication in influencing policy change. And many of us are interested in learning research communication skills and are here today because you hope to use these skills to bring about some sort of policy change, policy reform, or even large-scale overhaul of your space or your home country, for instance. And we know that many of these spaces, culturally, socially, and politically, are quite divided in terms of values, in terms of beliefs, in terms of what they see as the path to the future. So we are here in this divided space at a tipping point, and it is our aim as research communicators to shape the direction of that tipping point. And so if we look at that tipping point a little bit more in terms of data, in terms of how that plays out, let's look at a few different comparative statics to discuss in this regard. Let's look at issue of climate change awareness. As I mentioned, one of the major challenges we face today. 47%, according to round 9 of the Afrobarometer survey, which is gold standard survey of Africans when it comes to social, political, economic, and other sort of general societal issues and just general concerns. 47% have not heard of the term climate change if you've asked them what it is, including 65% in Botswana, 68% in Nigeria, 67% Mauritania, and 60% in Mozambique. Now, many of us, perhaps all of us here, if I asked you what climate change meant, you would say, I absolutely know what that is. In fact, some of you work in that space. But it's maybe surprising to many of you that most people, or just under half, have never even heard of climate change or this concept. Now, that's not because they haven't felt the effects of climate change or environmental impact, but rather what they've experienced it is through a different lens, a different understanding of it, different words that could mean the concept of climate change, such as floods or droughts or crop failure, or so on and so forth. So it's not just that they don't understand it, although some might not, but they may understand climate change through a different lens or through different terminology or different ways. And we'll be exploring that. When it comes to trust in science, in our institutions, we can look at some proxies in this regards. If we look at those who believe, the percentage who believe that their government guarantees the safety, for instance, of the COVID-19 vaccine, again, according to Afrobarometer round 9, only 46% believe their government is doing a very good job ensuring the safety of this critical vaccine that was used during the pandemic, just 46%, so less than half. Right? So that tells us a lot about how actors are even trusting the institutions that are regulating, for instance, vaccine and vaccine uptake. If we look at the trust in institutions from a political standpoint, we can see that across the countries of Africa surveyed in Afrobarometer, 51% do not trust their president. right? And perhaps if we look at the election results, and I know some of us are joining from Uganda today, and we can see what's going on in the country there and has persisted for many years, there is this political polarization. And in many quarters in society, a fundamental distrust of the current administration or our own current administration. I would say that's even the case here in the United States, where we have a very corrupt leader here who's leading the country of the United States. We also have mixed views on transparency. 32% say the government has the right to control the media or the right to control information. If we think about this in a general societal standpoint, it's quite interesting that at one hand, folks are not trusting their governments, but at the same time, a third of them are willing to place in the hands of their government the ability to control critical avenues of reaching the populace, that is the media or sharing information. And I think this is interesting to reflect on, given that in particular, as researchers, that we want to play a role in engaging with the media and shaping some of those debates. And that oftentimes means that we have to have the space to be able to do that. And then finally, folks are getting more access to information. However, as much as folks are getting access to more information and the devices that we can use to get access to information, it is still not 100% across the board. With, according to round 9 of Afrobarometer, 46% having an access to to a mobile phone, and here's the critical part, with access to information via the internet. So I think the critical thing when we look at some of these comparative statics, we realize that, us ourselves as highly educated, as highly informed researchers, as folks who are highly connected that are joining here in the research communication workshop, our experience is one experience of many that we can see and that we could explore and within our countries. It also raises the question about when we're going to reach audiences, when we're shaping debates, when we're shaping policy, are we actually reflecting folks that we're trying to reach rather than perhaps relying on our own unique experience, which may be quite unique when it comes to our experience in our own countries? Which leads me to the final aspect of our opening remarks for our workshop today, which is amplifying the role of research for impact. As I've been sharing with you and sketching out these comparative statics that we might be able to use to look at issues surrounding trust in science, trust in institutions, the ability to be able to reach people and to communicate, ultimately what we're talking about is not the supply side of data and findings. That's the research methodology. That's the research work that we are doing. But today's workshop and our theme for today is what we do with those findings and how we communicate that data and that finding. So in other words, the output of that process. And there are some questions that we can always ask ourselves and reflect on when it comes to, the outputs of our research and the translation of it. And the first thing we could ask ourselves is the research that is being produced and that we're sharing of high quality, and are we demonstrating its quality, right? A lot of us know that the research work that we are doing is highly rigorous, but does our population that we're trying to reach or our target audiences know what we're doing is of the highest quality? Or are we just assuming that they're going to buy into what we've done? As I've just shared earlier, a lot of folks have a fundamental distrust in some of the science and regulations that are being produced. So one of the things we can think about is, how do we build trust and how do we demonstrate the quality of the research and the rigor of the research that we're sharing? The second thing we can think about in this regard is, are we producing knowledge that results in social impact? We can communicate a lot about our research, but are we communicating in ways that are being very clear about how we produce that research to have a fundamental impact in people's lives? Not all the time. Sometimes we're thinking about our research and how it influences our field, or how our academic peers may be thinking about the work that we're doing. And that can be good, and that is good, particularly if we are in an academic setting. And some of us here, a good number of us, are in an academic setting. But in research communication, it's not just about communicating with their peers, but it's also communicating what profound impact we can have in those spaces and in people's lives and the very local level. Does anyone even read or act on our research? How does our communication of our research relate to low data and statistical literacy, right? Again, we here in the Research Communication Workshop and here at the Leaders of Africa Institute represent people who are highly educated, people with PhDs, master's degrees, and so on and so forth. But the question is the folks that we're trying to reach and engage with, are they also data scientists? Do they also understand the intricacies of the methodologies that we've used to gather that data and do that research? Oftentimes, the answer is actually no. So when we share a figure, a simple figure such as the one that is there, you would be surprised how many people would struggle to actually understand, interpret, and fully engage with some of that work. So one of the things that we're going to think about here is how do we deal with the fact that many people do not have the same level of data literacy, statistical literacy, research literacy than we have in our training and in our work. And the final thing when it comes to the translation of that facts and data, for instance, is the issue that we're all seeing here, which is, are we considering the ethical impact of our communication in its long-term influence, both for the good and not good? And I think this question of ethics becomes particularly important given that the rise of AI and the use of these tools. Many of you are using, for instance, artificial intelligence, which is a shorthand for these learning models that are being used, LLMs that are being used to produce information and text and oftentimes reports and things of this nature. Are we using these tools in ethical ways? And are we actually watering down a lot of the ways in which we can be creative and share things in ways that are going to get people's attention? And I'll give you one anecdote in this regard. If you now scroll through a lot of posts on LinkedIn and other spaces, perhaps some posts that you have made or your colleagues have made, they all seem to sound kind of the same. Even if they're addressing different things, they all kind of sound pretty bland, pretty much the same. And that's most likely that the person hasn't generated those ideas in that text themselves. That's that they've used another tool. And imagine a world where everyone's timeline or communication spaces where everything looks so bland and look the same. And that's kind of where we're at in some spaces today. But the question that we could say is that ethical? First of all. And the second thing we could ask ourselves is, are we bringing out the inner human creativity that is really required of us to make that difference, to change narratives and to change societies? Because as many of us know, who know quite a lot about AI is all on the basis of what information has been shared with it. So it reflects the human experience that has been, right? In other words, the human experience captured in data sets oftentimes from the recent past. But if we're change makers who are trying to change the future and do things differently, in many ways we have to view the current era and what we do in research communication through a much more creative, much more progressive lens than an AI bot would be able to take us through and share with us. So it's just a concern and something that we can think about when it comes to the nature of this work. And so with that introduction into this workshop today, I want to encourage us as we reflect on this and as we get into today's workshop to have the opportunity and to leverage the opportunity that research communication can have to shape the future and tip the balance, particularly at this tipping point that I shared. To be able to demonstrate the true value of the research to public and the key stakeholders and the audiences we're going to talk about in this workshop, in ways that can be able to apply our findings and shape society for the good, to embrace interdisciplinary approach to amplifying the reach of research. Because oftentimes research communication isn't just about using our methodologies and approaches from our field, but drawing on different creative spaces that have very good insights into how we communicate information in creative ways. And then finally, to inspire knowledge sharing without borders so that we are able to learn together as we are doing today. today to build a more integrated and democratic world. And again, we do a bit of that here today as part of the Research Communication Workshop. So with my opening remarks completed, and as I've introduced myself, I want to turn it back over to one of my colleagues who is one of the co-leads and the lead for the Research Communication Program, who is also one of the leads and facilitators for today's Research Communication Workshop, and that is Professor Ed Mercy Aki. So I'm going to pass it over to you to fully introduce yourself.
Thank you, Prof. Peter. Every time I have to look through those challenges, it bothers me, it worries me how much we need to do as research scholars to be able to create impact and make the change that is required. I am Dr. Mercy Aki. I'm an associate professor of educational administration affiliated to the University of Boya, where I also serve as a vice dean in charge of studies and student affairs. This is why I'm passionate about student development. I think that one of the ways that we can reduce the learning challenges that we face in our educational system is centering the aspirations of our learners. If we put the aspirations at the center of our functioning, of school functioning, then we can be able to limit these problems. And just like you here today, I have also been concerned about how best can we reach policymakers with this thought of centering aspirations of young people in the education that we provide to them. I've invested a lot of energy in this through lots of presentations, through policy debates, and all several communication channels and pieces where we can be able to make the change. And this is why this program really, it's a wonderful opportunity, not just to share my work, but also to work with you and others hand in hand to ensure that we actually move the needle. With us as well in this program is Prof. Petulano Ali, and Prof. Petulano, like me, is from Cameroon, but I'll leave Prof. Peter to introduce him.
Yes, Professor Petulano is one of our facilitators of the Research Communication Program. He will not be as part of our team in the workshop here, but I will introduce him as one of the leads of the research communication work here at the Institute. He's a professor of research and communication strategy, media production, and journalism. He's presently at St. Thomas University in the United States. And as I should mention, I am also based in the United States here in Chicago. It is quite early here. It's just past 6:30 a.m. in the morning here in Chicago in the United States. Prof. Petulano is also based in the United States and does work on international journalism, focused particularly on journalism and communications in conflict zones and in areas of crisis management as well. So not just about communication in everyday situations, but how certain challenges or conflict or crises can also influence the ways that we will need to communicate. And I know some of us are also interested in issues surrounding disaster management, conflict, and security, things of that nature. A lot of those issues surrounding that can be relevant to what we would call broadly crisis communication. And Prof. Petulano is, again, one of the co-leads for the Research Communication Program as well. I want to introduce all of us here to the Research Communication Workshop, and we're going to have an opportunity for you to introduce yourselves a bit through a questionnaire that we're going to kind of explore here. And I can see that many of us have already introduced ourselves in the chat, which is wonderful. Now, back in September and October of last year, there was an application process for the Research Communication Program, and 3,000 applications, over 3,000 applications were shared as part of that call for applications here at the Leaders of Africa Institute, and those applications came from over 60 countries across the globe. Now, of those, we presently have 120 research communication scholars across several cohort communities, because our research communication scholars don't just focus on the program aspects, but they specialize in one particular aspect of research communication. So they're in what we call cohort communities that allow them to explore a particular aspect of research communications as a concentration and with more depth. And their program has been ongoing since the beginning of December, and they will continue to go for the next couple of months, as that program lasts about 4 months in length and has a capstone project and a international showcase that features their work, which I'll talk about later. Now, for us, we are members and participants of the Research Communication Workshop. And as you can see, pretty much all of us that were invited to be here are here. So we have about 200 of us here that are part of that. So I first of all want to congratulate you on your success in what is a very rigorous admissions process here at the Leaders of Africa Institute, and being accepted and being a part of today's Research Communication Workshop. It also means that we use this workshop, and we'll talk more about that at the end of today's session, as a jumping off point to being a scholar in the future in the full research communication program, as our research communication scholars are presently working on, and you will see their work in the coming weeks and months ahead. Now, we also represent different fields, as you can see in our chat: public health, education, economics, communications, social science, science, evaluation, development, and a number of other fields that are here represented in our research communication workshop. So again, congratulations to you all for being successful in the research communication application process, and we're really excited to be with you and get to know you a little bit in today's one day workshop together. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Prof. Etta, who's going to talk us through getting to know each other a little bit. And I will say that the Research Communication Workshop is the workshop component of the Research Communication Program, of which is one of the big 4 flagship programs here at the Leaders of Africa Institute: the Research Methods Program, Research Communication Program, Data plus Design for Development Program. That's the program open for applications at present, and the Grant Writing and Funding Program. So I'll pass it over to you, Etta, so we get to know each other a little bit before we begin our session today.
Okay, so this is our opportunity to get to know a little about our participants, because our programs are centered around our participants, centered around our scholars, and so it's critical for us to get to know you. I'm joining you today from Boya, Cameroon. What about you? Where are you joining us from? What are you most excited about? What is something weird about you? And what are your 3 favorite songs? There is a link right there right now. I think Prof. Peter must have shared it in the chat. It's a Kobo tool link. And here it's an opportunity using the link. So share with us your response to these prompts. Where are you joining us from? What are you most excited about? What is something weird about you? And what are your 3 favorite songs? As I think about it, I think for me, I'll start with the last question. It's actually Goodness of God from CC Winers, and that really took me through the birth of my last daughter. And so it has become one of my favorite songs. What is it for you? Prof. Peter, what is something weird about you?
I would say something interesting or weird about me is that and though it's increasingly less weird, perhaps, is that as somebody who's here in the United States, I like the game of global football, in other words, soccer, as they call it in some countries, including here in the United States and South Africa and a few others. So I really love soccer, and my team is a team that is not one that is particularly well known, and not a team that's one of the big teams. No, so you're not your Manchester United or your Chelsea. I'm actually a fan of the team, and I have been a fan of the team since studying at Oxford about 20 years now ago, and that is the team called Aston Villa, which now these days is doing quite well, but for many years, not so much. So I've been an Aston Villa fan for some time. So that's something interesting or perhaps weird about myself that I would share.
All right, nice to know, especially as we are in the football season. All right, the Kobo Toolbox link is right there in the chat. So using that link, share with us where you're currently joining us from, what you are most excited about, and something weird about you, as well as your three favorite songs. And Prof. Peter, if those responses are coming in, then you should be able to share with us something about our participants.
Yeah, indeed. And so please use the link that has been shared, and it will ask you for your location. And the reason why it's going to ask you for your location is it's going to allow us to geolocate us all on the map of the globe to see exactly where all of us are joining each other today for the research communication workshop. So no responses have come in yet, but please make sure to fill it out. I'm going to put that link again in the chat. And again, allow it to accept your location on your device. This will allow us to map us all to see where we are all joining from on our map. And we're starting to see that come. We have our first observation here that is coming through. And I'm going to zoom out. And that is in the country of what looks like Nigeria. There we go. And that is Olawa Polemi, who joins us from Nigeria, is something that he is interested in. He loves beans. Favorite songs: Don Moen, Kirk Franklin, and then one thing that they're most excited about their future. And you can be a little bit more specific in terms of one of the things that you're excited about thinking about when it comes to research communication, perhaps. So you can be as broad as you'd like, or be as specific as you like. And we're going to see that the world is going to start to grow a bit in just a moment. So let's give everyone just 20 seconds here to fill this out as we fill out the globe.
Okay. While those responses are coming in, we want to note that there will be time for questions. But if you have any question as we go on, feel free to drop it in the chat. And then we're looking forward to those responses to get to know much more about you.
Indeed, yes. So please if you have a question, feel free to share it in the chat. We are monitoring the chat. We'd also advise you not to share your personal LinkedIn or other information unless it's to a private message to somebody. At this time, there'll be a time for us to do that. But because we are monitoring the chat for the purposes of our conversations today, as you're going to see as we get forward, we're going to ask that you make sure that what you're sharing relates to our activities here in the workshop. All right, some responses are coming in as we start. A number of responses from Nigeria, but let's go to Ethiopia here. And we have Audrey, who is joining us from Ethiopia here. And she would say her substantive interests are dogs, books, and coffees. Feel free to share your research substantive interests as well here. Learn more about how to communicate impact and conservation and how it relates to communities in the country. As a research communicator, one message that she would like to share is that there is impact in positive change and enjoys moments of solitude. So welcome to you, Audrey, to the Research Communication Workshop. And I'll continue to keep refreshing, and we'll see that the globe is starting to fill up here. We also have joining us from Senegal, we have Mansour, who's joining us from Senegal. Congratulations on reaching the AFCON final, which will be played very shortly, and good luck to Senegal in that engagement, and is interested in issues surrounding the commons, collective action, housing, urban development, and project management. And is particularly excited about, advancing and working on academic research, and loves the music related to or from Yusuf Nudur. Welcome to you. Let's go to Rwanda here, and Rielson is joining us there. She is interested in issues surrounding conservation, education, and the ocean. Is looking forward to starting a business in C4D. One of the things that I will say, and this is a first note when it comes to research communication, and a mistake a lot of researchers make when they're communicating their work, is they use a lot of acronyms. Acronyms are useful because they can be shorthand, but they can be quite off-putting because we don't always know what the acronym means. Particularly, we're making oftentimes assumptions that our audiences know all the acronyms that we are using. So perhaps, Rielson, you can share with us what C4D refers to in this particular case. Probably in climate for conservation for development or something of that nature. But again, one of the things in research communication is we have to assume that our audiences needs to be explain certain things, including the acronyms we may use on a day in and day out basis. And Rielson is interested and loves the music of Coldplay and One Direction, and is a communicator but is an introvert at the same time. So continue to zoom out here and refresh, and you can see the globe is continuing to fill up here. I'm going to go down to Southern Africa. We're not going to read everyone's introduction here, but it's a way for us to get to know you afterwards. So let's go to South Africa here in the Pretoria area. It looks like in Gauteng province. We have Neliswe, who joins us here. And is excited about being a public health specialist and a researcher. And something weird about you is that no circle, not at all yet happy and successful. So perhaps there's a lot more to that and can be explained in relation to that interesting reflection. But in addition to that, favorite songs Imagine by John Lennon and a few others that you can see on your screen. It seems like Coldplay is a popular, band amongst those of us here. It's the second time sharing. Let's move next door to Gaborone. And we have here Tisilo, who's joining us here, interested in issues surrounding genomics, policy, and healthcare. And is most excited about advancing gene therapies and genome-centered treatments and getting more efficient in applying those treatments. She has lived in 3 different continents thus far. Great, a really international background, which is lovely to see. And favorite songs, TV Off, Kendrick Lamar, Loxley by Darling, It's True as well. So you can see that song recommendation there. I'm going to zoom out one last time here, and we can see again the globe is growing even wider here, as we can see. And let us go down to let's go to East Africa now, and let's zoom into Kenya here. And we have 3 of us joining from Nairobi. So if we zoom in here, we can see that those folks in Nairobi here. And let's just click right here. And we have David, who is joining us here from the Nairobi areas, is interested in issues surrounding policy, mothers, and equality, and is most excited about getting new skills for communication and impact. And we have to engage all stakeholders to bring effective change in health and human development. A really powerful and interesting thought when it comes to how we think about the work that we do to have a social impact. So I will invite you to continue to share about yourself on the Research Communication Workshop questionnaire. We're going to be sure to review those responses as we go through today's session and after today's workshop. But feel free to complete that. We can see, as we said, just like our application pool and just like our research communication program, us here in the workshop represent a number of countries across the African continent and the world as well. So again, welcome to you. We're now going to take a photo, a workshop photo at the very beginning. We like to do this at the very beginning, just in case anyone has any internet connection or other difficulties that occur later in the session, that you'll be part of the photo. I will mention that it's very important that we share our camera now, if you're able to, and we'll be able to take that photo as well. So please turn on your camera. We're going to go into that photo at this time. On the count of 3, we're going to smile and we're going to hold it. And you don't know whether you're part of the photo or not, because Zoom is going to take these and we're going to go through this 4 times. So we're going to do this quickly. So I ask you to hold that smile. I'm going to count to 3. 1, 2, 3, and Banku. That is our official word for taking a photo. So when you hear the word Banku, We ask you to smile and hold that smile, even if it's a little bit unnatural to do so, as you probably will hear, Banku at perhaps a sooner or later time than others here in the workshop. So on the count of three, 1, 2, 3, and Banku. 1, 2, 3, and Banku. On the count of three, 1, 2, 3, and Banku. All right, on the count of three, 1, 2, 3, and Banku. And 1, 2, 3, and Banku. All right. Thank you. All right, so feel free to keep your camera on if you'd like, or to take your camera off. We know that many of us are joining in low bandwidth zones, so it can be somewhat hard to do that. So feel free to turn your camera off on this time if you'd like. It's not required for things to be here. And again, the final photos may not have all of you present in the photo. They'll kind of select the best ones and compile all of you who are here in the different windows in sort of the best panes when they do share that, but it will be shared with you as well. By Monday when the brief for this workshop is shared. So I'm going to now pass it over to Prof. Etta to get us started in terms of a little bit of background about the Institute and this workshop before we get into our first theme for today and this workshop. So with that, pass it back to you, Prof. Etta, to continue our conversation.
Yeah. What is our research communication story? Why did we think about this program? And as an accept of it, this workshop, the kind of research that we do is really one which we are passionate about. And as research scholars, we ourselves are advocates for our own outcomes, for our own findings. We want to be able to put them on tables that will drive the necessary impact that is needed or influence decisions that will actually help us realize our findings. So research is quite important, but even more important is how we communicate this research to ensure that it's actually meeting the intended goals. And these are some of the things that drove the development of the research communication program. They need to be able to translate research in a way that will influence decision making. Decision makers are interested in the work that we do, but they are also compounded with the complexities of their own work. They are busy people. They are in charge of making very tough decisions. And that means that the kinds of findings that we produce must be translated in a very concise way to equally meet their needs. As researchers, we ourselves want to be able to propagate our own ways of thinking. So it's our philosophy, it's our belief, and we should be able to propagate them. And research communication offers that opportunity for us to do that effectively. And as well as those challenges that are specific, particularly to those of us in the African continent and even beyond, who face specific challenges in getting our voices heard. And so research communication comes in as that opportunity to enable that our voices are heard through our own research. The research communication program in itself started off as part of the research methods program. When Prof. Peter spoke about the programs in the Institute, he spoke about 4 flagship programs, and one of them, the research methods program. The research communication program was part of this. However, it was promoted to a full-fledged program, a flagship program now with 60 research communication scholars, and we've had the opportunity to graduate or to have our scholars share their capstone projects in just a very short time ago. And we've been able to produce works from different areas: creative engagement, resource mobilization, career advancement, and so on and so forth. And this has been quite critical in enabling that the research that our scholars are producing are actually influencing the policy and also advancing their career and also creating lots of collaborations across the border. So this year we had 120 communications scholars that have been poised to amplify their research and the research of others. Also, an opportunity to become a known expert and influencer. And so, as Prof. Peter already alluded to, this workshop is part of that big vision to ensure that the participants not just are program scholars, but also participants are able to channel their findings through very effective means. And I'm going to leave Prof. Peter to share with us some of these scholars, past and present scholars.
Indeed, and we're going to talk about some of their work in the context of some of the themes that we're going to get into in the workshop. But our scholars, both past and present in the Research Communication Program, the Research Methods Program, and Flagship Program, have done many things and are making a big difference in their spaces. And we feel like this workshop today is a stepping stone for you to begin in that journey as well, including, for instance, Roland Mahdi, who is presently one of our alumni of a couple of our programs here at the Leaders of Africa Institute, that is presently a research associate at Johns Hopkins University's Bloomberg School for Public Health. But the stories are many, and we're going to be talking about some of our scholars, both past and present in research communication, as we think about some of these themes that we're going to talk about in research communication today. And as we close out our conversation about the Institute and about the Research Communication Program and Workshop and get into our content, there are a few last things that we want to say and a few things that we do by tradition here at the Leaders of Africa Institute. And that is first in reflecting on the mission of Leaders of Africa in the Institute, as well as reflecting on the pledge and the honor code. And with that, I'll pass it back to Prof. Etta.
Our mission is a driving force. And as workshop participants, we also invite you to participate in this mission. I'm going to take the lead to express that mission to us as it is in text, and then we're going to call you to interact with this at some point. The Leaders of Africa Institute mobilizes the power of rigorous inquiry and creative expression to advance equity, justice, and leadership in Africa. We facilitate a supportive international community for collaboration that cultivates impactful and translatable research. It amplifies diverse perspectives and leverages creative and audiovisual, graphic, and technological design. And our institute is there to encourage advocacy for the good and knowledge production. With this, we are going to go forward to look at our pledge and honor code. And this pledge and honor code is our ethical guidelines. So this is what guides not just the scholars, not just participants affiliated to the Institute, but also the instructors. Because we recognize that if we must produce the kinds of research that must create the intended impact, positive impact for our communities.
One of the key elements of the Leaders of Africa Institute is the belief in an ethical and moral foundation to what we do here in research, and particularly in research communication, and to ensure that we are holding ourselves to the highest standards when it comes to this, when it comes to our research work, when it comes to our communication of that research. We have here at the Institute the pledge and the honor code. The pledge goes as follows. I commit myself to further the cause of equity and justice in my country, the African continent, and globally. I stand unafraid to identify and question anyone engaging in behavior that contributes to inequity and injustice, including corruption and the protection of privilege. I also accept the well-meaning and respectful critique of others to ensure that I maintain my commitment to equity and justice despite temptations to do otherwise. I pledge myself to the service of others regardless of their background, and do all in my power to be a true leader of Africa and the world. And the honor code is, as a scholar, or for in your case, as a participant of the Leaders of Africa Institute, I pledge to be honest and exhibit integrity in all that the work that I do. I acknowledge that my pursuit of knowledge comes with the responsibility to gather knowledge ethically and to use the knowledge gained for the moral good. I further resolve to take ownership of my own work and not share unauthorized information with others. I also know that I must safeguard this pledge by ensuring that my fellow participants uphold the honor code. And the pledge and the honor code are two elements of our ethical foundation here at the Leaders of Africa Institute that all folks, participants such as yourself, scholars and fellows of the Institute, as well as us as administrators and leads for programs here at the Institute, embrace. And so with that, as part of the tradition, we ask you to affirm the pledge and the honor code by simply saying, I affirm in the chat before we get started. And as folks are sharing their affirmations in the chat, we're going to talk about some session norms that are going to help guide us to ensure that we're able to have an interactive, but also a fluid session that is going to be able to cover all the themes that we have. And there are going to be three major themes that we're going to be talking about in today's workshop, including audience analysis, storytelling, the use of presentation making, and digital engagement. So those are going to be several themes that we're going to be talking about substance. So as we get started, we invite you to share in the chat, I affirm, to the honor code and the pledge in the chat. And again, by way of tradition for all those who are scholars, fellows, or as yourself, participants in a workshop or a program here at the Institute. And so with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Etta. Why don't you take us through the session norms as folks are affirming the honor code and the pledge?
All right, so thank you for affirming the pledge and the honor code. To have an effective session, we're just going to remind ourselves about some values as well as to take care in advance of some technical issues that we may face so that we have a hitch-free session. Let's be mindful since we are here from different countries with different interests and personalities, and we bring all of that into this session here. So we encourage you to show positivity and kindness, especially as you are responding to each other's comments in the chat, and also when you're called up to open up your mic. This also means that you should release judgment in a very careful way, in a way that is respectful, and also ensure that you maintain a safe space at all times. We also encourage you to engage fully and interact as we go on in the session step by step. We are going to lead, but of course it's the workshop for you, so feel free to engage much in the chat. And also we encourage you to engage in self-reflection and creativity. Let this be an opportunity where you really think about the kind of work that you are doing and the kinds of ways in which you have communicated and will want to communicate in the future. So make it a reflective and creative session for yourself. We going forward, is just important to ensure that your Zoom is always updated, just so that you don't fall into the trap of wanting to do that when the session is ongoing. Also ensure that you come on time. We already see people experiencing, even myself, the network issues, and so that means that you may be jumping in and out. That's okay, but ensure that your mic is switched off and that you raise your hand when you want to ask a question and you'll be given the mic. It's better if you want to keep your video on as we are doing, it's okay, but it's better to keep it off if you need to be able to save on your bandwidth, because putting your video on might be quite costly in terms of bandwidth. And so feel free to turn it on or off. That's okay. The chat is there. It's open for you, and you can share as much as you want and introduce yourself as we go on.
Now, in terms of the session norms, these are the things that are going to help us keep an interactive and fluid discussion here when it comes to our workshop. But in addition to that, there are some additional logistics to be mindful of for the research communication workshop, and we'll share them and discuss them now, and then we'll remind you at the very end of the workshop, of course. So by January 28th, which is a Wednesday, not this Wednesday, but the following Wednesday, to receive a certificate of participation recognition for being a part of the research communication workshop, you must do one required assignment, and then there are a couple optional ones that you can choose to do if you'd like to do that build on some of the things that we're going to do here. In addition to that, you will see that there is an activity that you're going to do when we take a 2-hour break in today's workshop. We're going to have you do, and then come back and we're going to discuss. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. And that required thing is to create a social media post that relates to your research, because we're going to be talking about communicating with broad audiences. And one of the ways that we oftentimes communicate with broad audiences, and we share research-informed posts with our audiences and with our colleagues, with our peers. And we're going to be talking about how we effectively leverage these platforms in the latter sections of today's workshop, and as our aim for you to practice doing that as a part of this workshop, and to make that post and to share tag of Leaders of Africa so we can find that and we can validate that you've been able to do that. In addition to that, there will be an optional requirement for you if you would like to do so, which is to craft a partial or full presentation or a partial or full blog post related to your research, because we're also going to be talking about crafting presentations and crafting blog outputs as well, which are these pieces that are able to be shared with policymakers and engage broad audiences in the work that we do. So those are optionals. You are not required to do those for the certificate of participation, but there is that one assignment that is required for participation. Even if you do drop out of today's session because of internet connectivity difficulties, a recording will be shared with you by Monday. In addition to that, an email will be shared with you on Monday with all the resources and links and things that we discussed in the workshop, as well as the description of this assignment and how to submit that assignment as well. So you'll have to wait till Monday morning to receive all those materials, and then you'll have a week and a half to be able to do that. The submission for the assignment will not be via email. It will be via a form that you're going to complete that will allow you to be able to share that required assignment and any optional assignments you'd like to share as part of that, as well as information regarding yourself, so that we're able to validate the certificate and then share that certificate for participation in this workshop. So I want to be very clear about that. We'll talk more about what that assignment looks like, Yokole, as you've asked about it later in today's session, because we're going to be looking at examples of exactly what makes a good post related to research, one that actually engages an audience and one that has a fundamental aspect, which is a call to action, which is very critical. Now, if you don't have access to LinkedIn, you can use another social media platform as well. We do find that LinkedIn, as we'll talk about later, is a more professional platform, one that people who are interested in policy research and alike are generally engaging on. But if you like to use another channel, which is more relevant to the audience you're seeking to reach, that is perfectly fine as well. So I just want to make that mention in response to the couple of questions that are there. So the last couple things about resources for the workshop and requirements. So as mentioned, as being a participant in this program, you are eligible to receive that certificate for participation, again, on the basis of attendance here today, as well as sharing that assignment and completing that follow-up that is shared with you. Again, will be shared by Monday in an email that shares the video and all the other elements that we discussed today, kind of a summary. And then the second thing that I want to note is that by completing today's research communication workshop, you set yourself up to be selected again in the admissions process for the research communication program, which will open for applications again like last year in sometime in September and October. And it is our hope that a good number of you, particularly those folks that excel here in the assignments and excel here in this workshop, will have the opportunity to be a research communication scholar in the next cohort and to receive that more personalized mentorship, personalized engagement, have access to the full range of Institute resources and platforms that the Institute has to offer, and to amplify the work that you do with ourselves here at the Institute, obviously based here in the United States, as well as our international development partners and regional organizations that we work with and collaborate with as the Leaders of Africa Institute. In terms of workshop research, resources, they are going to be shared via the Google Drive link that will be shared in the memo in the follow-up and has already been shared with you. There is right now the program assignment piece that is shared there, as well as the one reading that we would like you to read. And again, I'm seeing questions about the requirement for certification. I'll just in general explain it, but it will be explained in the memo and later in the program meeting when we actually talk about this, because it's vague, because again, we haven't shared examples of what this looks like until later, because we won't be addressing that theme until the second session. And that's to make a social media post on a platform of your choosing, preferably LinkedIn, given that that is a place for serious discussion, that is going to amplify a theme or a concept or an issue or a call to action surrounding your research work or your social impact work. And again, we're going to talk about what that means, examples for that in the second session of today's workshop. So we'll put a pin in that for a bit later. In addition to that, you are welcome to join the Leaders of Africa public server. This is a server that anyone can join, including participants of the workshop. And we invite you to select when you are joining that you are a member of or were a participant in the Research Communication Program workshop. This is a great place for you to interact with other scholars and alumni at the Institute. It is an open platform. The links will be shared with you. They have been shared with you already and will be shared with you after today's session. So if you want to engage and continue to engage with the Leaders of Africa Institute and the alumni community and scholars, then that is a great place to be able to do it. It is open to you to engage with. Now, some are research communication scholars who are in the research communication program. They use a whole different separate community platform that they use to interact with, share assignments, share feedback, and do a lot of interactive activities, as is present in that research communication program. But for us, for the sake of simplicity here in the workshop, you are welcome to join the public server and to engage with those scholars and alumni in those space who are also present in that space. The last thing I'll share is that it's important to document our research journey, because that's going to be one of the themes here in the research communication program, this workshop, which is that, and program, I should say as well, which is that as much as we are documenting our research work and we're working on purposeful ways of reaching audiences, it's also important to be able to tell our story as a researcher and the story of the work that we do. And we're going to talk about how we might be able to do that so that we're able to reinforce the view in broader society of our competency as both a researcher as well as somebody who's making a difference. And I want to highlight a couple of scholars from our research communication program, past and present, in this regard as we get into our first theme of this workshop. We have, as Prof. Etta mentioned, in this journey in the research communication program, many scholars who have kind of gone before in that program. And one of the requirements of the research communication program is to create a capstone that amplifies and applies the things that we talk about in the research communication program. And those capstone projects are of a wide variety. This is an example from Mariam Wadadagru, who is a PhD candidate in Canada, focused on issues of public health in conflict zones. And one of the things that she was doing as part of her capstone project in research communication is using social media and a variety of different channels to be able to recruit participants to be part of a national dialogue on maternal health in the country of Mali. And so her project was both in terms of a policy brief and discussion, but it also had elements of engagement, broader social engagement, which we're going to talk about here. We also had many policy briefs, including those from Seikashi, who is again a scholar in 2024 in the Research Communication Program. And her project was focusing on an institutional initiative from Lawal Health Alliance in Tanzania, in Kenya, and focusing on amplifying a particular technique that was being used to promote positive newborn care and maternal care. So one of the things that her organization had was a particular cost-effective solution. So her research communication project really revolved around being able to sell that idea to the key policymakers and stakeholders to be able to get the funding, to be able to bring this solution to light, as well as to get the key stakeholders on board to being able to institutionalize it. And you could see in the case of Miriam Wadadagru, and you just see one aspect of our capstone, the visual aspect of the capstone, because it's easy for us to share here. You know, this was about, recruitment, social media drive, a campaign that would be able to turn out stakeholders for a part of this national conversation that she was facilitating. In the case of Sheikashi, she was working on a policy brief and sort of infographic that went along with it to be able to advance those themes. And you can see other elements of that work here. That includes elements of design, data visualization, and again, social impact story making. In addition to that, capstone projects run the gambit. From presentations to holding events. Many of our scholars gave presentations or held events as part of their capstone, or even created creative outputs such as multimedia documentaries or comic books that would be shared depending on who your audience is, to, of course, one of the most popular things in the research communication program, which is policy papers, right? And so this program, again, revolves around the capstone project. For us, we're going to be talking about some of those themes that are related to some of these types of outputs when it comes to research communication. But again, it's a long-term process, and it really begins with our first theme about audience analysis. So I'm going to pass it over to Etta to get us started into talking about audience analysis, because all those capstone projects from previous or current scholars in the research communication program are tailored to very different audiences. You can see the comic book is tailored towards really young people, perhaps even children, whereas one of the events, Unity in Immunity, was targeted at those who had PhDs and masters who are focused on public health, all the way to folks who are government officials who are looking to think about how they would implement that newborn and maternal care treatment approach that Seikashi was advancing in her policy brief. At the end of the day, all those capstone projects and research communication in general revolves around getting to know your audience and relating to your audience. So with that, Prof. Etta, why don't you get us started?
All right, before that, I want to add that all of these pieces were shared during our showcase, an opportunity where you can be able to share your work, showcase your work to a wider audience. And again, our scholars had to work ensuring that the audiences that were coming before them, their needs were met through their presentations. So that's another thing that comes with the program. The audience is quite important in every communication piece. Why do we communicate? To begin with, maybe because we want to be able to inspire action, because we want someone to be able to take action, to be able to use the information that we are sharing, which means that there is the information, and then there is you who is churning out that information, and there is the other person or persons who are receiving that information. And these other persons who are receiving this information are referred to as the audience, simply put. And these audiences, while you may be sharing your information because, well, you did some fine research, you came up with some fine, wonderful findings, and you want the world to share, you want the world to know about it. Your audience, on the other hand, have different needs. They have different reasons, rationale, why they want to listen to you talk about your findings, or why they are interested in your findings. And so understanding the audience becomes key to wrapping or to communicating effectively. And global companies use this all the time. You want to think about companies like Coca-Cola, Apple, and of different brands. They use this all the time. When someone told me, when Apple sends out a new phone, whatever, I'm sure we'll be getting to i100 soon. You find that people are all over the place wanting to get this product. What is it that makes this product wonderful, even though it's more expensive? And sometimes only a few features, maybe just one feature has been added. It is because it is targeted at a particular audience. They understand who their customers are, and they bring out, even just in terms of color, meeting the needs, the needs of their customers who represent their audiences. So global companies and organizations, they think carefully about this. They think carefully about how to brand their products, how to market their products. They have a very clear idea, and their objectives are clear. They put their customers at the center of what they do. And they do this using tools and instruments that we as researchers, as social impact creators, we are familiar with. They use tools such as analytics. We have Google Analytics. They use tools such as surveys, interviews, focus groups, and they get to understand what their different audiences want. They test these messages using a storytelling approach, and they are able to fine-tune their products to meet this need. The big question, therefore, is, do we do this as well in our own practice? The rigor of research that we carry out requires that the findings do not just stay in the cupboards, that they do not just stay in the libraries, but that they actually go out there and create the necessary impact. But how do we put all of this effort? How do we bring it all together to ensure that we are meeting the needs of those who need to use these findings? Understanding our audiences are very important. And we are going to see what are some of the key aspects, key questions that we have to ask ourselves, key understandings that we need to get in order to meet the needs of our audiences.
And
Next slide.
indeed, building off of what Prof. Etta said, and you could feel free to share in the chat. You can see some people are saying yes, but feel free to say no, because a lot of us don't often all the time do this. But give me a yes in the chat if you have conducted an interview or a focus group with your intended audience. So think about an audience that you would be seeking to communicate with. How many of you have done either an interview or a focus group with that intended audience? Give me a yes in the chat if you have, or a no in the chat if you haven't done that extensively, right? I can see a lot of us have said yes, and I think part of the reason a lot of us may say yes is that some of the research work that we do is actually ways in which we actually find out about our audience, right? So for instance, if we're doing research on food security and agriculture, and we're working with smallholder farmers, for instance, part of the research may have been actually to go down to the farm level and talk with those farmers and talk with their farmers associations to understand, their situation and so on and so forth. And that data and that information can actually be very, very helpful to us when we think about crafting a communication strategy. But not all of us are, on the ground level doing that kind of field work, doing those intense interviews and focus groups. And sometimes we're just sitting on our computer, we're gathering that data, and then we're analyzing that data. We're not really, speaking to or interacting with the potential audiences that we might have when it comes to sharing that data. So again, some of us, a good number of us, are saying yes. A lot of us saying no. Edith is saying no, but I plan to do so, which is good thing to think about. And when Prof. Etta says, mentioned this at the beginning, think about the amount of money that Coca-Cola, airline companies, Nivea, right? A company, you look around your countries, you look at the billboards, every time you go, it's a lot about skincare products, food products, and you look at those images that they use, and they look at the taglines that they use, the imagery, the words, and all that things, and it's really heavily targeted on a particular set of audiences or a particular audience, and they've spent a lot of money, time, and energy actually crafting those, right? You think, oh, they just put up an image there. They just threw up a tagline there or some sort of, textual element to go along with it. No, it's not how it works. They spend a lot of time as part of their team and even incorporating consultants coming up with that. And so the question that we can have and think about when it comes to the audience is, are we even spending that amount of time and energy ourselves when it comes to laying the groundwork for communications?
And usually, our audiences go beyond our research participants. So it's really not enough to have interviews for your research participants and then stay there and say, yes, I really do understand my audiences, because sometimes the findings, it's required that you share your findings beyond your participants. As I was going through the chat, getting to know you and understanding your different research areas, I saw a very interesting research area, hyperacusis. And I was wondering, oh my God, what does that mean? So sometimes this is really how we communicate. Many times, many a times your audiences do not understand what you're saying, but the research terms or the concepts are applicable, they are understandable by people who are in your field, who are like you. But it may not be the case when you are dealing with a broader audience. This means that the assumptions that we hold about our audiences are important. And it's important that we make those assumptions about them, that we do the groundwork that is necessary to understand our audiences, which may come from different segments. They may be academics like yourself, if you are. They may be government officials. They may be civil society stakeholders. They may be your participants. They may be children, and so on and so forth. You need to understand what their needs are, what their expectations are, to be able to communicate your work and your findings effectively to them. And so these assumptions are framed around key questions which we must ask ourselves and answer in an attempt to analyze and understand the needs of and expectations of our audiences. What do you know about your audience's perceived and existing knowledge? What do they know about what you want to share? It will be boring to share what they already know, as well as it may be too high sounding to share what they cannot even relate with. Our audiences, if they are adults, they bring certain kinds of Malcolm Noel tells us that adult learners bring a certain level of experience into the playground. And so just like adult learners, you need to understand your adult audiences. They have some level of experience which they will bring, and you do not necessarily need to hamper on that and go back to a point where it's too shallow for them to understand. Children, for instance, as well, may not have some level of experience. And however, they need a kind of systematic step-by-step approach to get to understand the information you're bringing. And these influences and what you will share in terms of information, how you will share it, and the different ways in which you will share it. For most of us academics, we stay with communicating through published articles. But how many government officials read these published articles? If you're dealing with children, like I do sometimes working around literacy for young children, how many of them will be reading my published articles? If you see, one of our scholars was able to do a comic book, really communicating hardcore science. She was talking about antibiotics, the use of antibiotics for children. And she did this using comic strips, explaining the use of these antibiotics and their effects and how they could be effectively used to children using a different means of communication, different from what is popular academic publishing. Or if you did a LinkedIn post for children, how many of them are on LinkedIn? So all of these, understanding where your audiences are in terms of their knowledge, their existing knowledge helps you to be able to know how to channel that information and what to even share. Also, what do you know about their biases? It's important to understand people's biases because that will help you to be able to evaluate what they can take in and what they will naturally shift out. We all hold biases. I have mine, and trust me, you have yours. But one of the ways of managing these biases is to be able to acknowledge them. So we identify them, we acknowledge them, we bring them to the forefront, and then we can be able to better, communicate. And so, what are the biases that your audiences use? I was sharing some story with a colleague the other day who just came from a promotion board, and this colleague is doing work at the intersection of gender and education and policy, and her audiences were all male, and it was so difficult for her. In fact, the very first question she had was, is gender female? And she was already taken aback, and she didn't even know how to go forward sharing the information she wanted to share. So these biases are true, and it's important that we understand those that are held by our audiences so that we can effectively communicate with them. Because the whole purpose of the communication is that the other person is going to listen, that the other person is going to take action with the information that you've given them. And so if we just communicate in ways that they can't really use that information, then that communication is ineffective. What do we also know about their literacy? Their ability to be able to synthesize information, to be able to read, to be able to understand information. What do we know about that? Sometimes, particularly academics, we do very rigorous research and use very robust statistical packages and tests, and we are so eager to share the different kinds of tests. Okay, so I did some modeling, some mathematical modeling, or I did some ANOVA or chi-square analysis, and so my p-values say that this 0.0. What on earth does that mean to a policymaker who is really not interested in that, but they are interested in knowing really whether the intervention that you've carried out actually makes any impact? Whether, say, you're doing an intervention on literacy, you're doing an intervention on trying to improve the reading of young children, the real answer that we want is really, does it create an impact? Does it improve their literacy ability? And how? What do we need to take into consideration when we want to go about implementing your intervention? So communicating these kinds of information requires that we understand the literacy levels as well of our audiences. It helps us to communicate that information better to them. It's also important for us to know about their information retention. How much are they able to keep? It is wonderful to share big statistics. Tell us about the percentages. Tell us about how this differs with the order in terms of means, in terms of modes, in terms of significant levels, in terms of degrees of freedom, just whatever. It's wonderful to be able to do that. But how much do you want your audience to retain in terms of what you are sharing? What really do you want them to act on? That will help you to know how to manage the information you're sharing. It will help you to know how to organize that information that you're sharing. You may share very fine statistics, but at the end of the day, someone is going to tell you that I don't remember what they said. I don't remember, but they had very beautiful graphs. They had wonderful visualizations in their PowerPoint presentations, but I don't even remember. I think they said some percentage of women are suffering from this, but I don't really remember the actual percentage. Is that what you want? Was that the goal of the communication? And so it's important to understand how much your audience can be able to retain. It will tell you how much of text you should use, how much of visualization you should bring in, how much of numbers and figures you should incorporate into your communication piece, whether it's through a presentation or it's through a creative piece like a comic strip, or a documentary, or just whatever channel you'll be using. So that helps you to be able to understand. And we must understand the different demographics, the age, ethnicity, political status, and so on and so forth. I say this, I think there are lots of people like Prof. Peter here, but sometimes it's very interesting to see that you're talking to an African audience, typically Black people, and you're using images of white people. And that, to begin with, sometimes is very offensive because it just means that you do not understand the audience you are dealing with. And it becomes very difficult for them to relate because you're talking about a people from an entirely different race that may, for that particular issue, may understand things differently, or the implications may be different from them as it will with people from another race. So it's really important to understand that. And this has an effect on the visualizations that you're going to use. It has an effect on how you're going to communicate that information generally. And there are times when we deal with multiple audiences. It might be very easy if you're in an academic conference and everyone there is at least a master degree holder. Most of them, they are PhD holders, so they can be able to relate with what you mean by bioethics. They can be able to relate with some disciplinary jargon that you're bringing in. Then that's quite easy. So you can talk to them in complex, using complex concepts as it's known in the field. But sometimes you're dealing with multiple audiences, and these multiple audiences have different needs. They have different expectations. And so that also means that you must be able to meet the needs and expectations of these different audiences. One of the things that we have to do, okay, Prof. Peter, I'll let you come in. I see you want
No,
to.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So one of the things that we need to do is to be able to understand our multiple audiences. And when we are talking about our audiences, we are not just talking about what meets just the needs of a few people, but we want to take each and every member of our audience as important. When we're dealing with multiple audiences, we may not be able to meet the needs of everyone who makes up communication, who are the end of the feedback chain or the communication chain, but at least we can be able to get a median. We can be able to understand at least the midpoints where these different audiences will actually reach at. What is that midpoint of in terms of demographics, their age? What is the midpoint in terms of demographics, ethnicity, for instance? What is the midpoint in terms of their biases? What is the midpoint in terms of how much they can be able to retain as information? So understanding audiences, multiple audiences, requires that we are able to understand this midpoint in terms of their needs and expectations, and be able to communicate in an inclusive way that will be able to meet this. I really want to emphasize that the purpose of communication is action. Is so people should be able to take action. And so there is no need to communicate in ways that that message, that information is not going to move people to take that action and give you feedback that is helpful, or communicate in ways that will not create any impact. There is no need for that. This is why it's important that these assumptions that we hold, we can be able to test them with our audiences and ensure that when we are communicating, when we are choosing a particular communication channel, when we are organizing our information, it is meeting with the needs that an analysis of these assumptions have given. The outcomes of our analysis of these assumptions should be what should guide us in how we will select what channel to use and how to organize our information.
Just building off what Prof. Etta has shared, I think one of the things that we oftentimes hear when it comes to research communication is this concept of the stakeholder. I am communicating to stakeholders, and it's a very broad term that can mean a lot of things. In a lot of advocacy work, it can mean sort of like local stakeholders, like people on the ground level. It could also mean big international institutions, funders, or donors that are involved in the project as well. And we oftentimes use these terms and we group all these people together and saying, we're going to be reaching out to all of these stakeholders. And then when we go to reach out to them, what we realize is that we're reaching out to them all in the same way. But are those stakeholders actually, larger, segments within that we would need to reach? And that's one of the things that we want you to think about in terms of your audience analysis strategy, is segmenting your audience. So if you find yourself saying, I'm communicating with stakeholders, you need to start to talk about what are the 3 or 4 or 5 different personas of those stakeholders that we could be talking about. And one of the best ways to be able to use these questions that Etta has used here as a jumping off point to audience analysis is to imagine your ideal or your expected segment or stakeholder and talk about them as if they are an actual person, right? So for instance, if I'm trying to communicate to policymakers and I'm saying my policymakers is my audience, then my next thing would be like, that's not good enough. You need to talk about the specific segments of policymakers you're going to reach. So let's look at one of those examples. One of those examples might be a legislator. So somebody who is elected to a member of parliament, for instance, who's going to be voting on a law or who can bring bills to the floor. They are one example of a policy stakeholder, but it's a particular segment. So then the next step is to start to imagine who that politician or that member of parliament is, what their likes and dislikes are, how old they are, whether they retain a lot of information, whether they're particularly an expert in a certain area. So you want to play that out. So you want to say, here, for instance, is an example of a member of parliament, and you can come up with names. I oftentimes, when you come up with these audience segment personas, it's really helpful to give them names, like actual people, even if they're not the name of an actual individual. So you say, imagine Thabo, who is a member of parliament in South Africa, for instance. So this is Thabo. He's a member of parliament. Here are his incentives. He is most likely going to be about 40 years old, between the ages of 40 and 50. He is going to be somebody who, has these different types of proclivities. These are the things that this person is likely to like. Here are some of the things that they're likely to not like. So you want to list them out as if you're describing a friend or an actual person, because when we're communicating, we're not communicating to abstract objects or abstract groups. We're actually communicating with individual people. And so even if we are communicating to a group, the group is made up of several different individuals, oftentimes several different audience segments. So when our strategy, when we're coming up with audience analysis, is to build out these personas in details, being able to describe that audience segment as if that person is alive, living, and is like right there in front of you. And when you have that person in the front of your mind, that persona in the front of your mind, then it begins to shape everything that you do, the channels which you're going to use to reach that person, the language that you're going to use to reach that person, the type of examples that you're going to use to reach that person. So I'll give you an example of that. In this case, in our case here, there is this game in the United States. There is this sport called American football. It's the game that is played very little with the foot. In other words, they throw the ball around, they tackle each other. It is not a very popular game per se outside of the United States, right? So if you're talking to an audience, for instance, in Kenya, and you talk all about American football, it's not going to be a really effective metaphor to use, because there isn't an understanding of it, isn't a knowledge of it, isn't something that's interesting. People are not engaged with it. So you're going to have to think of another sport. So if I was in Kenya, for instance, I'd be talking about maybe football or that is soccer, or I may be talking about, for instance, rugby. Rugby is a very popular sport, or track and field, for instance. So again, you have to think about your audience, what types of things they're likely to know, what types of things they're likely to relate with, because all of that is going to flow through the kind of language and terminology that you're going to begin to use, examples, so on and so forth, that you're going to use to engage, right? And Prof. Etta already talked about the importance of imagery, which we'll talk about later. Now, in addition to that, there have been some really good comments or questions in the chat, so I want to step back for just a moment. So Andreas says he is a political commentator associated with the government, and is looking at, he shares things on behalf of the government, and then oftentimes media personalities go out and criticize it and things of that nature. Well, the one thing I will say is, sometimes your audiences, depending on your positionality, will be somewhat antagonistic, maybe for good reason too, right? Maybe and many governments deserve a lot of oversight, a lot of critical perspective, a lot of criticism. So there is going to be that. But perhaps you want to allow for a space for criticism, because that's generally what would be accepted in a more democratic space. But at the same time, you want to be a little bit more informative, or you want to channel those conversations or debates or critiques in ways that are perhaps more constructive or more helpful, perhaps even more helpful to you, because sometimes criticism can give you new insights about various things that can shape policy, shape the direction of travel. So you would think about engaging with your audience, which you already know will be slightly antagonistic towards you in some ways, in ways that are going to structure the comments, structure the conversation in ways that are going to be perhaps more constructive, right? And so that's going to be some part of your strategy that you're going to have to build out and think through when it relates to an audience that will be, more adversarial when it comes to the things that you're going to say. And certainly that's the case. When you're in government, you take on a role in government, as many of you are in agencies in those spaces, because you're putting yourself out there to bring about change, while also knowing that the public is watching what you're doing and will comment on what you're doing. That's just part of the nature of the practice, right? But there are ways in which we can perhaps channel or relate or interact with those audiences that are going to keep that conversation constructive and helpful often for you as well. Now, a couple other comments came up too. Favor said, spent yesterday tailoring my social outputs to the platforms I use and my intended audience. It took more time than I thought it would, but provided me more clarity on how different stakeholders, again, there's that word stakeholders, interact with defense and emerging technologies. Yeah, and so this is another thing to challenge ourselves, because as Prof. Etta said, sometimes we speak to multiple audiences, right? We put out a policy brief, we put out a social media post, and we're speaking to, we hope, multiple audiences. Sometimes we can do that. Sometimes by appealing to the median audience member. So like your average audience or your median audience, you can kind of catch a broad spectrum of audiences. But sometimes when we try and reach too many audiences with one particular communication output, we actually fail to reach all of the audiences, right? By trying to please the many, we don't reach anyone, right? In some cases. And so one of the things that we need to be cautious with when we have multiple audiences, particularly multiple audiences that can be very different and vary in terms of audience retention, in terms of their knowledge, in terms of their literacy, so on and so forth. One of the things that we may need to do is segment our communications across different channels. And one of the things that we talk about a lot in the research communication program, and that the scholars doing the Capstone projects, for instance, the policy briefs, oftentimes are forced to do when they meet with their mentors one-on-one, is that they have to write 3 different policy briefs for a policy project they're using, right? One policy brief that's going to be tailored to a certain segment who has certain technical expertise perhaps. one policy brief that is meant for sort of non-technical experts, but have a general understanding of the subject. And then another policy brief that is one that is targeted to, audience members who are just trying to understand the very foundational aspects of the policy that they're trying to enact. Now, it's not that you have to completely rewrite all of these policy briefs, but you have to rewrite sections of them. And they actually end up looking slightly different, sometimes even differences in length. One being a technical document being quite longer, a more, non-technical document being, 3 to 5 pages, and then a one-pager being tailored to those that are just trying to understand the foundational elements. And it may sound like a lot of work to do, but the thing about communication and the mistake that a lot of people make is they want to take a lot of shortcuts to reaching broad audiences, and they try to appeal to everyone, and then they end up appealing to no one, or at least they only appeal to the audiences in very lukewarm ways. I'll give you another example in this regard, and it comes from the discussion around podcasting and multimedia outputs. And a number of the scholars in the research communication program are actually creating their own podcasts, because that's one of the options that you can do, create documentaries and podcasts in that program. And one of the things that oftentimes people begin with when they're starting off a podcast is they want to create this podcast that everyone is going to listen to them across a lot of different audiences, right? But one of the things that you realize about the most successful documentaries and in particular podcasts is they're very particular about the audience they're trying to reach. In fact, they oftentimes want to find a very niche and committed audience and begin with that audience. And then over time, as people begin to love and to like that podcast, they begin to expand out, and more people either become interested in what they're doing or they're able to appeal to a wider audience. But they actually start off with a very niche audience, a very committed, 150 people, 200 people who are always listening to every episode. That 200 people are going to be the ones that are going to share, who are going to discuss, who are going to engage with that output, that podcast in in-depth ways. And then that audience starts to grow over time in oftentimes organic ways. But they focus on very niche audiences. That's why if you ever listen to a very, I wouldn't say like a massive podcast, but one of those ones that's quite popular for a given, genre, you'll find that they talk to and they use words, they use language, and they speak to like a real niche audience. And that's why many of us say, I love that podcast. It speaks to me. And then you listen to another podcast and you're like, yeah, it's good, but it's not one that I like to listen to. And that's because a good podcaster in this case is being very particular with who they're trying to reach, and they almost become like your friend. You almost feel like you know that person, right? If you ever listen to a podcast and you're like I'm following not only the podcast, but I'm even following the past podcaster's life and what they're doing, and I can relate to it. That's because they've really been able to leverage their audience analysis and their appeal to that audience in really effective ways, right? And that's what we want you to do. And that's the core of research communication, is being able to do that. So it's good that, Favor, you've been reflecting on this and you've been thinking about this, but a lot of us skip over that. We make a lot of assumptions about our audience, and we don't interrogate our own assumptions about our audience. And that's what Etta was sharing with those questions. I'll put them again here. These are questions that we can use to interrogate our own assumptions, because our own biases, our own assumptions, our own experience oftentimes color or shape what we think of our audience. And sometimes we really know our audience. Sometimes we think we know our audience, but don't know them as well as we maybe should be. Or in some cases, we even misjudge our audience. And I'm sure we've all been in situations where we walk in to give a presentation where we assume that our audience will have known something or will be a certain way. And then we realize quickly when the presentation begins that, wait a second, our audience needs some sort of more foundational explanations of things, right? Then we begin to shift, right? Our focus even on the spot. So in thinking about this issue of audience, I want to look at some of the prompts that you shared. And I'm going to come back to some of the questions that are in the chat. There's some good ones that came up while we were speaking here. And again, we're monitoring it. So feel free to share your thoughts and questions and insights into the chat as well. We're watching them in real time. I want to come to the prompt that you were shared for the pre-workshop assignment that we had you do. And some of you submitted. It was optional for you to do, so it wasn't required, but some of you did. Many of you did, actually. And the prompt was this: think about your work and come up with one specific audience you would like to reach. Describe the audience with as much detail as possible. In other words, give us an audience analysis. You know, and given what we've just been talking about, obviously this relates to those themes that we've spoken about. And I want to look at a few of these. And so I want to pass the mic to you. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a heads up because you're gonna get the mic here. So Edith, I'm going to be passing the mic to you. Then I'm going to be passing the mic to you, Emanuela, and I'm going to be passing the mic to you, Hashina, to share a little bit more context for the audience that you shared. In other words, tell us a little bit more about, for instance, a potential project or a particular initiative that you'd use to reach that. So I'm going to come to you, Edith, in just a moment. So please prepare with your microphone and everything. Make sure you're in the quiet zone to be able to. So I'm going to come to you, Edith, then to you, Emanuela, and then to you, Hashina, as being able to share a little bit more so we can break down some of these assignments that you shared. But while they're getting ready, and to give them a little bit of time to prepare their spot, I don't want to put anyone on the spot, quite like that, but to give them a little bit of opportunity there, I want to reflect on some of the comments in the chat here. We have a comment question from Amici, who says, what if your research is aimed at seeking for a grant or funding to execute the results in a consequence? In a case where many stakeholders and different organizational bodies are directly or indirectly associated with your findings, how do you best streamline your audience assumption? Well, research communication, one form of it is in grant writing and funding. And even here at the Institute, there's a whole program for grant writing and funding, and it focuses essentially on this question that you've asked, is how do you reach particular funding audiences? Because they're unique and perhaps different than more policy or other advocacy audiences we may reach. Well, the fact of the matter is, when we apply for funding, oftentimes we apply for funding for a given opportunity. So an organization puts out a call for applications and says, hey, I have $100,000, I have $500,000, I got $1 million that I'm willing to give for projects that do X, Y, and Z. Well, your audience is really, in some of these cases, your audience could be an audience of one. Right? Your audience of one is who you think, it's that organization that's reviewing the funding, but it's also, again, it's the individuals who are likely to review that funding. So what do we know about that organization? What do we know about the things that they expect to fund? What type of individuals are likely to be on a review panel? And one of the things that we oftentimes see with research review panels is that you have experts on your panel and you have non-experts on your panel. In other words, there are going to be some people who are going to know the technical intricacies of your research and some people who are not going to know the technical intricacies of your research, but are still going to provide a valuable assessment of your grant proposal. So you got to be thinking about those. You got to read a lot. And in many cases, one of the things that the team at the grant writing program emphasizes is that you need to do as best as you can networking with those institutions as well. In other words, get to know those funders, right? Get to know them at conferences, get to know them in other spaces where you may collaborate, even non-financially, to be able to understand exactly what they're looking for, exactly how you're going to be able to tailor that message. Right? So that's the thing that you need to think about, because in the funding process, your audience is the funder or the reviewers that are going to make those decisions on your funding. So that can be different from some of the broader audiences that we've talked about. Onyechi says, please, as a researcher on antimicrobial resistance, the use of phytotherapy to combat, what should be the best audience apart from academic journals or conferences? Well, that's one that you're going to have to think about. And it really boils down to what Prof. Ed has said, which is, what is your call to action? What do you want them to do? Right? Every communication project right? And this is a requirement even in the Capstone projects here at the Institute, has to have a call to action. Your call to action could be simple. It could be to like my social media post, right? To engage by liking, reading, and liking. That's still a call to action. It's not a massive call to action, but it's something. Another call to action could be to connect with you, right? Sign up for a mailing list and sort of be able to get more information. That could be a call to action. Another call to action could be a policy change, right? Like making actual concrete change. Right? So the question that I would have for you and for you to reflect on is, what are you seeking to do with your communication? Right? Are you seeking to inform people? Are you seeking to shape policy? Are you shaping to have people engage long term? Are you trying to convene people to do something? What is it you're trying to do? That's going to be able to determine your audience. And if you don't know what you're trying to do, then you got to think about that fundamental aspect of, why are you translating research in the first place? And I think you'll be able to find that answer. You probably have that answer already. But that's what you want to start with. What are you seeking to do? And then that gets to you to know who the audiences are that you're likely to interact with. And then you got to do that detailed work that we've been talking about of sort of fleshing out that audience. So one of us shared healthcare workers at the grassroots. That may be one of yours, maybe policymakers, right? Something of that nature, maybe clinical workers, right? So you got to be thinking about, what are you seeking to do? What is that central call to action, right? Blessing said, wrong audience segmentation is the reason why some or many businesses fail. Yes, right? They don't know who their product is going to be sold for, right? They think they have a great product, but they don't have an audience for it, right? Again, we might have good research, but we need to sketch out what our audience for that will be, right? That's very, very critical. Ed has had a little bit of connection difficulty, so I'm carrying a little bit of the weight here, just so you know. But we'll come back to her in a moment here. But I want to go to you, Edith, and why don't you unmute yourself? I'm going to pass you the mic, Edith Koa, and why don't you share with us? Why don't you share with us a little bit more about this project? So you mentioned you're a communication lead, and you'd like to reach senior level policymakers. But so tell us a little bit more about this project.
Do you want me to talk about the project as a whole, or about my audience as asked in the question?
Let's start about the project. What is the project you're trying to advance? Because that will help us think about and give context for the audience you wrote about here. So why don't you start with the general initiative or the project?
So the Canva project is the abbreviation of catalyzing the adoption of a novel vector control toolbox. So it's a project led by the Center for Research in Infectious Diseases in Cameroon and funded by Unity. So we'll be working mainly on spatial emanators as our first tool. Our mission is to generate evidence so that it will be adopted as a new vector control tool. So we'll be testing it either in association with ITNs or as standalone tools. And it's a 5-year project. So at the end, we wish to have either a full recommendation for the WHO or an advancement of the current recommendation for spatial emanators. That's what I can say about the project.
Okay. And what is the policy that you would like to see adopted? Give us one recommendation of a policy that you want adopted.
The one policy I'm trying to advance is that in Cameroon, the principal vector control tool we use for now is insecticidal treated nets. So we like to enlarge the toolbox. We like to make the spatial emanators be accepted, be validated as a novel tool people could use to fight against malaria in Cameroon.
Okay. Good. Well, one of the things, we want to think about, and again, we've been pushing for many of us to think about, and as Edith begins to kind of brainstorm, and again, some of these projects are in the earlier phases, is that we have to have that call to action. We have to have that thing that we're trying to do. We have to have those objectives spelled out. One of the things that we notice in Edith's audience analysis is it gives us a little bit of clues about the outputs of what we're trying to do. So it talks about authoritative policy briefs, infographics, targeted LinkedIn updates. These are all sort of methods of communication or mediums of communication. But it's less so the mediums of communication that's important rather than what we're trying to communicate, what we're trying to get across. And the second part is to who we're trying to get that across, right? Those are the two things that we really need to have like hammered out. So the one thing that I would encourage us to think about is when we're framing our audience analysis, we need to frame it around the tangible thing we're trying to advance here. So as Edith began to share, there is some specific policies or specific tools that we want to have implemented. So we want to say, here's a tool we want to have implemented. Here are the specific people that are required to implement that tool. And then here are the things that they're going to likely like to interact with, right? In this audience analysis, though, we get some ideas about some of those tools that we're going to use to advance it, but we don't really have an understanding for who these diverse set of actors are. It says officials in the Ministry of Public Health. Then we have regional health delegations. We have parliamentary health committees. These are all very different, right? Groups of individuals with different levels of knowledge and education, of decision-making abilities, right? Regional versus like local, all the way up to parliamentary or political, all the way into bureaucrats, right? So we have all these different segments. How old are they? What types of backgrounds are they? What types of imagery or other things are they more likely to understand, right? We do talk about the language here, which I think was really good in Edith's because, among many languages that are spoken in Cameroon, obviously English and French are two languages that a lot of people speak, right? Even though there are many local languages that are spoken. And this part of this audience analysis actually is very nice because it acknowledges that the importance of having a bilingual approach in this case, or a multilingual approach to reaching these audiences. But what do we know about the application of that bilingual approach? Is it more likely that government sector workers or Ministry of Public Health people are going to be speaking, we're going to be speaking to them in French or reaching them in English? We can give some insights into that. We need to be, as specific as possible. And these audiences that seem to all be part of the policy making space, they can be very, very different, right? And many of us who know by working with ministers and sort of bureaucrats, it's a very different sort of space than working with politicians, and it's very different than working with more grassroots, practitioners in those spaces. So we would want to think about who is the median in those cases and what are they like, and spelling that out in even more detail than we have here. And also defining the overarching objective, right? So this is a good start, right? It's a good start. But again, we can go further in terms of interrogating who our audience might be. Let's go to you, Emanuela, and then I'm going to come back to the chat. Emanuela, why don't you share? I'm going to pass you the mic here for you to share a little bit more about this initiative where this audience that you're focusing on would be a part of or engaged.
Thank you, Prof. So, this study aims to evaluate the effectiveness of image-based communication among hypertensive patients in Ghana. So our hypothesis is that in using images to communicate to patients with hypertension, it would improve their comprehension because there are different languages which they speak, and using images can help communicate to them better. With this, it can improve their cardiovascular disease knowledge level, improve medication adherence, and at the end goal, also improve hypertension control. Thank
Great.
you.
Yes, and just keep your mic open, Emmanuel, in case we kind of have a back and forth here. But I want to look at what you shared. And again, this is the short audience summary here. It says the audience I seek to reach consists of adults. And here's a key piece. There is age mentioned, right? Again, when we're reaching audiences, it doesn't mean it's going to be only people 30 to 65, but when we're planning our communications, we have to have some idea as to what is the core age group we're trying to reach. And that will give us some indication about the imagery, the discussions, the things that we have. And this is a pretty wide age range, but at least it's not like we're communicating to everyone, adults of all ages, right? We are leaving off like a segment of the youth here. We're talking to more sort of middle-aged to older adults, right? That's what we have here. And I think that's really good, right? And very few of you in your audience analyses included age as a kind of a key part of your analysis. But in this case, Emanuela, you've shared that there, which is good. And then you also share in urban and peri-urban communities. So now you're talking about a certain segment of the population, right? Urbanites. And when we think about urbanites, we think about people who have a little bit more connectivity than perhaps people in rural areas where connectivity can be harder to get, like internet access, things of that nature. So we have some assumptions about urban and peri-urban communities, but at the same time, as it's urban, peri-urban, we know that within urban communities, you have wealthy neighborhoods, you have not so wealthy neighborhoods, you have a variety of different experiences that can all be seen in the cityscapes that exist, right? Including the cityscape of Accra, Ghana, for instance, right? So you go a little bit further than just saying urban and peri-urban people. You talk about the specific segments within that, which was nice, which is working in the informal sector, such as market women, fishermen, and fishmongers, right? So this is even more precise, which is very good. So we want to think about what your average fisherman is going to, talk about, understand, relate to. What is your average market woman going to, or market man for that matter, going to interact with, for instance? So like you can have that conversation because we're very specific about that. And in thinking about a market woman or fisherman or fishmonger, we would have conversations about issues surrounding literacy, about issues surrounding imagery, issues surrounding foundational education and themes of knowledge. And as you've pointed out, one of the things that you would most likely encounter in those spaces is that, there's going to be language barriers. So even though we might want to think about having this outreach in English, maybe Chi or, Ga is going to be a better, set of language toolkit to be able to draw on, to be able to reach this segment, right? Furthermore, you mentioned health literacy, right? And we can think about this in terms of the educational levels of the folks that we are going to reach. And one of the solutions that you said was connecting with them in terms of the imagery, right, that you'll use. So less text. So forget about all the text that we could have, but maybe some pictures with just a little bit of minimal text, but also guide and sort of storytelling elements infused is going to be a much more effective approach, right? So we can see that has come out here. The audience is important to me because it represents populations most affected by hypertension, yet are least reached by conventional research communication. So I'll say, Emanuela, I think you've done a pretty good job here in terms of your audience segmentation. Now, Amici says, well, people in their early 20s also have trouble with hypertension. Yes, but that may not be the audience you want to reach. And I think that's the thing that you have to be comfortable with research communication is, your problem or your thing that you're trying to advance may touch on other audience segments or reach other people, but they may not be the focus of this particular research communication, initiative. And the more narrow and niche and focused you can make that communication efforts, ultimately the more effective that's going to be. And then later, perhaps Emanuela could think of saying, well, we've been successful with our 30 to 65-year-old age bracket. Let's think about a youth campaign that uses some of the common things that we found successful in this age bracket, but tailor it in ways that are going to reach youth audiences, right? And so that's what we would want to think about doing, right? And so again, a lot of us want to think big when it comes to research communication. We want to feel like we have a megaphone that will reach everyone. But the most effective research communicators are oftentimes those that are very focused, particularly at the beginning of an initiative with their megaphone rather than broad-based with their megaphone. So, Emanuela, anything else you wanted to share or reflect on?
Thank
Okay.
you, Prof. So I'll look at everything that you've said and then re-strategize everything. Thank you.
Yeah, but I think we're on our way here. And I think you can be a little bit more particular, even with some of the peri-urban and urban communities that you're going to target, right? Because they're very different. Like Ho is, a more urban area, different than, Kumasi or Accra or so on and so forth. So we can even get a little bit more specific in some of these cases, at least in the early phases of this initiative. But I think you've done a fairly good job at demonstrating here, a serious engagement with audience analysis. Great. All right. Let's go on to Hashina. Joining us from Madagascar. And so, Hashina, I'm going to pass you the mic. You are here. Hopefully, you'll be able to unmute yourself and share a little bit more with us about this initiative that you've got going here.
Yeah. From my side, I'm conducting a research. I mean to see the to see how can we leverage the financing in terms of disaster risk management, especially when we talk about disaster risk management. Some of the funding has come from donor contingency fund and humanitarian put funding mechanism. So in my research, I am to raise advocacy in terms of how can we link the financing in terms of disaster risk reduction, especially in terms of anticipatory action, which means the funding before any disaster occurs, especially in most vulnerable communities, on how can we link those anticipatory action with other financing options other than the donor contingency fund or humanitarian put or anything linked to the government, especially by linking them within the insurance and climate funds or within work with private sectors. So especially I will raise some work in terms of communicating the research within the government agencies, especially, and raising advocacy within the international organization like the WFP, OCHA, FAO. In my case, the most specific audience are high level audiences, which are mostly expert in terms of decision makers, which are mostly technical advisors, especially, and they have big influence in terms of funding allocation and program design and policy advocacy. So in terms of communication preference, I have written that if effectively what is really need from my side is to write policy brief that could help to support, to raise the advocacy to them, to summarize the key funding, to raise recommendation and actionable steps to help the NGOs on their decision making on program design. And also we can also held some conferences of publications and workshop within the stakeholder meetings. But the main issues is that those stakeholders has different interests in terms of climate finance. So it will be a little bit challenging to reach them directly, especially when we don't have a direct linking with them. So that's why I raised in the chat also some question about what are the best approaches to better approach this high level international organization or high level audiences in that case. I don't know if I explained it very well.
Yeah,
thank
you. Thank you for sharing. Great. Excellent. Thanks for sharing, Hashina. So in this case, we're talking about international organizations. So again, our audiences can be a lot of different institutions or individuals, or in this case, organizations. one of the things to think about is that every organization has its own politics, its own sort of set of objectives, its own ways of doing things, its own language about the ways in which it talks about issues and things that it cares about. So as much as they all may be doing sort of similar things like FAO or the World Food Program or the FAO, they're doing similar things on food security, and they collaborate and work with one another. They can be very different in many respects. And one of the things that it's really useful to think is about creating communication strategies that may be similar across these international organizations, but slightly different in relation to the internal politics and the approaches that these different institutions take and engage with when it comes to projects and other initiatives. The other thing to keep in mind here, and this is a critical part of research communication when it comes to policy making and working with policymakers, definitely international organizations, is it's very important to network with these institutions and the people that are there. We oftentimes, and coming back to this theme from earlier, we oftentimes think of our stakeholders as an institution, but it really isn't an institution. It's people within the institution that are going to be the ones that you're going to work with. Institutions are not living and breathing things. They are just groups of individuals who come together with some common purpose, a common interests, common approaches, so on and so forth. So one of the things that you're going to need to think about is, you mentioned that the technical teams at these organizations are particularly important to forging collaborations and working together. Well, what do we know about these technical teams? What are the types of people who are on those technical teams at World Food Program, for instance, that we would be relating to? Can we talk about them? Can we understand what their backgrounds are? Can we understand what they've worked on in the past and how they think about issues? Those are the things that we really need to investigate. And so one of the things that we like to talk a lot about when it comes to dealing with funders or international institutions is doing a lot of work on scoping of these institutions and doing a lot of what some would call, LinkedIn or professional stalking in that respect. And what does that mean? That means about learning about the people in those institutions, looking at the bios, going through the technical teams, understanding where they went to school, what are the projects they've worked on, and things of that nature. Because if you're trying to reach them, at their level and get them to engage with you, you really need to understand the people within those institutions and where they come from. So that's one of the things that I think is really critical here, particularly when you're talking about the role of technical advisors and program managers being really critical, because they've had sort of unique trajectories, and getting to know them is going to be a really important above and beyond. The other thing I will say here is that we want to say more about the demographics. We want to say more about what they're likely to know. We also want to be a little bit more detailed in terms of how we describe these organizations. And a lot of us, when we submitted our audience analyses for the pre-workshop assignment, it was very apparent that some of us used AI to help do that. So we dropped in a question into, ChatGPT or Claude Anthropic or, whatever it was that we used. And it shared out some sort of general things to share about our audience. And I think that can be sometimes a useful place to start if you're trying to find out, what are some things that I could think about in terms of the audience. But the challenge with doing that is the ChatGPT is not going to know these people, is not going to know as much detail as we probably should when it comes to conducting an audience analysis. So it's going to say, I have a project in this sort of advocacy space, right? Like, climate adaptation. Tell me some audiences that I might want to reach if I'm doing this project in climate adaptation. And it's going to give you really broad strokes ideas in terms of who to reach. And that may be really good, again, for brainstorming. But in terms of getting the fine-grained, personas, and that's another key term hopefully we've developed here thus far, personas in terms of who we're trying to reach, it's going to be a little bit harder for these engines to be able to imagine exactly who we're trying to reach here. So that's what we would want to think. We would want to add a lot more details about these program managers, these technical advisors, and their backgrounds. That's going to allow us to really tailor our messages, right? And again, this is what we're doing. We're tailoring the messages as closely as we can to our audiences, and that's why audience analysis is important. Etta, did you have anything you wanted to add to this?
Yeah, basically, I wanted to highlight the communication preferences that Hasina brought up, which I think that is really important. And so she tried to map out what her audiences will be interested in terms of the channels to which they will want to receive information. And that's really interesting. And we also saw the message she put out there, which we see it captured in how she looked at the organizational role of these stakeholders. And I think, Prof. Peter, you've alluded to this, but just to further emphasize, the starting point of audience analysis is to look at our audiences as people rather than abstracts. So let's not look at them from a point of abstraction. Stakeholders, decision makers, policy makers. No. Who are they in terms of people? What characteristics do they bear? And that's why we brought these key questions here that could be able to help you do that. So that's the starting point of audience analysis. Understand who they are as persons, and then you can move forward to segment them.
Indeed, and we can see that some of us have done that in the chat. Kindi has revised and sort of resubmitted, or at least shared for the first time, their specific audience analysis with some discussion about age and state of their career, what they're seeking to learn from, learn in these spaces, right? That's really good. I think that's great. You began to, so check in the chat, Kahindi's what they shared. This is an example of a more in-depth persona building audience analysis. And this is exactly what we're on to reach, because it then will tailor and shape everything that we're going to do afterwards. Amici says, this question about, I'm doing this research on these themes. Should this work be piped down to the whole country, a particular state, or just start for the local government? Well, I think one of the challenges here, and the thing to think about, is not just about where you do it or geographical regions, right? But it can be you don't necessarily need to have research communication, audience and analysis and focus on and be determined by geographical boundaries. A lot of times it's just determined by other factors that are important. So, for instance, you're looking at an excessive painful response to sound, right? This concern. Well, who is going to be more likely to be interested? Who are you trying to reach? You don't just say, well, I'm going to do this in Lagos because I'm there and it's a cool place to do it, right? You have to have a reason there. What is it about the people, Lagosians, for instance, or in that situation or in that setting, that you would be focusing on there more than, say, other places? So let the folks that you are trying to guide, let the objectives of what you're trying to achieve with your communication guide where you're actually doing your communication, rather than just sort of throwing out a place to be able to do your communication either countrywide, regionally, or sub-regionally. Just something to think about there. All right, so let's move on to our second theme. And we're going to talk about, we've talked about audience and audience analysis. Now we're going to talk about reaching that audience a little bit more and talking about storytelling. So in the next hour, before we go to our break, our 2-hour break, where you're going to have a little mini assignment, we're going to talk about storytelling, and then we're going to talk about storytelling in the context of presentation making. And you're going to have to, I'll give you an insight, you're going to have to make a couple slides during the break that a few of us are going to share, and we're going to workshop, that is going to engage in the purpose of using storytelling to be able to communicate our research, which is a fundamental tool that we need to use to reach the audiences that we seek to reach. So with that, pass it over to you, Etta.
All right, so storytelling, one of my best pieces, a way of communicating, a way of sharing our own information with the world, and in a way that will actually create that impact. When we think about a story, it's a form of presentation. And so that means that it needs to be provocative, it needs to be emotive, it needs to be thought-provoking, enlightening, and memorable. One of the fundamental questions I've had in this program was coming from a science scholar. How do we call them? Since sometimes we say all of us are scientists. So we say from a pure scientist. And the question was, I'm dealing with air. I talk about air, issues have got to do with the air. How do I use a story? I think that stories really work for those in the arts and in the humanities. And this is a common thought process for many of us who are scientists, pure scientists, to think that, well, stories are only things of the arts, they are things of the humanities. And so my big, wonderful, complex scientific terms cannot, or concepts and issues cannot be communicated through stories. But no, that's not true. Because the underlying question is, who really uses the air? So you're working towards purifying the air for who? For humans. So are they relating with the information that you are sharing? And this is why our presentations, when we're dealing with stories, needs to be emotive, because communication has got to do with our senses. So when we are communicating, we are using gestures, we are using the voice, we are using sight, we are using lots of physical properties of the body and our senses. And so your audience as well should be able to relate with that. You should be able to provoke them, provoke their emotions, inspire them to want to relate to the information that you are bringing up. And this is where stories come. And trust me, stories are things that we have lived with forever. They have been there since the beginning of time. And when we look at these stories, we can see how they are important. If we look at storytelling in itself, we can see how they are important. It's that is that approach, is that way that we use it, inviting others into our own perspective. Like I said before, you want to talk about bioethics, you want to talk about hyperacusis, you want to talk about education, you want to talk about public health policy, or just whatever it's in your interest. You want to communicate it. What you are communicating is of interest to you. If you want others to understand your interest, to understand your point of passion, to understand all of the energy and the effort that you're putting in to channel that information, you need to find a way to bring them into your own world. You need to find a way to bring them into your own perspective. And to be able to do that, storytelling becomes very important. Why? Because it's a very holistic process. It's a process that requires that the storyteller is activating and focuses the listener's senses to the message. So through a story, one can be able to think back about their own experiences. One can be able to think about how many times maybe you may have been called upon to make a contribution towards a humanitarian case, or a social case or something. Think about that. Sometimes just the story you are told, you start making those contributions without even thinking. Why? Because it has been able to activate that emotion, that inner need for care that Carl Rogers says that we all have. And truly, we all have that. But we need someone to activate that. And we can do that through a story. So storytelling can be very impactful, and it can drive specific outcomes if told well. Yes, we can be able to do that. So why do we tell a story? I think I've alluded to this a lot. Is that process where we are transporting others, we are inviting others into our own worldview, into our own perspective, because we are advocates of our own research findings, and the research interests and specializations. We are advocates. And so we must be able to strongly speak about it and get others to join us in that journey. And so it's that opportunity to be able to transport. It's also the opportunity to be able to convey experiences. Then people can be able to relate to their own lived experiences. Sometimes it may not even be a direct lived experience, but it may be that of someone they are related to, some brother, some sister who is facing that issue, who is going through that challenge. When you tell stories, then one can be able to you're conveying people's experiences. And it also helps that you elicit a response. We said when you communicate, there is a target. The target of that communication is likely that you are calling people to action. You want them to be able to take certain actions specific to the issue that you are raising. You want them to be able to make certain decisions. You want to be able to influence how they think about particular issues. And that's why we say that you must be able, therefore, to sing your own song through advocacy. You should be able to advocate for your own view. It's your philosophy. It's your way of thinking. And so when you want to elicit that desired response, storytelling can be one of the ways that you can do that, as well as to persuade for action and to also make your message memorable. Because if at the end of the day, your presentation, someone leaves your presentation and they say, well, I don't remember what you said. Nice work on how to communicate, but I really don't remember anything. Then you still have not hit the mark. So when we communicate, we also want to ensure that that stays in memory. And science shows us how we can effectively move information from just from that century point to a short-term point and even to a long-term point. And when we do that, it comes with providing concise information that is very clear and is very concise, and also presented in ways that the individual or the listener can be able to receive. And so these are some of the reasons as to why we tell stories.
And I think
Yes,
one of the
Professor.
other pieces that I can reflect on with folks who are sharing in the chat about their experience and thinking about the projects and initiatives that they're working on, one of the things that I will encourage you to do is to think about explaining, in addition to the story, why your story is important to tell. Right? A lot of us as researchers, because we focus on what we focus on, we think what we do is really cool, really interesting, really important, right? But a lot of times the folks that we're trying to interact with, particularly for some of us that are focusing on sort of less common problems or, more marginal diseases or things of that nature, you're going to get audiences that will be skeptical about whether this issue or this concern or this story is really important to sort of reflect on, to tell, to engage with. So one of the things that you have to do in addition to telling the story is to tell the audience that this story is an important story to tell and to communicate that. And I think that a lot of folks in research communication just think that if they just put out this piece to their audience, that they're going to find it important, they're going to find it interesting. And oftentimes it's actually not the case. They sort of gloss over it. They move on. They don't think that that story is the most important to tell, for instance. So we're going to look at one story here because documentaries oftentimes do a really good job of telling stories, and particularly documentaries that oftentimes touch on and share important research themes or important information. And this particular one that we're going to look at comes from BBC Africa Eye. We'll leave our discussion about the BBC and their journalistic practice aside. I'm sure a lot of us have different thoughts and discussions on that. But we're going to be looking at this more from the angle of the storytelling element. And this particular story is going to look at this issue surrounding ritual killing. So imagine you're a researcher who's doing work on this issues of ritual killing, of these ritual sacrifice, the issues surrounding the legal aspects, the human rights aspects, and all that. So you have a background in that, and you're trying to tell the story about this or explain this and have conversations about next steps. Well, the first place to do this perhaps is to tell stories. So when you look at documentaries, particularly that have a really substantive focus, they're going to oftentimes put at the center of their documentary certain characters or people who they're going to use to help tell the story and get the audience engaged in that conversation. And we're going to look at how that's done in this example, which is entitled Money Rituals, Africa's Deadliest Taboo, again, from Africa Eye. I'll place a link to the entire recording in your chat, but we're going to look at just one little short 3 minutes of it so you get a sense. And I will warn you, given the nature of the subjects that are covered here, that this is going to discuss some very sensitive and quite morbid details as well for any of us that need that warning. I've just shared that. So let us get into this. But one of the things that you see in this opening part of this documentary is you see obviously the story of the lady who's here, and she's telling her story, and the journalist is even showing himself as part of this, as part of the story, as he's narrating the story as well. But you'll notice in this segment that there's also this information that's embedded in it about ritual killing, its scope, who it affects, and its impact on people, right? So as much as this is about a story that is being told to engage at the beginning of this documentary, it's also lacing that story with critical pieces of information that you're getting across, right? Imagine this documentary another way, where all it was telling you was the facts and figures of ritual killings and what is being done and what is not being done, right? It would be a lot less effective, a lot less attention grabbing, a lot less emotional in terms of our engagement in this important conversation that this documentary will then go into than it would be when we just forget about the story and we just think about the hardcore facts about ritual killing. So, documentaries do a really nice job of integrating storytelling, but it's something that we can be doing in a lot of different spaces as we give presentations, as we even, frame our policy briefs and policy discussions. It's how we can begin to engage with people when we're sharing in digital mediums as well. This role of storying, particularly at the beginning of our conversations about our research work, that can be really compelling and really be the hook that will grab people's attentions, bring people in, seek to get that engagement that we like to seek. And so I'm going to turn it back over to Etta. Let me go back to where we were here to take a look at some examples of storytelling and some modalities of storytelling before we get into looking at this play out in presentations. So I'm going to pass it back to you, Etta.
And before we go further, we can ask how many of us wanted to continue with that video. You'll see that it's quite attention grabbing. And sometimes when we do our PowerPoint presentations, even before we move to the third slide, the room is everybody's on their phone. And so in that way, your communication piece will not really be hitting the mark because people are not paying attention. So when we use stories, we say it's a holistic process because it can help be able to engage all of these senses. Now, let's look at another example. We have two problems here. It's really the same problem presented in two different ways. And I'm just going to look at the problem as it is so that we don't let the cat out of the bag. And then afterwards, we're going to ask you some questions about this. So should I say pay attention? All right, pay attention. Problem A. So maternal mortality is 673 per 100,000 births, nearly 1.5 times higher than the national average. And obstetric hemorrhage, is the leading cause. The under 5 mortality rate is 82 per 1,000 live births, among the highest in Kenya. Although contraceptive prevalence has increased over the past decade, teenage pregnancy remains among the highest of all Kenyan counties. More than 30% of women report distance to a health facility as a barrier. So that's one side of the problem, one way of presenting it, problem A. The same problem, let's look at it presented as B. When we visited Migori County last December, we found about 700 women experiencing bleeding during pregnancy. After several struggles, we still lost about 673 of them. It was especially hard for one of these women, Judith. At age 17, Judith had lost her first child. When he was 1 year old, she arrived at the health facility after 3 hours of travel and encountered a long queue. As she waited for her turn, fever overcame her baby. Her second child died even before it was born. Judith represents the state of maternal health in Kenya. Okay. Somebody's blessing says B captures. All right, now to our question. Which one? Prof. Peter, can you take this off slide? Which one caught your attention the most? Talking about maternal mortality. Which one caught your attention the most? And let's do well to add the why. So why?
One of us said because A includes a lot of jargon, so there have been a couple of them that explained, yeah. B is more realistic as well. Yeah, think about all those policy briefs you read where it's like the infant mortality is this out of 1,000 and then this out of 1,000 and like all those policy briefs or policy papers you read where there's a ton of numbers or statistics. How many of us really just, we read those statistics, we think to ourselves, oh, is that high or low? And then we move on. We don't really care what the actual statistic is. We're just trying to get a general sense, but what we're really trying to do is understand other aspects of the problem. But a lot of people spend a lot of time sharing these kind of facts and figures, a ton of facts and figures. But, you know, the question is, do we retain that? Do we interact with that? Is that going to motivate our conversation in the directions and the ways that we want to? In many cases, not so much, not as much as we would like to think.
Okay, great. So if we do the Zoom maths that Prof. Peter likes a lot, we'll see that many people are saying B. Okay, let me give a percentage. About 95% of people are saying B. It's a better approach to present, and that's because it's memorable, because it's touching on real life experiences. Blessing says it touches on real life experiences, and this is really important. Sometimes our problems need a name, and when the name is absent, we cannot really relate as to how realistic that problem is. It is very different when you say that 80% of the population have not gone to school or are illiterates, compared to when you say that Mercy is an illiterate, and these are the challenges that she has to face as a result of that. They are just two different things. There's the same information, yes, but communicated across differently. One hitting the psychosocial, emotional aspects of human thinking, and the other just being bland. We don't get it mixed up. We are not saying do not use facts and figures. That is critical in scientific communication. You must bring the facts and figures. However, if you look at problem B, those facts are still there. So why problem A says that it is 673 per 100,000 beds, nearly 1.5 times. Problem B says that after several struggles, we still lost about 673 of them. So you see that it is still there, and it helps you to be able to relate more with the information because you can identify this has been given a persona. I think we discussed this, we mentioned this earlier. This has been given a persona, and it is necessary. So it's necessary to be able to hit the right target. All right, so storytelling actually has a structure, and for those of us here who are communication experts or have had the theories of communication and storytelling, we may have come across this. There is Freytag's 5-plot pyramid that gives us a structure as to how we can tell a story from a rising to a falling point. When we watched the kidnapping story from BBC, we asked how many of us are looking forward to seeing the complete video. Why? Because there was, when it started, you could feel the temperature, you could feel our interest rising right up to the point where it falls. And even when we write academic papers, we do it in the same way. So we start by identifying the problem and we present the problem and we we problematize the problem. That's how I love to put it. So we make a whole big deal about the problem. And we talk about the different ways in which we are going to solve that problem. And then we end with providing solutions to that problem through our findings. Through our findings and recommendations, we are now settling on that problem in a way. So in part, you are saying, okay, this is what the problem is. These are the objectives or questions I want to answer. These are the methods. So you could see it rise right to the point of climax and then fall to a point where we get a solution. And Freytag tells us that this is a required structure that we can use when we tell a story. A point where we expose what the issue is, what the problem is, what the thing of concern is. We do that. We expose it. So an exposition stage where we are able to provide a background, lay down a character of that particular story to a point where we start anchoring on what the problem actually is. And the possible attempts that have been made to solve that problem. When you write a good introduction, one of the communication channels we use in our program is academic articles. So those in the track of academic publishing. And so as we talk about storytelling, it's not just when you do a video or when you do an audio, it's equally in your writing, it equally applies. So you begin by giving us a context of your research. So are you working in the context of educational inequalities? Are you working in the context of maternal mortality, as we saw in the previous example? What exactly is your context? If you just jump into the problem, then you've not exposed people, you've not given a background that allows people to understand. A very basic example I used to give is somebody walks into your house and they just say, please for salt. You probably not even give them. Unless they even start with a mini introduction, some greeting, that serves as a background. So in storytelling as well, you also start with this exposition and move to a point where you are actually anchoring on the problem, talking about what exactly the problem is, where it hurts and how it hurts. Because again, not everything is a problem. So I have a head, it's not a problem. It's when that head starts aching that we know that a problem has happened in that case. So how it hurts, what really is the issue there, and then of course acknowledging attempts that have been made, because we will understand the magnitude of the problem if we can acknowledge that attempts have been made to solve this problem, yet this problem persists. In that way, we can be able to see the gap. So in our story as well, that rising action as well is needed. So someone called me into a room. They asked me to come in for an interview. I was not prepared for the interview. And when they called me and they asked the first question, I had to mumble. And the panelists were looking at each other. There is a rising action there that you're already putting forward. And everybody's trying to say, okay, really, where will this end? So you move to that point, right up to the turning point, which is a climax. And it is the highest level of the point. of the story, sorry. So it's that point where you are actually hitting the key, the required, the mark of the issue. So remember, we're talking about storytelling in research communication. So as you are presenting that research, that research, whether it's even in a PowerPoint presentation, you get to that point, that hallmark, and then it begins to drop. And when we have that falling point, then that is when we are having the solution to that problem that you have brought forth. And so storytelling uses a very conversational approach. It's like you're having a conversation with someone. And you can be able to do that even before you go into communication. One of the things I enjoyed from the chat right now was a comment from David earlier on, I think Odoyo. One of the things he said is that when we want to communicate, we just jump into the communication, but we need to plan for that interaction. And that planning is a very critical phase in itself. So sometimes you even need to model a conversation between you and yourself. One of the things you can do is put a phone in front of you, open up the video, and record yourself trying to do that presentation and see whether even you will be interested in it. And so that's one of the ways you can go about it, because storytelling, it's a conversation that you're having, and you are hoping that as you converse with your audience, as you have this conversation with your audience, you'll be able to receive feedback from them. You'll be able to inspire their engagement. It is wrong. It is completely false to think that if you give a good presentation and people don't ask questions, it's because they understood everything. It really means they understood nothing. So yeah, your communication should be able to inspire some kind of feedback. At least they should be able to ask you questions, make proposals, and so on, expand on your work and so on. You can also use personalized stories and also make your stories short and readable and also interesting. And it's important to blend stories with visualizations. So you want to talk about maternal mortality, as we may see, you may really want to show a picture there about hemorrhage. And if you show that picture, you may see that you have a purpose. Your purpose is to be able to hit a particular emotion. And you will be able to do that when you use the right visualization. You can also change your pitch as you write, as you tell your story, even in your presentation. So if you have a PowerPoint presentation, as you do use your stories, you can change your pitch to be able to show. This will help you to show the rising points and the falling points of your story. That's also important. And story requires that an active imagination, and is a creative piece. So imagine, create a vision of your story before you write it, and you can develop themes to be able to capture the main ideas. Like we said earlier, you can put a camera in front of you and practice and see how it's good. You can also practice with people in your home, not necessarily the technical experts, and see where they will criticize. And these are good points to improve your story.
I want to just touch on what David said. A good story needs to be piloted and tested before aired. And that's great. That goes along with what we talked about audience analysis, is that when we think again about those companies that are putting out marketing messages, right? They do the research, they develop the strategy, and then they pilot it and they test it in smaller spaces so that when they do a national campaign or a larger campaign, they can rest assured that those stories, that imagery, that approach is going to be effective. And the same thing goes with your storytelling approach. You want to practice it in smaller venues in many cases to see how things play, and then you'll be able to revise and improve it. And then when the big show happens, you'll be confident that things are going to play out the way that you would like to. In addition to that, Tiselo said in the chat, a common conversation that generally comes up when these discussions of storytelling come up, which is this this concept of professional language and storytelling, and the juxtaposition between them. So I'll read it. Gisela says, a personal reflection. I often find myself feeling that I have to choose between number one being like the example A that was on the screen before, a captivating storytelling like presentation, or sorry, that would have been B, what's there, or number two, a seemingly more professional presentation. Professional in quotes there. I do not know why problem B feels more informal and therefore not adequate for a presentation or a formal piece. And this is oftentimes a misconception. Now, first of all, our audience does matter. So there are certain things that we care about when it comes to the expectations for how we might speak and do things when it comes to our audience. Remember, that was the first major theme of our workshop, right? So that is the case. And Ashina reflected that, and Precious reflected that in her response to this comment as well, which was good. But I want you to think about this in a broader perspective. A lot of technical efforts, the so-called professional language people, oftentimes speak in the ways that they do because they do not themselves have a very large communication range. In other words, they're not equipped to do science communication themselves. So they bury themselves in technical languages, sometimes even hiding behind technical languages, the professional kind of language that they use, because they're not really that effective communicators themselves, right? So part of the reason why this persists is that a lot of people in research, a lot of people in science are not themselves effective communicators. Now, sometimes, though, technical elements are important, and certainly they are. In research, part of what we do is technical, right? We have research methodologies, we have models, we have approaches. As I mentioned at the beginning, I'm a data scientist, so I do a lot of work with data and large models and coding and all of this stuff. So we have that. That's important. But, one of the things that people underappreciate is the importance of telling stories. And storytelling is not all about like the stories that we saw in the BBC documentary or the story of Judith. Sometimes the story can be told in numbers, but it's communicated in ways that get to the central message of what you're saying and don't get bogged down in giving a litany of statistics that are unconnected to really articulating the story or the thing that we're trying to articulate in broader strokes, right? And so you can still sound and be incredibly professional. In fact, the best and the highest ranked professionals and professors that communicate effectively will acknowledge this, and you will see them do this. They can still be highly professional and competent and demonstrate that expertise while being a very good storyteller and communicator of that piece. And that's what I will say. A lot of times we interact with more technical teams, people behind the scenes, people who are not trained there. But if you look at their CEO, if you look at the executive director for the overarching institution, you will find that oftentimes many of them got to that position because they were not only technical experts, but they were also able to communicate very effectively as well. And so our hope here at the Institute and in our workshop, and of course the full program, is to advance you into those types of positions, to move beyond just the sort of the technical team communications, although important, but also to have that range to be able to compete and be in those other spaces too. So just keep that in mind. I think that's something that we have to acknowledge here as well. We can still be a good technical communicator as well. That's still very important.
And it's always a very interesting conversation to have. Let's always remember that our audiences are humans and they want to hear you. They want to engage with the information that you're sharing, and they want to be able to take action and leave feedback. At the center of communication is a goal. What is the goal of your communication? If it's just to speak and walk out, it's fine. You can not care about your audience and share technical jargons and, plot graphs and all sorts of things and leave the place. But if the goal of your communication is to ensure that that information is memorable and people take action around that information or regarding that information, then it is important that you target humans. Humans relate with their world through their senses. They want to see. That's why PowerPoint presentations have moved from text-rich presentations to visually rich presentations. Nobody is interested in seeing huge paragraphs, big paragraphs in your presentation. Everybody just gets bored and they turn on to something interesting like their phone. Why? Because individuals, okay, so I always talk and draw in a bit of psychology. So Piaget tells us that we adapt to our world through our senses, through an understanding of how people think. So if we cannot use this scientific information in how we communicate as well, then we cannot communicate effectively. And this is where stories come in. So stories are not just tales. They are not just empty tales. They're not just narratives. But as Prof. Peter has said, we can use them. In fact, we advise thesis students, whenever you're writing your findings section, you must look at the story that is emerging from the data that you have shared. So 80%, 50%, 60%, what does it mean? What does it mean? People start reading your work sometimes from discussions, from the discussion point, because they cannot understand what all of your percentage until when you start making meaning out of it. And this is where stories come in. So yes, they're a scientific tool and they can be used to communicate very, very advanced and robust information.
Indeed. And you mentioned PowerPoints, which is presentations, which is where we're going to go next. So for the next 25 minutes, we're going to talk about presentations, and then we're going to have we're going to take a 2-hour break. So we're going to take a good break because I know we've been on for 3 hours going. We're going to take a break and then we're going to come back. But the goal is for you to, craft a mini presentation, maybe a couple slides that's going to use storytelling effectively. And after that break, a few of you are going to share live with us, and we're going to do some critiquing and workshopping of that work, right? Because that's one of the things here at the Institute we really like to do is give a lot of feedback and workshop things. Obviously, we only have one day we're together, so we only have limited time, but we're going to leverage that as much as possible in our format today. So let's talk about impactful presentations and delivery, which is one manifestation of storytelling, right? Storytelling permeates everything. It could be in documentaries, podcasts, could be in policy briefs, it could be in a lot of places. But we're going to look at storytelling in 2 different ways today in the workshop: presentations and then blog posts and social media social media campaigns. Those are going to be our focus, right? Moving on. So let's talk about that first one here. Presentation. So most scholars use presentations, right? Slides. We're using slides today. Too many words on these slides, by the way, but there's a different format. We're more doing instruction and we're all in different countries. So we have to have a lot more text. It's almost like it's not closed captioning, but it's a little bit of closed captioning to help us all to hear in case we're not hearing. But generally speaking, do not model the way we've done our slides, all of our slides here. We generally want a lot less, and we're going to take a look at some examples in a moment. But most scholars use PowerPoint, Google Slides, Keynote, Canva to craft their slides. And there are a few other platforms that we know that people are doing, even Prezi, which moves around kind of like a poster. Presentations should focus on key takeaways, working backwards from that starting point. Just to what Etta said, and a theme for this workshop, and a theme for many of you as you shared feedback about your own projects in the chat, which is you have to have an objective for your communication efforts. You're not just telling people. You're not just talking for talking's sake. I'm sure we've all been in rooms where people talk for talking's sake, and it really is annoying. We get really bored and we say, why are we here? This person just wants to stand on stage and talk. We talk and we stand on stage oftentimes because we have, a particular objective, right? Amici says also LaTeX Beamer is also another one. LaTeX, Overleaf LaTeX is another thing that a lot of researchers use. In the research communication program, we do trainings in using LaTeX. It's another platform that's there. I'm glad you mentioned that. It's fun that you mentioned that. Not many people use it, but it is a good platform. There are some others there. It's AI platforms there too. But it's a blend. Presentations are a blend of graphics and small amounts of text. Emphasis on small amounts of text. And when we think about the genesis of presentations, we think about machines like this. And most of us are not going to be familiar with it because it's older than our generation. But if I think about my parents' generation, for instance, they used projectors like this, that had literal slides, that had things that they had to go to a store to be able to take a picture take pictures and then turn into these slides that you hold up to the light and you project. And that's the way slides were. And back in those days, you had to plan ahead before you did a presentation. You couldn't just be sitting there the night before changing your slides around, as all of us have done before presentations. Trust me, we've all been there. So like you couldn't do that. You had to plan things out. And you'll notice about slides back in those days is that they did a lot of more pictures. They had a lot less text, right? It was harder to put text elements on the slide. In fact, it was a lot easier to use images, right? And so this was the old school way of doing it. You put the picture on behind you. It was sometimes grainy. It was sometimes not perfect. But guess what? When you gave a presentation, you actually spoke to your audience. You actually engaged with your audience as a person speaking. These days, what do we see? We see somebody get up in front of a PowerPoint and they make assumptions about a presentation today. The assumption, I think, number one that people make is that people are not even listening to the speaker. So therefore, they've got to put everything on their slide. It's almost like they assume somebody's talking, but all people are doing is looking at their slide. So they say, well, if it's not on the slide, then nobody in my audience is ever going to know what I said. So they start listing everything on their slides because they're making an assumption that no one's actually listening to them. Maybe a decent assumption. I don't know. An ideal presentation environment, probably not the thing that you would want. The second assumption is that everyone in the audience requires transcriptions or is 100% visual learner. In other words, I've got to add everything to my slide, every diagram, every data visualization, because everyone in my audience just can't listen, right? They're like 100% visual learners, which isn't the case, right? There are some of us that are 100% visual learners, but most of us, if we're visual learners, which is, I think, according to the research, a majority of the population, we're very visual people. Humans are, 80%, 70%. Right, are going to be, 70%, 80% visual, and then the other 40% other ways in which we learn, in which we interact. But we assume when we give presentation that, if it's not on our side, it's never happened, and that everyone needs that level of prompting. The second thing is that we do not need to script everything if it's written in full. So we've gotten away from presentations where people had a plan for their presentation. Instead, they have like general ideas, bullet points, or what they do is they write a script of bullet points on the slides. So they go from point to point to point, and they're just kind of following the slides, right? That is there. It is important to script your presentation, but that script shouldn't be on your screen. And that script should be, committed to memory as best as you can, when you get up there to present, right? In other words, you want to engage with your audience. There's you and your audience, and then there's your slides behind you, and your slides support what you are doing. And then the final thing is that everything must be shared. In other words, when I did a research study and I have all these questions on my survey, I have to show them every single survey question, every single result. And I'm sure we've all been in presentations where the person is flipping through all these results. And the funny thing about it is that they look at the time and they realize they're running out of time, and then they start going through them even faster and faster. And you say to yourself, what is the point of that? Is that the point to make the speaker feel good that they've gotten all the information out there? Probably the reason. It's more of like a therapy for the researcher to make them feel like they gotten everything they did out there. But does it actually relate to the audience? Is the audience even engaging with it at all? No. In fact, you probably wasted 5 minutes flipping through those slides because there's no relevance to it. It's just made the speaker feel good that they got it off their chest, right? That's the reality. I've been there. I have good friends, even some major academics in the economics, political, social science space that are great friends. They're just not good presenters. They don't distill it. They have so many things to say. They got to get it off their chest. That's not a good mode for communications, right? And we're all accused of doing it from now and again, but we want to hopefully have this be a helpful corrective to thinking to that. Yeah, that Prof. Etta said, due to time constraints, I'll just skip to the next section. Like it's silly. Like everyone kind of, and then when it gets too long, everyone kind of has that nervous laugh in the audience, like they kind of know what's going on, right? Like, and it's, you know, it's not the way you want people to leave that. In fact, many times you want to say your bit a lot shorter so you have time for interaction. Because when you're giving a presentation, it's not just about you conveying information, but a good presenter wants to get information from the audience because they want the feedback. It shows that they're interacting, but also when you leave the session, you'll actually know whether people have absorbed anything that you've done. But if you get it there, you fill your full time, you're flipping through slides very quickly, you have no idea what the audience retained or not. You're saying, thank you for your time. You sit down, it's all done. And then in the worst case scenario, people will get frustrated with you, you know, for how long you've taken. And I've been a chair of panels all the time at academic conferences, and that happens all the time. You're like, you know, basically giving them the symbol, finish, finish, finish. And you don't get the kind of feedback that you're going to want. So, you know, these are the main pitfalls, right? Those are the assumptions that we have, right? And how presentations have changed over time. So it lacks a disconnection with our audience. You know, it shows that we have a lot of insecurities oftentimes when we present. We focus too much on too much information. We have a vague central message. We lack that story. And then we have to talk about slide design, which we're going to talk about after you share, a few of you share. We're going to be looking and critiquing the design side of this as well. Because part of communication and doing communication work is not just the message, it's also how we design it there. And then low resolution imagery. So that's another one. So for those of us that put graphics on our slides, you'll always go to those conferences where they screenshotted some sort of image. They put it on their slides and it looks really fuzzy and silly, out of place. That's also something that we want to stay away from in terms of a major pitfall. So let's talk about some formats for slides. And then I'm going to show you one example. And then we're going to go to the break where you're going to work on, you know, your own couple slides that we're going to share. So the first slide that we want in a presentation is our title slide. And you want a creative title slide as much as you can. Now, for an academic paper, your academic paper does not necessarily have to have a creative, you know, title. It can be like some scientific compound that is the focus of your research. That's okay. But when you get up for an audience, you know, even a hardcore scientific audience, sometimes before you're going to get into the meat of what will be a complex research project that you did, it's a little bit nice to have something that's accessible at the beginning, and that can be borne out in your title. So creative titles are really important. And some of us are really good at coming up with creative titles. Some of us have co-authors who are really good at coming up with creative titles. And some of us can use AI to give us a little bit of inspiration, but don't use AI for everything when it comes up to titling, because sometimes they can be quite bland. You want your own flavor. You want your own creative flavor. So for instance, here's some, you know, cool titles that we could give. Growing Underground, the Determinants of Cassava Production, right? So oftentimes when we have a creative title, we start with a creative title, we use a colon, and then we have our sort of like our hardcore research title that will follow, right? So that gives us a little bit of creativity, but also a little bit of that sort of standard research, you know, presentation titling. So from stem to staple, analyzing cassava growth systems. It's great. It's a play on words here. That subtitle, although playful, is pretty serious in relation to the research, but it brings you in. Immediately when you stand up there in the audience, you say, I'm presenting my paper today from stem to staple, analyzing cassava growth, as opposed to saying, I'm here to present my paper, analyzing cassava growth in the Accra region, or whatever you say. You know, it makes a difference, right? Because at the moment they hear that creative title, they're kind of piped in. It also gives a little bit of your personality there, which is important to inject. And then you can get into the serious business of that. So during the break, when you're doing this exercise, I want you to come up with, in this research that you're sharing, so it could be any research that you've done or any research you can think about, because it's just for the sake of our demonstration here. Come up with a creative title that you're going to use, and we're going to see how well we've done. And we're even going to share all of our creative titles in the chat after the break. Include your name. Yeah, go ahead, Prof. Etta.
Yeah, over the years, some of our scholars have been worried, especially those in academic publishing, that a presentation should have exactly the title as your paper publication. But we fail to understand that these are two different channels that we can use to communicate, and it must not exactly be the same. Your paper article by standard requires about 15 words. But maybe your presentation doesn't require that much, or may even carry so much, whichever way. There is no standard when it comes to that. It's about what will be compelling to attract people's attention, to want to stay, to want to even see what the next slide brings. And so that titling is very important. Don't be held back that it must be exactly as a paper you want to publish or have published. No, this is a different communication channel. You can't take your 15 pages that were published as a paper article and dump here. So in the same way, you can't just dump the same title. You can make that title creative in an attempt to capture the interest of your audience.
Indeed. And so let us... what I want to do, because I want to make sure we're on time to go into our break here in the next 10 minutes. There are a lot of different formats. We're going to share this in the resources that we have after the workshop, because on Monday, so not tomorrow, but on Monday, you're going to get an email that's going to send you the recording, recap, all the resources, the assignment that's required by the workshop, all that's going to be distilled in one place afterwards. On Monday morning, when you get up, you'll receive that, because that's important. So we'll make sure to share this, but there are different formats. So like academic approach, you're going to have different types of slides than you are going to with a more public engagement approach, right? Like a academic approach is going to have your motivation or your framing. And so for us during this break, you're going to create, your title slide and at least one or two slides that are going to be like your motivation and your framing that's going to get you into the research. In other words, the thing that's going to grab our attention, that's going to set up our research statement. For some of you, it's going to be a problem statement. Some of it's going to be an anecdote. Some of us, it's going to be some statistics. We're going to see how you set that up and the story that you tell. That's what we're going to be doing during the break. But then there are other sections that we have of a more academic presentation, which oftentimes it goes to literature review, data methods, results, conclusion, and then future research or extensions. Usually academic presentations tend to be quite short, 10 to 15 minutes in length, particularly at conferences. They can be longer if you're an invited speaker or special guest, and those presentations can be about 30 minutes thereabouts. But academic presentations are not particularly the longer set of format for a presentation. So you have to be very efficient for how you're using those pieces, and that's one of the ways in which we would do that. Tabo says, what about blog and case study synthesizing a research or paper? Does it have to have a same headline? Not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily have to have the same headline. In fact, a lot of times we're going to talk about blogging after the break too. You'll see that the editors are going to propose you wholly new titles for the blog posts that you publish when you're dealing with good editors that are giving you good insights. So we'll talk about that after our 2-hour break and when we come back. So let's take a look at one presentation example here. This is public engagement. So, you can have a framing slide, background, context, insights, conclusion. Public engagement type of formats for presentations are going to vary widely. Academic ones have very standard features, whereas public engagements are going to look very different, are often very long. So let me go into this and let's show you an example. So what you're going to do is you're going to design a slide or two in Canva or in PowerPoint. So feel free to do it in PowerPoint. You could adjust the slide. That will open your presentation. So not including your title slide. So you can include a title slide, but you should have one or two slides that come after your title slide that you would like to give that's going to motivate for example, a presentation you would give about your research. So we invite you to use a storytelling and design techniques, and then we will share after the break. So I think we'll have 2 or 3 of us, maybe 4 of us share their opening. So you're going to share the slides, and then you're going to do that opening. I'm going to share the link here to a form where you're going to use to share your slides. So we're going to take a break. We're going to get all off Zoom. So we're not going to stay on Zoom during this break because it's 2 hours for you to have some time to take a break and as well to do this assignment. Please see that link. It's in the chat. So please note it, copy it onto your computer right now. It's a Google form. It looks like this. And it says, what is your name? What is your last name? What is your email address? And then upload your opening slide or slides, your presentation. So it should be a title slide with a creative title, and then 2 additional slides that sort of get you into your research. So it's not a full presentation, but it's showing that you're able to motivate that research and tell that story to get us into that discussion of your research. That's what we're really looking at in particular. So Tabo, that is the prompt. The prompt is that. So the topic for this presentation is your own research. So there is no topic, universal. So if you're working on public health research, think about a research paper that you're working on, or a research paper that you've done or that you've published, and then use that as the focus for this, right? And again, this is optional. You don't have to do this assignment. We strongly encourage you to do that as well. Unfortunately, we're not able to send the link via email, but I'm going to send it again here because we don't have our messenger email set up to kind of send mid-session here, but I will send this here.
And if you're not involved in research or specifically academic research, it could be some social innovation project as well from CSO space, civil society, organizational space. Feel free as well to share from there. So remember that this is your own research communication piece. And a point of reflection just before we take our break. Again, it is PowerPoint presentation. And I always say that let's start from the word itself. So it's points with power. And so you don't have to put in everything in the slide, just the points that have power that will give you the room to, that will actually give you the power to now speak to them. So again, note that. So if you have 2, 3 points on your PowerPoint, that's fine.
Yeah. If you don't have any publications, just use some research or something that you want to share with somebody, right? So you can extract from your publications, you can extract from your common knowledge, you can extract from anywhere. We don't care where the information comes. It's just an exercise. So it's not some final thing in the program or anything like that. It's just a little exercise to get you thinking about telling a story of the beginning of a presentation. You don't need to use Canva. In fact, we're going to talk about using Canva after the break. For the sake of time, we'll wait till after the break to do that. So 2 slides in addition to the title slide. So let me give you an example, and then we'll go to the break. I'll just give you a quick example. We're going to review this example after the break. But this is what you should show, for instance. So this is it. This is a title slide. So ensuring the future. So there's a creative title, Advancing Insurance Satisfaction in Wakanda. So there's your title slide. Then slide 1. So meet Okoye. So this is about health insurance. So it's a story about a common person from the city, the made-up city of Wakanda. Meet Okoye. She experiences a lot of issues regarding her health, as do many people in Wakanda, such as battle-related injuries, regular fitness and sports medicine, so on and so forth. So you're telling a story, and it says, although we have gaps in terms of health in coverage in Wakanda, we have seen that there have been modest increase over the period of time. So 2 slides, just simple slides that get us into the conversation that is there. And notice how we're using, as Prof. Ed is pointing out, visualization there. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just show this. This is an example title slide. So here we go. I'll just sho and then a slide that gets us into that begins the story, that engages us in the subject matter, and then increasing in access. So just try it. Again, there's no approach, there's no sort of technical things to this, but you can even take a presentation that you've already given, if you'd like, and just edit the slides to perhaps improve them in ways that will get your audience's attention at the beginning. Because that is the focus of this exercise, is how do you engage the audience at the outset of your presentation? That's what we're looking for, right? And it can be on any subject that you're interested to do. All right? And again, just a small exercise, not a major assignment here for this workshop. So you can take it as seriously, as lightly as you'd like. I've shared the link again. So what I'd like to see in the chat is give me a G2G or a good to go in the chat if you know what we're doing. And you also know that we're meeting at 5 p.m., 5:30 p.m. UTC. That is in 2 hours from this moment. So 2 hours from right now, we're going to come together. Hopefully some of you will have submitted your presentations, and then we're going to come and look at those a little bit and discuss them. So use any software that you'd like to create this. We don't care so much about the software. We care more about how you engage the audience in the storytelling.
Exactly. So I think this is what Noreen was asking about when they asked about the approach. So irrespective of the tools, we know we can use Canva, we can use PowerPoint, and there are other tools that we can use. We are not interested in the tool, just the presentation itself, the presentation slides. So you can go ahead and do that. It's a way of translating what we've been discussing so far into action.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Martha, if you haven't published any papers just on any subject, it could be about a very mundane subject, ongoing research, okay, anything, right? We just want to see that you can engage us in that subject, right? Even if it's non-research related, if that's relevant. And again, I'll share the upload link for the form after the break too. So you'll have a chance to submit. If you missed the link now, I'll make sure that the link is there so you'll be able to submit. But we will be looking at them during the break. So when they come in, and we're going to be having an opportunity to share, and then we're going to use that as a jumping off point to discuss more about how we tell research stories, and then get into discussing how that plays out in blog posts and how that plays out in social media campaigns. And that's what we're going to do for the 2 hours that we'll have after this break. So we're coming back again, 2 hours at 5:30 p.m. UTC. There will likely not be a reminder to reconnect, so just make sure to reconnect. We're going to be using this same Zoom link, so do not use any other Zoom link, same Zoom link. So we'll see you back here in 2 hours. I'm really excited to see what folks come up with for your titles and your presentations, and we'll go from there as we continue to workshop that. So I'll see everyone in 2 hours' time, and enjoy the break as well. Make sure that you do have some time for a break. Take care, everyone, and see you in just a couple hours.
Yeah.
Right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome, everyone, to our second session of the workshop. It's good to be with you. I hope that you had a wonderful couple hours break / some time to kind of think about what we were discussing in the first part of the Research Communication Program workshop. I know a few folks will be joining us in a few minutes, but we're going to get started in our session now, and we're going to start where we left off, because we were talking all about presentations, as you recall. And one of the resources that was shared in the Google Drive, and that I encourage you to take a look at, are the first chapters of this book right here, and it's called Weekend Language. I'm going to put up the PDF here. These are the first 3 chapters of Weekend Language. This is a book about presentations and communications. It's mainly tailored not to a research audience per se, but it's just a more general audience, perhaps even an entrepreneurial audience. And it reflects on some of the themes that we talked about in the last section of the first part of the workshop, which was a discussion about the importance of using the slides as a support for giving presentations rather than as a substitute for the presentation. In fact, one of the key pieces of advice that was suggested in this book, in this excerpt that we shared with you, was the concept of going without slides for a period of time. So they say, hey, take, a month, 15 days or something of this nature, and try and give your presentations without any slides at all. Now, obviously, in professional settings where slides are expected, probably not something that you're able to do in all cases, but the sense was, and the advice was there as a powerful corrective to how we're currently executing presentations. And so take a look at this. I encourage you to read it after the workshop is done. It's a book that we also discuss in the research communication program, as well as other readings and books that are read in that program as well. But I think this is a really accessible piece, and it's also a great set of chapters on the issue of storytelling and the importance of storytelling when you're giving presentations or you're speaking with audiences. So again, encourage you to read it. The link will be shared with you on Monday to the Google Drive. It was also, from my understanding, also shared with you before today's session as well, but those resources will be there. So please take a look at that. And that relates a lot to this theme of presentations that we've been talking about. Now, I want to go back, and before we have a little bit of sharing, I want to debrief an example, a good and a not so good example of a presentation, just to get us situated here in our second session here. And I want to take a look at an example. These are ones that we created ourselves, so we've created these. These aren't presentation pulled from other places. Although in the research communication program, we do workshop the actual presentations of the scholars in the program and talk about areas for improvement, and they have to edit and improve and work on those presentations over a series of weeks. But this one is not like that. This one is made up because, as you know, there is no place such as Wakanda except in the figment of our imagination, or maybe the concept of it will be achieved in the future. So this is made up here, and these are to give us some models and some discussion points, and I shared one part right before the break as well. So let's take a look at this. I'm going to just scan through the slides, and I want you to share with me in the chat on a scale from 0 to 10, where 10 is fantastic and 0 is absolutely abject terrible, what you would give this presentation. So let's go through this. I'm going to not give the presentation, so I'm not going to speak. We're looking just at the nature of the slides and how things are prepared. But again, everyone's going to give me a scale from 0 to 10, and you can also indicate next to your score your primary reason why you gave that score as well. So let's take a look. So here we go. Health insurance and accessibility, the case of Wakanda. So let's take a look at this. Here's a literature review slide. So this is a more traditional research presentation. So just take a look. You don't have to read these. The citations are made up. So just take a look at it. So imagine this is a presentation that is given. What score would you give it? 0 to 10. And you can give the score after you've seen the whole thing. Just getting a sense for it. Okay, I'm going to move on. Here we go. We go to results section, regression table. And then a conclusion. All right, we'll pause there. So what do you give this? Give it a score from 0 to 10, 10 being phenomenal, 0 being absolutely terrible, horrendous, if we can say that, and everything else in between, and why you gave that why you gave that score. And I'll just give everyone just a moment to share their scores there and their reasons why. And again, this is made up. There is no University of Greater Wakanda. And there is no, from my understanding, maybe yet, maybe in the future, we will see Department of Well-Being. But you never know what departments will be called in the future, because they do change. All right. So I'm doing some of that, what Prof. Etta mentioned before the break, some Zoom math here. So I'm going to be taking a little bit of an average here. So I see a 4, a 3, a 6, an 8, a 5, a 3, a 3, a 5, a 4.5. Okay, I'm kind of summarizing what it is here. I think we're at like a 3.5 right now. Something like that, 3.5. Let's see here. You got some, I think we're up to about a 4. I think our average is around a 4 here. 4 out of 10. Okay. In fact, some of us are giving 4. So yeah, I think most of us are giving somewhere around a 4. Some of us a high of 6. Some of us gave a low of, I think one of us gave a 1 as well. Tumelo gave a 1 too. This. All right, so we can see some good comments here about it. So let's talk about some of your feedback now. We see the scores, generally 4 plus or minus. But let's talk about the feedback that was shared in this on this presentation. Let's start with Precious, who is the first to chime in here. Precious says the color isn't very nice on the eyes. And I noticed that many of us made some comments about, you know, how it felt on the eyes. You know, background color, says Umalabake, you know, and then, you know, let's see, there are a lot of comments on the text. We'll get to the text in a moment. Not too easy, color not too easy to read, to claw. So a lot of us are, you know, commenting on the colors a lot. And that's okay. Colors matter, right? And I think we're right. I think we're on to something. It's funny how when we're not necessarily trained designers, we have a sense that something is not well designed, but we may not have the terminology in which to be able to describe it. And I'll describe it in one word, which is contrast. These slides have almost no contrast. The background is this blue to / whitish blue with white text on it. So that white on really light has no contrast. So if you're feeling that this is hurting your eyes and it's hard to read, it's because it lacks contrast, right? And also the colors that emit a lot more light when you have these lighter colors like this light blue here. This is not only a problem for somebody with regular vision, but imagine if you're speaking to an audience and there are members of your audience who have low vision or you know, some sort of issue with vision. This is going to be even more hard for them to view and to interact with. So it's something for us to think about in this case, is that we want to make sure when we're presenting our slides that we're using colors that are bringing out contrast. The other thing that's really important here is that oftentimes when we give presentations, we do not have a control over the size of the screen that we're projecting on. Sometimes you go to conferences and you see the screen is massive, like it's like almost the length of a stage. And then other venues you go to, the screen is just projected on a small projector screen from one of those things they pull up. It is really hard to see. So we've all been to different academic conferences and other research spaces, and we see all the different types of projector arrangements. When we're designing our slides, unless we really know the venue, we have to plan and design for all of those inputs, right? That's what we have to kind of be thinking about. We have to be dealing with that issue, as Prof. Etta mentioned, of inclusivity. Did you want to say anything about that, Etta?
Yes, Prof. Yeah, just to add, the issue of inclusivity. I think we did mention that one of the reasons why we do an audit can communicate in a more inclusive way, because at times we could just silence a portion of our audience and make them uninterested. So something as basic, one will wonder, why would the color even matter just the color. I mean, the color sounds really basic, right? But you see how we've spoken about contrast, and even sometimes colors speak to specific concepts. So you're dealing with agriculture, and then maybe you put a color red, or I don't know what color will not work. But you see that it works since it's a matter of color green, or you're dealing with some color that speaks to that particular concept. So colors are very deep and they are crucial in designing. And PowerPoint presentations include designs. So it's important to really think through them, because that helps people be able to relate. And as we talk about the senses, if people can't see, if it hurts their eyes, then there'll be no need for them to be there. The likelihood is that they become disconnected with your presentation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Inclusivity is really important. And this one's a very basic one. Also, as Prof. Etta said, color can communicate quite a lot. And so that's something where we can use that. We'll talk about this. One of us said the talked about having dark text on a light background. Actually, the research seems to suggest that for people with low vision or trouble seeing things, it's actually better to have a dark background and white text on it. And that's why a lot of people, also like that when it comes to coding. So when you're doing hardcore data science, you switch your computer to dark mode, right? So all the text is light, all the text is white, and then you have a dark background. It's not only easier to see, but it also is less strain on your eyes as well, because the dark background doesn't sort of, pummel your eyes with white light. So that's another tip to doing if you're concerned about how people will feel, particularly if you're doing a presentation, in a digital format, as we're doing here in the workshop using slides. You notice our slides is that red color, which is not a really distracting color. And it's also the Leaders of Africa color. But in addition to that, it's not a very distracting color, and it brings out that high contrast, right? So just fun fact about accessibility and design there as well. A lot of you said a lot of text. Absolutely. Look at this literature review slide. A couple things jump out on this literature review side. Number one, it's got some very old citations. Generally speaking, when you're doing research, you want to have a lot of your citations that you're using to motivate your research within the last 5 to 10 years, because you want to be showing that you're relating your research to actual, ongoing debates and discussions within the field, for instance. So that's a little bit of a red flag, unless it's a real seminal work that you really need to bring in. But these days, those of us doing more empirical research, you want to keep your citations very current, and you don't want to have too many citations. This one's not bad in terms of the number of citations, but perhaps some could be cut down here, because your goal in a presentation, particularly a research or academic-esque presentation, is not to show the audience that all the literature, right? Like that's what a graduate student does, like a PhD candidate when they write, their comprehensive exams, or a master's student who writes an exam. The professor doesn't really trust the student so much, so they have to write a lot and show that they know the literature. But when you're giving a presentation, particularly just a research presentation, the audience is generally going to understand and believe that you know your stuff. And they're more interested in the work that you did rather than you rehashing all of the literature that's been done. So if you do have a literature review slide, it's really important to keep it to 1, maybe 2 slides if you have a specific type of model that you're showing, but not being, congested with tons of citations, tons of words and things like that. You want to be very purposeful about how you're using a literature review in a presentation venue. It's different than when you do a full write-up for a paper, but even write-ups of papers these days, literature reviews tend to be very direct, very targeted, and very parsimonious, because we want to reserve the balance of the words of an article for our actual methodology, our actual findings and discussions. So a lot of you emphasize the amount of text. There's also a lot of text here, but notice how the size of the text differs. You see, this slide's got big text. This slide's got small text, different spacing, different line heights. There's this lack of consistency. And that's another thing that many of you mentioned, is that you felt like from slide to slide, there wasn't a consistent style guide that the authors were using in terms of their presentation. And so not only is it too many words, but we have to also be consistent with them. So it's a lot better to have fewer words because it will be easier for you to fit what you need to on each given slide here, right? So one other issue about this slide I want to mention, which not many of you mentioned, which is perfectly fine, but it has to do with the data here. So one of the things that you have is a ton. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 statistics on one slide. You know, a lot of data that's presented, and not so much like in terms of, you know, the exact you know, all these figures that are here, but not the exact amount of everything that we're sharing. Moreover, one of the key things, and we talk a little bit about this in research communication, but the Data Plus Design for Development program, in that program that just deals explicitly with data communication, one of the things you'll notice about this is that these numbers here are not rounded. And this is a big mistake a lot of researchers make, is they give their audience a sense of false precision by not rounding their numbers. Not only is not rounding giving a false sense of precision in most cases, particularly when the error or the margin of error is like plus or minus 2 or 3%, but in addition to that, it's just more numbers on your slide, right? Instead of just 43%, now we have 43.45%. It's more things to forget. It's more numbers on your slide. It's more characters, right? And it's giving your audience a false sense of precision, because if you've done a survey, for instance, survey research, you know that you are not exact to 0.1%. If anything, it's going to be 1%, right? Usually it's more like 2 or 3% margins of error. So it's not only a methodological mistake that a lot of people are making on their slides, but it's also adding a lot of clutter and confusing your reader as well. Etta, did you want to say something about that as well?
Yeah, and the most basic sense, um, there is no 0.45%, you know, and so again, in terms of if we leave the whole mathematical sense of it, it also is not even representative of the population, because there is no 0.45%. And so it's better to talk about 43% of the people, except you're dealing with scores. It will sound okay. But when you are dealing with persons, human subjects, again, remember the story also comes in. It's better to use percentages.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. And so a lot of us said, one of us, Yakal, says, you mean the same idea on a single slide? Not necessarily. You can have multiple ideas on a slide if they're all tied together by what the slide title is in terms of its general theme. But at the same time, you can do that, but you want to make sure, particularly like something like this, that there are ways in which you express the same types of information with fewer words in ways that guide. And keep in mind, again, coming back to what we talked about before the break, presentations aren't just about the slides, but they're also about what you say. So you can omit things on your slide that you know in your notes that you're going to talk about, right? Sometimes you just put up a data visualization on your slide as a figure, and you don't need all these bullet points about the figure because you're going to make those points in an oral way, right? By speaking it, right? In that type of venue. So that's perfectly fine. Let's go on to the next slide, because one of us got this, which was good. And I think this is because Prof. Etta mentioned this in the first half as well, or alluded to it, that imagery matters when it comes to what we're sharing. And Macbeth mentioned that the white person here in the photo used for a presentation on Wakanda, which if you haven't seen the Black Panther movies, again, Wakanda is sort of an imagined African, United Africa or set of like polises or places within the continent of Africa, right? That's kind of the imagined sense of the story. So this photo which is common of what people do, which is they throw in photos, which we could say are, stock images, right? A lot of the time, not photos that we take in, but stock images. And they throw these stock images in, and they don't really relate at all with what you're trying to say on the slide, right? And oftentimes you see this in a lot of those corporate presentations where you have all these people in a circle, like holding hands, doing something like, and it doesn't really exactly relate to this, what you're talking about on the slide. And the people in the circle holding hands don't necessarily relate to the theme or the types of people you're representing. That is a problem. And so when it comes to imagery, you want high resolution imagery, but you should have imagery that's really appropriate for your subject. And so one of the things I want to encourage us all to do, and again, in the research communication program, they have to do as part of their assignments, is take photos. Learn how to take a good photo, right, in your work. It may be a photo of an activity you do. It may be a photo related to your research. It may be a photo of buildings related to your research. So if you're doing public health research, you take a picture of the clinic, the outside of the clinic, so no people are represented in case there's issues surrounding permissions and ethical issues. But you should be storing up what I like to call as your own personal photo bank assets, right? So that when you actually have to do a presentation, you're not searching online in these databases for stock imagery that doesn't really fit what you do, but you go to your own photo bank and you say, yes, I'm going to use that photo. There are so many times that I will be doing other research projects where I'll take a photo of something and I'll be like, this is a perfect photo that I'm going to use for a research communication project, or in some cases for teaching purposes, right? And I'll take it. It may not have anything to do with the exact mission that I'm there to engage with, but I'm going to take it because it's going to be something really helpful. It's going to do that. So look around your spaces, look around at the time when you're doing work, and think about opportunities for you to take pictures, because the good news is these days, a simple smartphone can take really good high resolution photos that are good enough for any presentation these days, right? So you don't need a big DSLR or mirrorless camera to be able to take really good photos. And so I encourage you to do that, and I encourage you to spend a little bit of time learning how to take good photos too, because as we know, just because we have a nice camera in our pocket doesn't mean that we know how to take photos. We've all been in that situation where we always go and give our phone to the same friend to take photos because they take good photos, whereas some of our other friends do not take good photos. So just keep that in mind. It's a skill, and it's a worthwhile skill, because those photos help us in presentations. They're also going to help us in crafting policy briefs. They're going to help us with blog posting and other activities that we do, because photos and infusing our work with them is really key. So this photo, great medical photo in a general sense, not appropriate for this presentation. And Macbeth, yeah, you picked up on that. That was a pretty subtle one that was here as well. The other thing we'll see is the slide titles are very vague. Many factors contribute to satisfaction. You want to have sort of your main message that you're doing at the slide title, not sort of like a general thing, but it should say, something about the key factors that you're going to be highlighting, because there's so many factors that can shape people's satisfaction with health insurance, right? But you're obviously, as a researcher, going to focus on one or two of those in a given project and reflect on one or two of those in your analysis. Here we go. Regression charts. Love regressions. Like them in papers to some extent, but this is not going to look great, right? Number one, it's low resolution. Nobody's going to read these. Number two, it's unclear whether anyone in the audience is really going to care about your coefficients or your table. So there are other ways of doing regression tables or showing your data visualization in ways that are going to communicate the same thing. There are ways of creating graphical versions or figure-based versions of regression tables. I don't know if anyone knows how to do that, but it's something that's covered in other data programs here at the Institute, how you take a regression and turn it into an image that goes into a paper. That's going to be much more effective in a presentation than a rote table that deserves to be placed perhaps in a paper or an appendix of a paper, right? And the other thing about it is that all the variable names here are just the variable names that Python or R are going to be in your model, right? It's like something underscore something else, right? But when you're giving a presentation, when you want people to really focus on your table, you want them to know what the proper name is. So if this, for instance, is, let's go here, regional something, right? You just want to say region. And this is region patient, right? So just say region, income, gender, capitalize it, make it look like a regular like variable, not some sort of techie behind the scene variable name, right? And this is a mistake I see all the time on people's figures is they take their output from R and Python in particular, or SPSS or Stata, and they just kind of take the table, they create a table, and they render it here as such. And then finally, some of you picked up on the conclusions, not very inspirational, not giving a lot of directions as to future research. And these things, we need more studies on national health insurance. We need to do this study in other countries, again, are actually things that I could just simply say, I don't need on my slide. I can end my presentation by blanking out my screen and saying, given the findings that we had in health insurance, it's really important that we conduct some more and intricate studies on health insurance. In addition to that, we can broaden out this beautiful methodology to other countries in the region. I just said that. I don't need that on my slide. It's not very helpful in this case. Now, if there's some other data point or other thing that we're going to do, like a map of countries where we may be able to broaden out the scope of this survey, or examples of potential studies that we might conduct, that can go on our screen, and that can support me talking about the need for more studies and the fact that we can do this study in other countries, right? So that's what we want. That's what we want to think about. So let's look at another presentation, and then we're going to look at your presentations as well. So let's take a look at this. Let's look at this one that we looked at before. So I'm going to flip through this, and again, I want you to give this one now a scale, on a scale from 0 to 10, what score you would give it. 0 being absolutely abhorrent, terrible, horrible, however you want to describe it. 10 being fantastic, right? So let's look at this one. I'm going to scan through. We saw a little bit of this from before. This is a real character, by the way, in it. And you don't have to give a score right away. I'm going to go through the whole thing here so that we see. Okay. This is a regression table, just so by the way. Same regression table as the previous one, done differently. This is real data, actually. The other data, not so real. This is real data. So in case you were wondering about which countries are improving health services in their country, just take a look at that, according to Afrobarometer. Okay, so let's give a score from 0 to 10, and also tell me why you gave that score, if you would, as well, because we're also interested in the why. Obviously, this one's a little bit better, right? So the scores are a bit higher. Let me look at the scores here, do a bit of Zoom math here. So some mid scores, but then we see the bigger scores come in. So I think we're somewhere around an 8 right now. Something like that, 8.25, if I were to say. Okay, a 10. A couple of us getting 10. Lowest, I think, thus far is was a 6 from Mirabelle. Joel says 4.5 out of 10. All right, Joel, I'm gonna put you on the spot, since it seems like you've got the lowest score. So, Joel, I'm going to pass you the microphone, and I want you to share with us why 4.5? Why this score? What didn't you like so much? I guess that's my question. Are you able to unmute yourself, Joel? I'm passing to you the mic here. We do have mics controlled on here so that we don't have inadvertent flips on of mics, but we can obviously share the mic. Pass the mic. So Joel is not accepting the mic share here or cannot speak. So feel free, Joel, to share in the chat why that score. Curious to know. Right? So a lot of us say consistency in design. David says consistency in design, right? The use of visuals. We're certainly seeing that. Easy to read. Good contrast. So notice the contrast. It's a dark blue, with white text. And see how easy that is on the eyes to read. Really easy to read, right? That's the beauty of that high contrast there. It's going to appeal to a lot. Even the first slide, let me go back here. First slide's got a nice way. They have an image there, but they put this blue layer over it, or we did put a blue layer over it, so that way it provides a contrast for the text there. So you still see the medical setting, but you see it in this kind of unique way. It's a nice effect there that you can replicate. Interactive use I've seen here. The visuals are also easy to understand, right? So we have some data visualizations here, like this, right? Increases in health access right here. And here's the thing. Audrey says, I want to talk about this. This is research communication, but the Data Plus Design for Development program that's currently has applications open through this week, actually. They focus all about the intricacies. Their team focuses all the intricacies of data visualization. And one of the biggest myths is that you have to label all your chart axes. So Audrey says we have to label all of it. And I'm sure you've had those teachers who told you when you were in primary school, label your axes. But actually you don't need to all the time, because everyone's going to know by looking at this figure that your x-axis down here is years, right? We're in the future, right? We're in 2130, right? Just so you know, because it's Wakanda, right? It's it's not tomorrow, but it's coming. But you can see this. This is years. Nobody needs to be told year. They can figure that out. The other thing is, because we have the percentage signs here, and because we're talking about increases of health access, you're going to be able to, people are going to understand that these are percentages here, and that's what you're measuring here, and they're going to know what percentage you're measuring, not because we need a title for this figure, but because you're talking about increases in healthcare access, right? Healthcare insurance access. It's there on the slide. But the mistake people make is they feel like they have to label everything. I got to add a year here. I got to add percentage of healthcare access. I got to add then a title here, healthcare access. That's two different places where you're saying the same thing that is already described by the title of your slide, and the years, everyone can figure out what that is. It's intuitive. It's not complex, right? So not always do you have to label every axis. In fact, one of the big themes in the data and design program is less is more, right? Less on your data visualization is more. Now you can't leave out everything, but some things that you need to do. Even look at this visualization here. It doesn't tell you what the percentage is here, 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 and here. You can kind of figure it out for yourself. It's only emphasizing where they are now, and it's emphasizing the last 5-year increase of 3%. So a lot of mistakes people would say, oh, I got to put the percentage here. I got to put percentage here, here, and here. But if you're trying to focus your audience into what is the healthcare insurance access today, they're going to look at that 67. And then what their question might be, has it increased recently? Oh, yes, it's increased 3% over the last 5 years. That's said here without not a lot done, right? Less is more, right? And again, the focus of our session here isn't data visualization per se, but these are some of the things that we'd be thinking about when we are going to put a data visualization. But think about a lot of the slides that you've worked on or other people have worked on, perhaps myself, Prof. Etta has worked on. You can imagine how cluttered some of those figures have been and how simplistic we can then make our data visualizations there, right? And the color, notice how all the alignment of the color, everything's white on this color, right? Some people will put, oh, their figure is going to be another color. Well, you got to control those variables. You got to have that consistencies there. So that's what I would say. And also, keep in mind, if somebody, if you're giving a presentation, just simply turn and say, this shows us the percent of healthcare access over the last 20 years and the increase. Doesn't need to be on your slide either, right? There's another thing. Again, you're there. You can explain that as well. So yeah. Can you use a slide presentation for what we talk about in terms of inclusivity? And I use this key term here of low vision, right? Which is to say, when we talk about visual challenges, it's on a spectrum. Like most things, everything is on a spectrum, right? Some people, I use glasses, I use contacts, right? So I have a vision issue, right? It's corrected. Some people have different types and levels of correction. Some people need a lot of different sort of inputs. That's going to vary from person to person. Our goal in making a presentation to sort of a larger audience is to be as accessible to and inclusive to as many people as possible, right? Knowing that there may be some people that may be hard to reach, that we're going to be having to craft different types of material. If somebody really can't see, then Braille is what you're going to have to go to, right? You're going to have to go to another means of distributing these slides, right? So that's something that we can talk about. But our goal as somebody who's creating a presentation is to be able to react to or incorporate as many as possible, right? In a given space. Good. All right, so I just want to make sure I've seen that. All right, let's go on here. So looking at this, I'm just concerned with the second slide. The image should be left aligned, right aligned. No, it depends. It's a style, right? There's no one design style that's right or wrong in terms of this and things of this nature. It stands out heavy on the page. You can lighten it a little bit, but it's not bad, right? These are pretty small things. The thing is that there is consistency for how this is done, right? Whether they center or line or things like that. The way they've done it is 2 block squares around. So it's not a major design issue. And there are different styles. Keep that in mind, right? We all have different styles. And I encourage you to work on your style and figure out what your style, that you have, right? So that's the key thing as well. All right, so let's take a look at a couple more features so this is a data visualization. Again, we're rounding our data and we're only having one data static with a visualization that emphasizes that it's just over half, right? By using this, it's about showing that, just over half are satisfied or very satisfied. And then we can talk all day about what is behind the number. We don't have to necessarily have that on the slide per se. And then finally, the regression. Some of you commented on this. If your coefficients aren't that important, and usually coefficients aren't important, they can even be read out. You could say a 1 unit increase would lead to an X unit increase of this. If they're not that important, to get the point estimate, standard errors, you can simply say, what you see on the screen is the table of the results highlighting the statistically significant results, right? So this will just show, we'll know everything here is statistically significant. This is across 4 different models. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then what you're just basically saying to the audience is that across my 4 models, out-of-pocket costs, clinic difference, and income had a negative impact over satisfaction with insurance, whereas government favorability has a positive influence. That's all the takeaway messages here, right? It's not, this and this and the standard error is this and this, right? Like the central message is that you did 4 models. There's a fair amount of consistency across the 4 models in the results, which is what you want to show for robustness of your research. But you're just trying to tell the story of what relates positively and what relates negatively to mixed satisfaction. In addition to that, this figure takes off all of the other control variables. And one of the things you could say is, you could say in the Q&A, I can talk about the other control variables, but I use standard control variables and leave it at that. Not everyone needs to see all the control variables, because in a presentation, your focus is on the variables of interest that are going to be critical for that study, not every single thing that you put into a model. Right? That's a mistake people make, right? They think they have to put every single variable that was in the model in their presentation. You can simply say the standard controls were used, or have a slide that lists all your controls, and just simply say the controls, generally board out the direction that we'd anticipate. If you have questions, I can talk a little bit more. And then you can have a full table in your appendix to show if somebody raises a question or wants more information, right? But in terms of a presentation, it's not going to be as useful, because you're not going to want to spend a lot of time looking at a figure that's going to be very hard to read, that maybe has 16, 17, 18, 19 variables in it. So these are some of the things that we want to really think about. This is a data visualization, obviously. And then finally, moving forward here, one of the things to say is that this is going to be very specific about what are the key takeaways, right? At the end of the presentation, you don't want to leave with some broad vision of things. You want to leave the audience with a call to action. You want to leave the audience with what are the next steps, where are you going? And oftentimes you want to leave the audience with your contact information. So sometimes you'll have a contact information on the last slide. I oftentimes suggest that you also put it on the first slide, which is another good practice. Your email address, sometimes a social media handle to get connected with you, or a suggestion that you could be connected to on LinkedIn or somewhere else. So that's good to have at the beginning. Also put it at the end. I do not also recommend having a thank you slide at the end. Those are always the most silly slides that you ever see. People add the most silliest cartoons and weird things on them. Just simply have a slide that has your contact information so that people can jot it down at the end of your presentation. You can thank them in your own words by saying simply, "Thank you for your time. I'm looking forward to your questions and your comments." That's all you need to say. And then everyone starts jotting down your information, getting in touch with you because they heard what you said. They were interested in it, right? But the thank you slides, everyone goes so wrong with those. I don't know why. It's like they gave up on the last slide. They have like cutouts of people holding hands or something like this at the end. I've seen it all. This is good. So we have a conversation ongoing about low vision in the chat. And so, again, you want to be as accessible or inclusive as possible, knowing that presentations are going to appeal to one audience over the other. The other thing in the research communication program, in one of their last sessions, they were working on creating podcasts, and it came up that one of the scholars is doing a podcast on that relates to families of deaf like people in their family, right? So it's a podcast that's made for like parents of deaf people, because they do research on hearing issues and sort of inclusivity. That's their research interest. And one of the conversations in that program meeting was, the irony of having a podcast as the medium of delivery, because at one level, podcast is an all audio, but you're talking to people who can hear, because they're the parents or the people or the caregivers of somebody who can hear, but you're using that medium. And so one of the discussions was, how do you make this format work? How do you make it sensitive? How do you deal with, or perhaps even address, the irony of using a podcast on such a theme? So it gets you into these kind of creative discussion about how the medium of communication we use, like a presentation or a podcast, may or may not align with, who your audience is and how you reach them. Again, that comes back to the audience analysis that we've done. Which reference style is preferred as insight? There are so many different theories about it. Parenthetical is fine, just putting author year is there. Some people put little footnotes like numbers and then it's at the bottom. That can be a little bit distracting because people are bouncing up and down around the slide. Although the argument for doing it that way is that you're minimizing the citation amount of all the years and all the people it's taking away from the content of your slide. So you have those little asterisks or or footnotes in a sense. So there is a reason why you see that in some presentations, but you can choose what you'd like to do as long as it's not a ton of citations that was overly cited on a slide, and it's very targeted in terms of how you array those citations if you're doing it that way. So let's take a look. For the sake of time, let's take a look at some of your presentations. And I want, with raised hand, for those of us that submitted, and let me make sure to put the link here in case you wanted to share after the fact. It's okay. It's not required. I just want to be key there. Be very clear about there is an assignment that you have to do for the workshop and the certificate of participation, but that's not this. But this is for us to discuss. So feel free to share there. What I want us to do is have a couple of volunteers. So I want to see if you submitted through that form. You must have done that. Please raise your hand using the reactions button on the bottom of Zoom, and I will pass the mic to you. I will present your work, so I'm going to find it, and I'm going to present it for you here on the screen so that we don't have any confusions there. But I want you to give us a mock presentation. I want you just to give the first 3 minutes of this presentation. I'm definitely going with you, David, because you have had camera on since the beginning, and I see you there, so I'm going to come to you. But I saw Yilkal's name there first, so I'm going to try and pull up your presentation. Let me just do that. So it will take me a moment, and I'm hoping that everyone had a name on their presentation, which most of you did, because that's going to help me be able to find this. And Yilkal, I see this one, and I see this one. Okay, I see your most recent one here. Just 2 submissions, so I'm going to go with your most recent one here while I pull it up. And I'm going to be passing you the mic, and feel free to put up your hand. Please make sure to put up your hands as well. And if you're going to share, it would be good to turn on your camera. We'd love to see your face if you are able to do so. So let's take a look at Yilikal's piece. So let's see here. Again, some of these are going to be rough. Some of them are going to be okay, and it's only a couple slides because it's only meant to kind of get us into our presentation. So let's take a look. And again, I want you to kind of give it. So Yilkal, are you able to unmute yourself now? Please unmute yourself. All right. So give us this presentation. You can say next slide to me. I'll switch it. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Prof. My name is Ilkan Malaka Saye. As in the slide, my sound is hearable. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Yeah.
Just pretend like you're
Okay.
giving the first 2 minutes of this presentation. That's what we want.
Okay.
Like imagine you. Yeah, I just announced you. You call. We'd like to hear your presentation. You're giving a paper today, and then now you have the floor. So give us as if you're giving the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. And the title is Synergetic Effect of Priming and Powdering Crop Storage on the Performance of Rice. And the next slide is it is a graphical representation showing the storage potential until 90 days for 0 days unstored, 45 days, and for the 90 days after priming. Then it was re-dried and with different treatments control as dry seed, and primed with distilled water and calcium chloride 1% and 2%. Then the seeds were stored with farmers' practice and the pig's bag. Then they were planted in the field. Finally, the result was 2% calcium chloride combined with the pig's bag gave good results in yield and other agronomic performance in the field. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'll just do here. So this is a highlight, and then this is the end. Again, we'll stay away from the thank you slides these days. So one of the things I'll say, and again, we all have courage to share. That's the key thing, and that I really love how we've got a few of us more to share. So thanks for those hands. Please keep your hands up because it's going to allow me to remember who's coming next. So one of the things we think about here, thinking about coming up with a more creative title to this, right? And I think you have the opportunity to, because you're looking at the possibilities of this new brand of rice, right? This new rice for Africa, as you say. So it's like, you know, a transformational rice, perhaps, in this way. So I want to have that reflected in that title in some way. A way, you know, so there's a way to prime seed longevity. I think there's something there. I think you're heading in the right direction for something really creative here, because that's the goal. That should probably be your first piece, which is maybe, you know, something that emphasizes the particular characteristic of this grain of rice that is going to be so impactful. You want to have some sort of creative way of capturing that and having that as your sort of your pre-title to the more scientific title that you would use as part of the presentation. In addition to that, you've got where you are at Badr Dar in Ethiopia, which is great, in your institution. We also want your contact information, because people will be jotting that down at the very beginning and at the end of the presentation as well. So we need to have that as well. We want to think about some creativity in terms of the home slide. We got sort of this standard black and white, which is still high contrast. It's easy to read, that we can say, but we need to have some spacing out there. Maybe have some images that are included here. On this slide, we need to be taken through the story of this grain, of this new rice variety. You want to start off by saying this new rice variety has the opportunity to do X, Y, and Z, right? As part, and we're exploring its potential to do X, Y, and Z. And say the research that we're going to talk about is related to its potentials, right? So you don't want a whole figure like this, like at the very beginning, because it's got so many things going on, right? And in addition to that, it's really hard to follow because you got arrows going this way. So you got arrows going this way. You got arrows going this way, and then you got an arc arrow kind of going backwards, and we're wondering what that is, right? So there's just a lot of things going on. So we got to rearrange this figure, but this figure is something that's going to come a little bit later if we're going to use it in our presentation. But the first thing we need to really do is set up the potentials for this rice, what it can do, and under the conditions that we are doing of our experiment to really put this particular variety of rice to the test. And then you can begin to talk about the elements of the experiment, right? The storage and so on and so forth, right? So a lot, too much up front, and we also want to simplify this figure a lot. And because when we're giving flow charts, the charts kind of got to flow, right? They got to have a sort of a logical flow to it, because if we have the new grain of rice and then we have this stored and then we have this going to treatments, it's like they're converging on something and then they're producing something, right? But really there's separate processes that are taking place as part of a broader experimental design. So that clarity needs to be clear in this figure, right? It actually adds more confusion, the figure, than it does sort of dispel that in some cases, right? And then finally we had, highlights. This isn't bad. It's pretty simple and to the point. I think one of the things that you really want to do really well in the presentation, if we had more time, was to infuse some of the photos from the field experiment of the rice itself that you have taken to be able to break up the slide and not be so text heavy, to have those images that are there. And again, these are just the first couple slides. Does that make sense, Yilkal?
Yeah. Thank you very much for this.
Great, and thanks for sharing. Again, it takes a little bit of courage to get up here in front of the folks here to share, so that's lovely. David, I'm coming to you, so just give me a moment to reset to find yours here. Let's see.
For that, I would just add.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just add as well. I think that in a presentation like this, it's likely that farmers will be one of your audiences. So it's important to think about that title again. Beyond being more creative, there is also need as to whether farmers can comprehend, based on their level of education and knowledge, whether they can be able to comprehend some of the concepts that you have brought in. So if you are really focused on increasing the lifespan, so that's how I see it, you're increasing the lifespan of upland rice, then maybe that may be more catchy to get the attention of a wider audience, especially if you have farmers included. So just to think about that.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the comments.
Thank you. All right. So I'm going to pass it over. We can see here, David, your example. So I'm going to give you co-hosting so that you can be able to unmute yourself. So we've now introduced David Adoyo, and you have the floor.
Thank you. Today I'll be presenting a topic that is close to my heart. It's about the use of antibiotics and how we can move from the use of antibiotic to be able to use them to find alternative ways for the treatment of BV. So I'll present as a hypothetical scenario using a woman, Amina, of reproductive age, who lives in Kenya, in urban Kenya. He has various
There we go. Sorry.
experiences. First, she experiences a lot of symptoms that, for example, experiences discharge, thin gray white discharge. She experiences fish-like odor, irritation and burning, and recurrent symptoms. So these symptoms lead her to a clinician. So she goes to hospital, and then she's diagnosed with bacterial vaginosis, which is a very common condition in women of reproductive age. She's given antibiotics, but after taking antibiotics for a month, she experiences the symptoms again. She goes back to the clinic, gets the antibiotics, takes the antibiotics, and then a short-lived relief and then recurrence. So in all this, after undergoing all this, she also, in that scenario, she's diagnosed with a sexual transmitted infection. And then after some time, she gets pregnant. And then over the course of the pregnancy, she also, during the pregnancy, she experiences these symptoms, but unfortunately, she experiences miscarriages. So in trying to find out why this is happening, she goes to the clinic and asks about the women there who are attending the clinic. She experiences a quite experience that and finds out that 4 of the 10 women at the clinic experience these similar experiences and have these similar symptoms. So this is basically the scenario and what is experienced by women when concerning BV. So why BV is important and why it matters. So for the first thing, BV is the loss of lactobacilli, which are protective in the vaginal tract. So when someone is diagnosed with BV, they get to lose that protection. So BV is, the prevalence of it is 20 to 50% globally, and in Kenya, 23% of women of reproductive health experience this condition, while 20% of women having pregnancy experience this condition. And also BV rises after sexual debut. And all this, they lead to a point whereby all the women has an increased chance of getting HIV and STIs. It leads to increased adverse pregnancy outcomes. So this leads to the question why BV needs to be treated. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so let's take a look at this. And I think one of the first things that we want to do when it comes to photos, and this is hard for, again, a lot of this was hard for us to pull off in the short time that we have, which is the back. Do you see the white backgrounds here on all these logos? So what you want to do is either remove the background using a background remover, or find an image such as the logo for University of Nairobi that is a transparent image, also known as a PNG. They come in PNG format usually, because that is a format of image that allows you to have a background that is empty. So we would want to get rid of all of that so that these images blend into the slide, as opposed to stand out as sort of images that look like they were just kind of plopped on the slide. So that's a fun little technique there. Find PNG images, ones that have transparent backgrounds, or use a background remover to remove those backgrounds. Now let's look at the title, Beyond Antibiotics. Not bad. Although I will say, the beyond is a little bit old, right? Like you can say beyond research communications, beyond this, or beyond, you just add it to anyway. Like there are a lot of foods like this. It's like beyond meat, right? So they always do this. So one of the things when it comes to a title is you want to make sure you're not too cliche with things. It's not bad, but it shows that impulse to be a little bit creative here. But we could take it a little bit further, right? In this case, I know you're dealing with a very difficult subject, so not everything, when it comes to a title, has to be a little bit of a joke or a little lightness to it. I mean, you're talking about some heavy themes, some real complications here. Even if it is serious, you can have ways in which you're creatively sort of getting into that or sparking the conversation there as well. So let's take a look. So you probably want to have your information about yourself there, like your email or your other links. Again, it's a common thing. We have a background image. The contrast on this is okay. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. When we come to this slide, we could take some of these things are helpful to us on this slide, but some of these things can also be removed probably, because there's a lot of words and it's not clear how we're sort of hopping around the slide. And when you get to this slide like this, you need to be very efficient. And you don't have to say, you don't have to say too much, but you would say something like, after you said, thank you for giving me the time to talk, I want you to picture Amina. Or I want you to meet Amina, your typical Kenyan of reproductive age, right? And then you don't have to say urban Kenya, or urban. It could be anywhere, because this is a challenge that people face everywhere. So unless you're really focusing on the urban area, then you don't really have to do that. But just say, picture Amina, your typical Kenyan woman of reproductive age. She walks into the clinic and because she faces a number of challenges. Some of those challenges include the symptoms that you see. She was diagnosed with this. It's led to even more complications in our lives, including 2 pregnancies that have resulted, 2 pregnancies that were successful, as well as 2 miscarriages that and then you can talk about what that was like, to the extent to which BV is connected to those things, right? Because if these were just like parts of somebody's life that weren't connected to BV, then that would be a little bit misleading, right? But if they're saying that these outcomes are related to this or are a symptom of that, then that's when you would incorporate it. But you want to tell it like a story, right? This is kind of like the way the slide is. It's kind of like, I want to tell a story, but I want to tell it like an engineer is telling a story, right? Like, or something of that nature. You're torn. The slide is conflicted, right? So I want you, if you're going to start with the story of Amina, start with the story of Amina and then tell us the next slide, 4 of 10 women. The next slide says, did you know that 4 in 10 women have experiences just like Amina? And then you've now told us what the scope of you told us what the common symptoms are and the challenges. Then you told us what the scope of the challenges, and then you can start to talk about the research work that goes on to, studying it or intervening in these situations, right? So it's this arc that you want to have. You also want to be very efficient with your time. I know we have had no practice here. No one's had any practice, so it's very unfair environment. But you want to be as quick through your examples as possible. You don't want to spend a whole time talking about Amina. Then the audience is going to say, yeah, that guy gave a presentation. It was all about some fictional person named Amina, and then he kind of got to things later, right? That's coming back to our discussion about storytelling versus being professional. You can get to the professional, like hardcore science while telling a story. You don't have to make the story last like 5, 10, 7 minutes. You can have that story be 30 seconds at the very beginning of your presentation, just to tell your audience, like, you're keying in, you're drawing on their emotions a bit in this case, right? This is pretty emotional stuff, right? That you're getting people attuned to. And then you get into the heart of the matter, right? And then you come back to Amina at the end of the presentation. It's like, I want to come back to the example of Amina that I shared at the beginning of my talk. I believe that X, Y, and Z, if implemented, will be able to lessen these experiences for people like Amina and the 4 in 10 Kenyans who experience this. End of presentation. And that's oftentimes very beautiful, because you actually have this circular loop that goes from, like, you started with a story, then you got into the hardcore science and the research, and then you came back to the story and related it to policy implications, next steps, or whatever you're doing. And then that's that beautiful end to that presentation where people are like, wow, this person not only knows his science, but wow, they've told a really good story. This was not the typical panel a paper that comes next, right? It's oftentimes the situation when you give a good talk, the person presenting after you have that thought where they say to themselves, this is going to be a tough act to follow. And I think we've all been in that case in a presentation where the presentation before us was just so good that we're like, well, I guess I have to step up my game. But yeah, it's a good start, right? But there's a lot of words here still, but you can tell that story with a simple thing. In more simple language on these slides, but it's a good start, right? And I think the thrust of it is there as well. So good job, David. We can all give a virtual round of applause. I'll give a physical round of applause. Etta, did you want to chime in as I go to? I'm going to go to. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to remember who is the next to go. Let's go Non-Dumiso. I'm going to go to you, but yeah, go ahead, Etta.
Yeah, I was just thinking through the title, which is quite interesting. And I see that the heart of it is perceptions. So acceptability and perceptions of a novel approach beyond antibiotics in treating these bacterial issue. And so I was looking at, just thinking about what creative titles are there. And I thought about voices that displays bacteria, but you can think about it further. So it's you who understands your research. And when you think about your research and the goal of what you want to communicate, then you can think about a creative title. So you put all of that at the center, and then you can be able to pick from it. I also love the consistency in terms of alignment in the way David has done his presentation. Remember that is also visually appealing and very important in the presentation, that you're maintaining consistency in the use of fonts and angles and so on and so forth.
Indeed, yeah, indeed. That consistency is so important there, right? That is the thing that people make a mistake in. And I would encourage you, we'll briefly do this because I think we're going to have 2 more folks share for the sake of time. Again, we only have 1 day together, so we can't have too much of an extended conversation on this, but we're going to take a look at some templating. And one of my biggest suggestions is, if you're struggling with consistency, work within the context of either a PowerPoint template or a template that is on Canva or those different platforms. You can add your own colors and change things around from a template perspective, but it allows you to keep consistent fonts, consistent line spacing, consistent letter spacing, consistent slide to slide, right? That is really important, because you when you don't have consistency, what you don't realize is that your eyes, when you get presenting with a slide that doesn't have a consistency to it, your slides have to completely readjust to how that new slide is, and are not listening to the speaker because they're trying to figure out what's going on your new like slide where you have everything around. And so it's very distracting, right? You want to have things as templated as possible. And again, a slide is a support for a presentation, not a substitute for the presentation, right? All right, so next up, we have Non Dumiso, who is here to share when the numbers say growth. So I'm going to pass the mic. You have co-hosting, so feel free to unmute yourself, Non Dumiso, and share with us.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you so much. My name is Non Dumiso. I'm from Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland. And my presentation today is not a typical research paper like my other colleagues, but it is still a research that we are doing in a think tank organization type of setup. So what this presentation or rather this research is about is that it comes from a gap that we noticed about how economies are usually described in national and international reports, and how they're different from how people experience them in real life. So what we're looking at here is at international reports like IMF outlooks, national budgets, development papers, and how these often show economic growth, stability, and all of the good things, GDP growth, and yet the people on the ground in the different communities experience it in different ways. They experience high unemployment rates, job quality deteriorates, households feel increasing pressure, and basically we're not disputing what these national reports say, but rather we are trying to bring into context what is left out in these reports. We're trying to interpret this macro level report in micro level language so that everybody understands that GDP growth, economic growth can coexist with high unemployment rates. It can coexist with job quality going down every other year. So that is basically what we're doing. The reason why my slides are the way they are, they're showing the tightly slide is showing that gap between the economic growth and the realities on the ground. So that is how it looks the way it does. But please go on to the next slide. Yes, this slide, it is very simple, but it does still show the two stories, how the macro level describes our economy versus how we experience it on the real in real life on the community level at an individual level. That basically is how this slide came about. It shows that these two stories can coexist. They both can be true, even though they are usually a cause for conflict. They are usually a cause for a lot of the political issues that we have in my country and a lot of the other countries. So what we are trying to find out now is to help basically small economies to be able to tell their own development journeys. Small economies like my country and a lot of the other small countries in Africa and even outside Africa, be able to tell their development journeys outside of standards set by the big economies like the US, India, Brazil, and all of those big economies. So we're trying to be able to allow small economies to tell their development stories and come up with a different economic bulletin that tells the story at a micro level and not from a political standpoint, basically.
Okay.
And again, the point is we're not disputing the macro level data, but we're trying to put it into context.
Okay. All right. So we see these slides here. Let's talk about how this could play out. So I think you've gotten a good description of the general gist of what the thing is that we're trying to present. And I think one of the things that you have to do if you're going to make, if this is the argument you're going to make in a presentation, is you got to show rather than tell a little bit about what you're showing. So, and what you're trying to advance. So the first slide I would imagine in a talk like this is I would have an example of an international description from like the IMF or World Bank of Eswatini in sort of, let's just give an example because you're looking at like economic growth, right? And these are things. I would look at something like the growth of the informal sector, right, in Eswatini and the importance of it. And I would have like what the IMF report wrote in a recent report from Eswatini. And I have it on the screen, and I'd kind of read it aloud or summarize or point out some key parts of it. And I'll say, this is what the IMF or the World Bank suggests about Eswatini when it comes to their growth. This is how they characterize it and talk about the point. And then say, let's reimagine what that could look like if we actually focus on what the economy looks like on the ground and we have data. And then we tell an alternative story. We provide the audience with another way of which it like narrates things in the informal market in a way that these big institutional reports do not do. And so all of a sudden you're drawing a contrast, and you're making an argument to your audience that this second version of that economic story is going to be more useful to telling that story and more useful to actually planning economic plans, right? So I think rather than just sort of saying we have this issue where we have these different reports here, but they're not reflecting on the ground, you should show us examples. And you should start off by contrasting those examples at the very beginning of your presentation, because that will bring home the key point that you're trying to make. Now, I think you're trying to do that here, right? And I'm actually inspired when I share this concept or idea. I'm inspired by what you've done here, which is this discussion of two different stories for the same economic situation, right? One story being that of the World Bank, IMF, focusing on these hardcore numbers, top line macroeconomic numbers, and then those that focus on these other indicators that are equally valid and equally important, right, that you're trying to do. But I think what you've done on this slide is you've gotten part of the way of that contrast, but actually we want to see that. We want to see what that IMF report. So like we want to say, oh, Eswatini was growing at 3% GDP per this, and then you'll say, well, actually, if we looked at it in this way, we actually learn a lot more about what 3.5% GDP looks like, or another even meaningful understanding of what economic growth looks like at a local level. So I think you're partly on the way there, but I want to see you make that case. I would want to see you make that case because I think it's a helpful one, and it's an important case from your position as somebody in a think tank environment to actually pushing for and advancing new measures of economic output and outcomes that are actually going to be more useful to policymakers rather than the ones that have been currently used, which have their challenges with them in multiple different ways, some of which you've mentioned there, right? So I think it's a good start. I think it's a good impulse. But again, it's about showing us those differences rather than just giving bullet points about what they choose. I think that would be more poignant to giving this presentation and making this argument as well. And then talking about, your voice, your own voice, talk about how those new indicators of economic, of development are going to be key to charting the economic future of the country and important. And the other thing I want to stress, and this is a side point to the presentations, but it's more of a philosophical point. One of the things you got to keep in mind is that as much as countries are always trying to influence each other in different ways, that's just the nature of politics. Everyone's trying to influence each other in one way. Some have a lot of money and guns to do that. So that is the case in some cases, and that's problematic in many ways, right? So there's that inequities of power, but at the same time, everyone's trying to influence each other. So one of the things that I find very interesting in these discussions is that as you played it out, you said, well, these are measures that we can use to actually, understand ourselves, Eswatini, in this way. But maybe some of the indicators that you develop in Eswatini will be even better indicators that could be used elsewhere in countries like South Africa and neighboring countries or the greater region, or even countries like Canada or Europe, because perhaps they're measuring economic output and other things in incorrect or misleading ways themselves. So I think we always think about one way trying to sensitize the other, but if you're doing really good research that is meeting the needs of global challenges, challenges and that scales beyond our environment, then our goal as a research communicator is to make sure that voice has an influence over those other countries as well. And I think there's a lot of room for rethinking economic indicators and how we understand and tell stories about our economies. And I think you've highlighted a really fascinating area. So thanks for sharing, Nonduniso. Did you have any comments, Prof. Etta?
As you did talk about this, I just reflected on a contrasting visualization of two faces side by side.
Yeah.
And on one side, you could have all of your key point differences, and do the same contrast with those key points on the other side, and it'll be a wonderful visualization, maintaining the title, the colors on your title slide. And so as when I saw this slide, I just pictured that kind of visualization here with two faces contrasting each other on two opposite ends, but together, and then with those differences. Another thing that stood out for me for this particular presentation is the title. I don't know if we look at it comparatively, how many of us remember the titles from the last presentations? This one is quite creative, and already it was already instigating and telling us that there is some economic story that is coming up. It might be too long because the longer title is just too much. So you could just look at economic gaps. You could just talk about economic gaps. But when the numbers say growth, the people say survival, that is quite catchy. And it begins to tell us there that we want to look at the differences between the figures that we are seeing from one end and the qualitative insights from voices that we are seeing. And so this is what we mean in part by a creative title. And I think that she has done a great job.
Indeed. Well, we have time for one more. Thanks, Nonduniso, for sharing, and I'm sure folks are interested in connecting with you as well. There'll be opportunities for that as well. But I want to go to one last one that we have time for today, which is Fatima. And it's good that these are all sort of spread on some slightly different themes. So Fatima, you have the floor. You are a co-host, so you can feel free to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. As I was not able to sit on my laptop because I'm in transit, I decided to use a presentation I had prepared before now. I just edited it and included some of the points that you made mention in our first session. So this is a pitch deck I came up with for a client, and it just goes ahead to show all of the information about what they do and the kind of pain points they seek to lay to correct. So the introduction is talking about a New York-based creative agency delivering marketing and multimedia through a global talent network. The mission to empower brands with creative storytelling and strategic marketing. And then the vision is to become a leading global creative agency with headquarters in the United States. And then the next slide is just talking about, I think, the strategy and what they intend to do and those who they intend to work with. I decided to include this because there is need for us to know who the target audience is. And I said, okay, businesses struggle with expensive and slow traditional agencies, inconsistent and unreliable freelancers, fragmented branding across multiple vendors, and inefficient creative processes and long turnaround timelines. The last one is challenges reaching global audience effectively. And this particular one is just to show the gaps that we tend to feel and those that we intend to actually work with. People who have and struggle with this kind of problems are those who we are looking out for and those we intend to work with. Thank you.
And so just to clarify, you are the Make It Market, right? Is that your brand, right?
Yes, yes,
Okay. So the first slide is a kind of about you, about Make It Market, right? And then the
yes,
second one is what you deal with, right?
yes.
Okay. Well, great. And I'm glad, because this is the nice thing about sharing these presentations. We've got different approaches and different sort of focuses. And even in the research communication program, there are folks that work on more social innovation, more pitch oriented work when it comes to like pitching initiatives and doing these things, or even building institutions. More so in the grant writing program, there are a lot of people who are, because they're fundraising for these types of things. So it's good to see that we have this diversity here in the workshop as well. And the thing I will say is that, the introduction is good. It's kind of about like who you are. But, sometimes you tell yourself about who you are at the beginning, and sometimes you lead with a hook. And I will be honest with you, I'm kind of torn by the approach that I would take in this case. In one ways, I would focus more about the challenges that businesses struggle with, that the key ones, not in quite the sort of like analytical way it's here, but like if you're meeting with a client, for instance, imagine this is a presentation for a client. I would figure out what that client really, really needs, like what their struggles are, and I would emphasize those at the beginning. And I would say, thank you for joining us. Businesses struggle with a lot of issues these days. One of the issues that businesses struggle with is mobilizing data to make informed decisions that are going to give their teams confidence to know what they're doing, as well as other things. I want you to imagine an entrepreneur here, and then you can, if you want to go into the more storytelling one, you'll give examples of people who have faced, or businesses that have faced those challenges. Then you can say, we are a New York-based agency that does creative marketing that allows us to solve some of the challenges that I just shared using creative means to do so, right? In other words, you lead with the challenges that you are there, and maybe even if you're making a real pitch, you want to lead with some of the client examples that you would use, that you would discuss, and then you can even introduce yourself, right, at the end, because they kind of know who you are. They see the logo, they know the setting, they know who you are. But sometimes it's better not to start off with, hello, we're a creative agency, we do this, like biography, but rather launch into a story, right? Imagine so-and-so of this business, they face these challenges. We focus on dealing with these challenges in creative and new ways. We're a New York-based agency that does that with an international profile. End of story, end of pitch, right? So again, there are a lot of different ways you could do this that will be sort of more creative, more storytelling. And when it comes to doing a pitch, particularly like this, you do pitch in comparison to others. So you're in competition, where many of us in research, we're competing to get our research message across, but we may not be competing with each other on the research per se. But for you in this space, it's competitive. So they're looking for the consultant, the marketer, who's really good at doing market communication or market storytelling. So the best way to open up a pitch is to show that you can actually do the thing that you say you can do, rather than to say, we're an agency, we have all these challenges, we help people solve it. You rather start by modeling your strengths, right? That's always the best way. Show, don't just tell. Etta, did you want to say anything on that one?
Yeah, just in terms of structure and formatting, I think that this is a good one. It can be improved if we consider the formatting. When we have slides like this, templates like this that have these kinds of pointer, the one in red, or which feels like it's a paper holder, a paper clip, then it's important to maintain that alignment. So in the third slide where you bring in your visualization, it's way, way, way above the alignment. And you also see that, Prof. Peter, can you go to the third slide?
Yeah, let me
You
go
also
to,
see
hold
that
on.
you also see that even on your left side, the slide hasn't stretched out too much. So it's sometimes if you're presenting this physically, you may realize that it's going beyond the presentation board because it's been stretched out a lot. And so maintaining that balance in terms of formatting is really important. That's why when they do the PowerPoint templates, the way it comes in itself originally, you already have this angle shaped out. So it's called the Canva. So maintain the Canva because that helps to give your presentation some style.
Yeah, indeed. And so I would also point out, look at this image here. It's got the imprint, what they call a watermark over it. If you're a branding and marketing agency, your materials have to be 100% clean and slick because you're showing your abilities. So if this was a marketing company came to me and they had this image here without the background removed with the watermark here, it's going to raise a lot of questions. As Etta mentioned, also the spacings and other things, right? You got to be perfect. You got to be better than our average research communicator, right? In fact, we got a little bit of a lower bar in some respects because everyone knows us as a researcher first, and then the communication becomes our influence here. But when you're marketing, you're in that space, like that is your expertise there. All right, so let's talk about our final theme here. So I want to thank Victor or Lua, others that had their hands up, but for the sake of time, given that we are just in our one-day setting, we're going to move into our final theme for today's research communication workshop, and this will probably finish at the hour. So we'll go about half an hour over our scheduled time. I just want to make that note just on how we're doing. And while I do that, I would be remiss, and I guess I was remiss, of sharing the links to Leaders of Africa's platforms as well, because some of you are probably looking to connect with the Institute long term and so on and so forth. And it is my apologies for not sharing those earlier. They will be, and all these links will be shared in the follow-up email that will be shared with you on Monday. So it will be there. But if you are not part of one of the WhatsApp groups for the Institute, strongly suggest connecting because it is a place to connect. But we're going to be talking about that first one in particular, which is social media, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook. We're going to be talking about that and blogging as well for this last 50 minutes of today's workshop. So that's relevant. Etta, feel free to share your LinkedIn as well. I'll put my LinkedIn in the chat as well, and I'll ensure that the team that shares the communication after today is also there. So there's that as well. So let's talk about digital engagement. Now that we're throwing links out here to platforms and things like this, this is the theme that we're going to end our workshop with. And when we talk about digital engagement, there are a lot of different ways that we can engage with people digitally. We're engaging with each other digitally right now through the space of a workshop, a multinational workshop here at the Institute. But there are two other ways in which we oftentimes use digital engagement, and those come in the form of blog posts, which are written pieces published online that share information, insights, and stories related to research. And the other places are professional social media posts that are brief, engaging messages shared on social platform to communicate ideas, updates, calls to action. And that is what you're going to be doing for your assignment, because you're going to practice the art of telling story. But since we're not going to meet in another session, we want to have that story be in a place that you're going to have an audience, and that will be that social audience, right? And that I'll talk about that assignment again at the end of this. It will become clear as we go through. So let's talk about blogging first. Blogging is a really wonderful way in which we take academic research or research work and we distribute it to wider audiences and make it accessible. How many of you have written an analytical blog post before? Give me a yes in the chat if you have, a no in the chat if you have not. So give me a yes if you had and a no if you have not. I'm going to guess there's going to be a percentage of us. I'm going to guess, if I could guess, maybe 10, 15% of us have done analytical blog posting, but maybe not a lot of us. And that's a pretty easy way that we can begin to engage in research communication that we oftentimes leave off the table. But it's a really good sort of foray into research communication. So I'm seeing a lot of no's. Okay, so not a lot of no's, but Sam says yes. Pamela, good to see you, Pamela, who is actually one of our scholars in one of our other programs at the Institute. Good to see you, said yes. That is great. Good to see that. All right, so a lot of no's. So that's okay, because there's never a better time to start blogging than the present. And let's take a look at a blog here. And one of the places that I really strongly suggest looking at blog posts is something called the Conversation Africa, or the Conversation generally. The Conversation is a website that takes research and invites researchers to publish blog posts on their platform. And it is a great place. Now, they do have some stipulations for publication. You need to be in the upper levels of your PhD, or you have to have finished your PhD, right? Or you have to be at an institution of note, so they're not just taking articles from anyone. They don't publish that way, but they are a space where you can get some model blog posts. And if you are in these academic spaces, a great outlet to publish. There are other outlets to publish too, but I'm going to use this as an example. We also have the World Bank blog, right, as well, that has a blog site. So if we click on the World Bank blog, let me just pull some of these up. This is what theirs looks like. And coming back to Nondumiso's comments, perhaps we'll be very critical of the World Bank blogs. There has been a lot of interrogation of how they sort of explain things and discuss things in the data they used before. In fact, some pretty big controversies, right? But these are examples of blog posts, right? These are recent ones of last year and recently, and you can see them if you scan here. They're very short. Right? Most of these blog posts are around 600 to 1,200 words. They're not long, right? Because when people are reading online, and we've all been there, we're not going to spend a lot of time. In fact, all of us know the acronym TDLR, too long, didn't read, right? Like, that's the way a blog post got to be, pretty straight and to the point. So you can see it right here. This is an example. It's usually got a cover photo, sometimes supplied by the author, sometimes it's more of stock. This looks like more of a stock image here. So you can see it comes from Adobe Stock, which is from the Adobe Creative Suite of softwares, their product. Then we see some paragraphs here. Short paragraphs, very, very short paragraphs, about 2 or 3 sentences per paragraph. Now, when your teacher told you to write, they said you should write in paragraphs of 5 to 6 to 8 sentences, right? But that's not how a blog post is written. They're short sentences, and paragraphs are also short in terms of the number of sentences that are included as well. And we can see that. There are also subheadings here, in this case indicated by bold. And then we have another critical feature of blog posts, because blog posts, sorry, no one can see my screen. I'm sorry about that, Macbeth. Thanks for pointing that out. Sometimes I pause the screen. So this is what it looks like. So in case you didn't see, you had the article here. You have the short paragraphs, very, very short paragraphs. And then we have these titles that are interspersed. And then we have these web links that are here. And that's one of the unique things about a blog is at one time your ideas, but blogs also serve as kind of a resource bank that allow you to connect to different resources. And that's the cool thing. If you crawl a blog post, you can click on them. Let's see this. It says they often have difficulties detailing. Oh, it goes to a report here. And then we can do that. Let's go back. Let's go here. This Global Facility for Disaster Relief. This is going to take us to an organization doing work in this space, right? So it is a way for us to be able to interact with it, right? They're called hyperlinks, and they're embedded in the actual post. And you can see it's very short. Again, 600 to 1,200 words is a blog post. Let me go back to another one on the Conversation. This is the one that I strongly suggest looking at. You have the Conversation Africa. If you go up here to Edition, you can see this. It says, here are all the different countries. Conversation Africa is here, global, so on and so forth. And so you can see they're written by authors that are PhD candidates or professors or lecturers at universities in Africa, most of these articles, a good number of them. And so it's a really nice place to see the scholarship that's coming out, on the African continent out of institutions that everyone here is familiar with, right? University of Ibadan, for instance. And you can see they're short pieces, right? They're very short. They've got these titles here, short paragraphs. Here's a paragraph that's one sentence. Here's a paragraph that's just a couple sentences here, for instance. So it's a really good way for you to kind of interact with this piece. So there you go. You know, this is a short blog post. So what do blog posts do? Well, first you have to define your purpose. You have to know your audience. We've been talking about a lot about audience. You need to know the goal for the post, and you need to decide whether you're going to inform your audience, you're going to intrigue them, you're going to persuade them, entertain them, provoke them, inspire them. Those are kind of like the key modes of engagement when it comes to digital engagement. Sometimes you're trying to give them information. Sometimes you're trying to give them something really interesting to think about. Sometimes you're trying to get them to do something. Sometimes you're just trying to entertain them. Sometimes you're trying to poke them and provoke them and then inspire them, right? Like these are the kind of modes we do. So we want to define our purpose here, and then we want to have an engaging title. So I guess another theme of our workshop communication workshop, I guess, would be engaging titles matter, particularly when you're doing digital engagement, right? People make decisions, very quick decisions about what they're going to read and not read on the basis of their title, like it or not. On YouTube, they allow creators to do what we call A/B testing. So they'll have one thumbnail and title for these people and one thumbnail and title for these people, and then the creator can compare and contrast the level of engagement rates so they know what exactly is best for their thumbnails and their titles for their YouTube videos. Other platforms do similar things. Marketing agencies and others do a lot of this, what we call A/B testing. So we need to make sure that our topic and our theme and our title and our topic are going to be ones that are going to be engaging in that respect. That's something important. Hashina says, are those research-based page to write a blog to open to everyone? I mean, it's the World Bank blog, so not really. Some of these are closed shops. Some of them are run by the international institution, like the World Bank has a lot of tight controls over that. Conversation is fairly open if you are in those research spaces at an institution at a point in your career. I remember I had a disagreement with them. I had a master's student who I wanted on a conversation article that played a role in that article, and they frustrated me on that, and they said that the compromise we came up with is we'd put his name as a byline at the end of the article as opposed to like one of the article like author's blurbs, which I wasn't particularly happy with, given that they had contributed a lot, but it was as much as I could do to get them to at least acknowledge that author on that piece. And that was because they were a master's candidate, so they were not at the end of their PhD time or a professor or a lecturer or something of that nature. But there are more open blogs that are out there. There are other outlets that you can use, and even media houses can oftentimes provide space for blogging work that can be shared as well. So that's something to think about. The third part is you want to structure it. And the way you want to structure your blog post is you want to have 2 or 3 main points. That is it. A blog post isn't meant to be, a story of your whole research or a summary of it. It's supposed to have 1 or 2 up to 3 main points that you want to get across to your author. In fact, a lot of good blogs will have series of blog posts. So they will, for instance, have a blog post on one subject, and then they will have another blog on another subject, and then another blog on another subject, and they all sort of tie together in a blog series, right? And that's where you see blog series. They roll out several different blogs that are on similar subjects. So that's what blogs do. They do it really well. And the key thing is you want to hook your reader. You want an intriguing title or headline, and you want to do so using terminology that is going to be what we call search engine optimized, or SEO. And we want to do it in a short way. We want to do it 600 to 1,200 words only, right? Nothing more. In fact, editors of good blogs will make sure that you bring down the word count. And it may not sound like a lot, 1,200 words. It isn't a lot, but it's enough to tell a really disciplined story and to get a key message across for an audience. And it's oftentimes very helpful to us because it limits, what we can say and going off on tangents and things of that nature. So yeah, there are a lot of blogging is a really important thing. But the other aspect of the blogging that I want to mention is that you want to add images and visuals. Another theme of today's workshop is the importance of a good visual in this. And in addition to having a good visual, another key element is a key call to action, which is another theme for today, which is that you want to have somebody to do something with that blog post. If your blog post is about informing people, you want to know that there's a call to action that they can do that can allow you to know that they've been informed, right? If you want them to provoke people, you want to be able to be very clear about how people can register the fact that they have been provoked or they have been discussing it. And oftentimes in social media posts where blogs go out, those conversations will happen in the comments, and you can gauge whether your blog has been successful in terms of provoking that audience in one way or the other. And the final thing is you got to promote your post. And one of the key mechanisms for promoting your post is making social media posts and to get your message out there via social media. So let's talk about posts, what makes a good post and whatnot. And I'll show you a post. This one's a bit older from Leaders of Africa. I'll show some from Leaders of Africa, and then I'm going to show some posts from some of our scholars, both past and present, who have done similar types of exercises that you will do to the assignment, but also to kind of give you a flavor of their perspectives in their research. So let's look at this one, for instance. Let's look at this post here. This is a post about an alumni of the Data Plus Design for Development program, that data visualization program. And this is featuring one of the scholars there. And as opposed to starting with the scholar's name and talking all about them, you notice that the communication team at the time said and started with the top of the line issue, which was more investment is needed in Africa's health technology sector. That opening line is provoking, it's informative, it's doing a lot of work here. It's also a call to action too, all rolled in one. As opposed to just talking about, I was doing research on this and it starts off with like a message. We need to invest more in health technology sector. And then the next part starts to go into the alumni and telling the story of their work and who they are and what their data project was. And so this scholar, Henry Dua, was involved in, a project that looked at the Africa, the Big Deal data set, which is a deal of all the statistics of all of the deals, venture capital and other investment deals that are happening in Africa, right? $100,000 or above. That's their cutoff, I believe. And so his project was all about that and looking at how the health tech sector was compared to other sectors. So you can see here, it talks about his experience. It talks about the Capstone project that he did, the data set that is done, and it's leveraging you to kind of have a conversation about the importance of this piece. So it says, however, persistent gaps remain in funding levels and in the diversity of startups receiving investment, with health technology sector often overshadowed by the financial technology boom, right? So it's really to the point, and it's really provoking us to think about this argument that is being made, right? So it's thought-provoking, it's intriguing, it even has this provoking side that is this critical argument that more investment is needed. Right? So this post, in a sense, particular post, is one that highlights the scholar, Henry Dua in this case, but it's also one that is designed to encourage people who have a fascination for data and data visualization in the ways that Henry did and the ways that Henry explored data through a critical perspective, to also consider the Data Plus Design for Development program, because obviously that program's team wants to ensure that they have really high quality scholars that they're working with in the mentorship that they do. So there's also a call to action there as well that's part of that post a bit, and you can see the links that people can click on as well. One of the things that you want to do if you are going to make posts, like the Institute does posts, but also we're going to see individuals do, is we want to build out our professional persona. We want to develop and know who our audience is, who we're trying to reach through these social posts, right? And we want to balance our originality with familiarity, right? We don't want to go completely creative. We don't want to all of a sudden put out a poem on something that's out of left field, so to speak. We want to make sure that we are we're doing familiar, but we're also bringing that originality and that consistency of the language and terms that we use. That's how we cultivate the audience. The mistake a lot of people make when they're posting on social media to do advocacy work around their research is they create wholly different posts in different language, different ways they construct them from post to post to post. So it's really hard to understand what that person's brand is in terms of how they communicate their work and what they're trying to communicate. So you want to have some consistency, which means you have to think about critically about how you want to be perceived and what types of audiences you want to cultivate, right? And that's going to differ from person to person. Each of you are going to have a very different sort of view about what that's going to look like, right? If I went to everyone's LinkedIn page, which some folks are sharing their LinkedIn as well, and again, we may have a place for us all to kind of share those after the workshop. One of the things that you will realize is that everyone has a different style and approach and language and engagement. And that's something that is unique to us. Now, we have to be very purposeful for how we use that, though. That's the critical thing. Second thing is we want to start off with that strong hook, compelling anecdote, observation, fact, question, statement of your research. I love questions, right? Research is all about questions asked and questions answered. So starting off a social post with a question to intrigue our audience, to raise an issue is a great way. Or a really intriguing fact. But the one thing I will say when it comes to using facts, don't use the facts that everybody uses, right? There's a lot of times where there's overused facts, what I'll say. Youth unemployment is one of the most overused facts. Like everyone's like, youth unemployment is this percent. And then they go on. And then another person says, youth unemployment is this percent. And then they go on, right? It's like the same fact every time. So it becomes redundant. So when you're grasping for a fact or an observation that you're going to share, try to find something that's original. Try to find something that you found. Try to find something that people are not talking about to engage your audience, right? That's what you want to do. Because when you bring that originality, that original perspective, that's where you begin to kind of stand out and develop that social persona as a researcher, but also research communicator. And then make it clear what that takeaway is. What is the one takeaway? In a blog post, you may have 2 to 3 takeaways. In a social post, usually you're going to have one takeaway message, one thing that you're going to focus your audience in on. Because, you only have a certain amount of space, you only have their attention for one, and you only have one hook to deal with. You're only going to be focusing on one thing. But the good news is you can always make a post. Every week you could decide to make posts related to your research area to get your name out there as a key critical person in your field. And in fact, that's why we designed this assignment for this workshop is we want to encourage you to become voices in your field and to cultivate that persona that is an expert. Because a lot of media personalities they call LinkedIn and other spaces to decide who they're going to invite onto their platforms to discuss certain issues or to collaborate with. And so we want you building that. But the key thing is you got to structure it in a way that's disciplined and it's built around that. And the last thing I will say is, the last 2 things I'll say is it needs to have a clear message, right? It needs to be concise and engaging. Right? A key message, maybe 2 or 3 supporting points for that key message. You have to incorporate visuals. One of the mistakes people make in making social posts is they don't include any visuals. And what you notice by the algorithm is they still privilege, to a large extent, videos increasingly, but also images as well. So even if your post doesn't really have an image that goes with it, make a little graphic that will go with it, and that's going to boost your visibility. In fact, that's a requirement of this assignment that you will have to create a little graphic, either a picture or a graphic that goes along with your post so that it amplifies it and you see the success that can be accrued by using visuals and pictures that go alongside your posts. You also want to have a call to action. You want to get people to do something, right? Again, it may be to offer comments, feedback, connect with you. It could be to join a mailing list, for instance. It could be to drive traffic to a blog or your personal website. But oftentimes when we share social media posts, we don't want to just put out that post to be shared, but we also want to link them to a broader thing that we may be working on here. All right. And the last thing is networking. We want to make connections. We want to tag people, but you want to tag people who actually want to be tagged. One of the mistakes that a lot of research communicators make is sometimes they do what I call unsolicited tagging. And I hear about this from the Institute all the time, where there are people who will tag you out of nowhere and you have no relation. They're not a scholar. They're not an alumni. They're not like yourselves who have been a participant in a program. And they're just trying to do something, right? Draw your attention. Sometimes it's helpful. Sometimes it draws our communication team to various things. But sometimes it's a little bit too much. So be careful as to who you connect with and who you link with. But it's really suggested that you highlight key stakeholders or at least tag them, right? In a way that doesn't overdo it, but allows them to see that you're writing about things in this area, right? And you never know. Sometimes they will respond. Sometimes they will see the work that you're doing and they'll engage with you and they like that and they'll share your work. And that's oftentimes the ideal situation when you're doing these social posts. So let's take a look at a few examples here. So this week and a half until the 28th of January, and that's why some organizations don't reply to your post. Yeah. So, and it's a thing. And some organizations are very big, so they're not going to apply to every, small NGO that kind of tags them and things like that. So just keep that in mind. There is that as well. It can be very hard. Like even the Institute, Leaders of Africa Institute, sometimes very hard to get your foot in the door. If you haven't been a scholar or an alumni of one of the programs, we know them and we obviously know the partners of the Institute or partner institutions, which we're close with. But if you're outside of those kind of circles, sometimes it's hard to get a foot in the door, even, here at the Institute, for instance, and that goes for other institutions as well. So this week, so between now and January 28th, and I suggest that you wait until Monday to do this actually, because the full instructions will be also shared in the memo. You're going to be making a post, and the post is about your research, right? And motivating your research and getting out your expression of your voice on a subject regarding your research or something that you want to communicate if you don't have that research handy. Now, some of us are going to use this opportunity for being the first time you ever do this. And some of us have begun to do this in our own spaces already, right? So some of us are new to this, have maybe never even made a personal post. They just use platforms to see what other people are doing. So in this case, it's new. And then for some of us, we've done it already on different subjects, but we want to do it in a very purposeful way here. So give me a yes if you've made a post before related to your research or your work, because again, some of us aren't, researchers. Say yes and no if the answer is no. Okay, a lot of us have. Good, and that's because we're getting in the habit of doing this a little bit. But again, the ability for those posts to be widely read and to engage can vary widely. Good. So most of us are fairly familiar. Let me ask another question to you. So let me pause. I'm going to put down a little line here so that I know above the line, below the line when I'm doing my math here. How many of us do it regularly? How many of us regularly do a post? Not that we've ever, but regularly. Give me a yes if you regularly do it, and no if it's like once a year, once every 6 months. Okay, good. Excellent. So some of us say no, some of us say regularly. It's a little bit, mixed bag. And then some of us regularly, yes, right? And some of those posts are going to be good. Some of those posts are not going to be good. And my encouragement to those of us who do regular posts is obviously do the assignment for the workshop, because this will be a good way for you to improve and incorporate some of the things that we talked about. And in addition to that, since you have a little bit more experience, I encourage you to do the optional presentation assignment or the optional blog post assignment as well. So feel free to do that. Here at the Institute, we always want to challenge you to go beyond what we're comfortable with. So in addition to the assignment where you're perfecting some of this and we're able to get a sense of your strength in those areas or areas for improvement, we also want to encourage you to branch out as well. So here's an example of a post. This one's a video post, so it includes a video post. You notice that it includes some of the partners of the Leaders of Africa Institute who are tagged here at the bottom of the post, right? You see the hashtags here that allow us to hashtag. You see the Big Deal Africa, the future list. So we have this networking component. We see a video. So we have an asset, either a photo or video. And then we have these, in this case, different organizations that are linked, to the Institute in one way or the other, financial or other collaborating partners, right? So, this is that kind of post, right, that you have. It's very organized. It's professional. It's not got a ton of emojis, because that's one of the mistakes people do, particularly if they're using AI to define their posts, which is not always a great way of doing things, because AI is making pretty horrendous social posts these days, or if in the best case scenario, very bland social posts. That is something that we want to be aware of. Let's take a look at a couple. This is another from Data and Design, from that piece. This is focusing on Sakina's work that was done, and you can see the use of the networking here. So she's worked with a lot of organizations, Gates Foundation, USAID, Commonwealth, and places like this. And so it talks about her project about a policy paper on the basis of the removal of the fuel subsidy in Nigeria. So that's what that is. This is Anne Mercy Adera. She was she was actually at one of the information sessions for Research Communication Program last year. So some of you may have listened to her speak if you attended those events that happened during the application window for a Research Communication Program. But she is now one of the alumni of the program. And this is her post that is looking at the issues of online and internet pharmacy and their regulation in Kenya. And so it starts off in this post with a very explicit call to the fact that we have a lot of these internet pharmacies coming up, but they're not highly regulated, even though we have, as she shared in the post, regulations in Kenya that are coming up. So this is a post that was designed to inform people in Kenya in the pharmacy and health technology space that we need to think about these regulations in more purposeful ways, right? This is another one from a scholar in the Research Communication Program this year. So she's a 2025 scholar, began in December. And they're in the, the kind of the second month of their 4-month program right now. This is one that looks at sort of maternal child birth and issues surrounding that. And I point this out really nicely because it ends really nicely. If ACTIS is built around it, but awareness is weak, can maternal care truly save lives? Really great question to end. Perhaps she would want to include that at the beginning, but I think what is beautiful about this post is that she includes this imagery of herself in the clinic doing work, which really brings this post out and it will enhance its reach. You can see, a good number of people have, a decent number of people have engaged with it. It's hard to zoom in and zoom out in these posts. Here's another one from a Research Communication Scholar 2025. This one was more, I guess, about her experience in the Research Communication Program. But if we skip down here, I just want to focus on this because she's talking about her Capstone project, which is talking about the environmental maritime guidance in Kenya. And as she's talking about the global conversations. One of the things that she could do a little bit better in here is to link to these different organizations. The one challenge is that not every organization is on LinkedIn or in these spaces to link with. So there's that. Again, here are some other examples of posts. Some of them are different. So this is about a presentation Adora Otis gave. She was one of the scholars in the Research Communication Program 2024, so 2 years ago now. And then this is a post after another presentation that she had in engagement with the Sabin Vaccine Institute, right? And you can see the broader post here that includes, multiple textual elements. I think the key thing for us for looking at this assignment, so let's pull this up. So this is the main assignment that's required by next Wednesday, is to do a post that is going to be highly engaging and is going to use some of the storytelling techniques that we have. And some of these posts that I shared, some of them are decent examples of them. Some of them can be improved. But for us that spend a lot of time, more so than even in the workshops past in this program, on that issue of storytelling, we want to see that sort of emerge. So the next step in the program is to complete the assignment. There'll be further instructions and details on how to submit it, because it will not be submitted. You can share it on LinkedIn and, of course, tag the Leaders of Africa Institute, and that's going to allow us to be able to know that the post has been made. But there is going to be an official form that is going to be a form for you to submit a link to that post, as well as a copy of that post. So like putting the post in a Word document, you'll turn it into a PDF and then upload it. So we also have an offline copy. So in case your post is hard to find and things like that, we have an offline copy to review. So that is what you're going to send. You will have the option to also share a partial or full presentation or a blog post related to your research if you want to push yourself in that direction. And this will be due on January 28th, which is Wednesday, not this Wednesday, but the following Wednesday, which gives us 10 days to complete this piece. And if you complete the required assignment, then you will receive a certificate of participation for being present in this workshop for a research communication program. Workshop. It will be shared with you. From my understanding, the certificate takes a couple of months to both validate that you finish the assignment and up to the standards of the Institute, and then those will be shared within a couple weeks time after that validation process takes place. So likely it'll be about the early part of March where those are sent out. We don't do things immediately because we like to have those who are involved, our staff, review all those assignments and also provide feedback and things like that to us about how that assignment went as well. It can be, Hashina, about anything, right? About our research. It doesn't have to be about your, a given project you're doing. Could be anything. It could be informing them about a policy initiative or something of that nature that you want to advance, right? We want to be as open as possible with this, but we want you to have storytelling. We're looking for that first line of that post. We're looking for how you tell that story. We're looking that you're linking to different people if appropriate. And of course, make sure to tag Leaders of Africa. We'll certainly have the communications team following and liking those posts as well as they're shared. But we also encourage you to do the optional assignments as well, because I think they're good practice for you after you've looked at those resources that have been shared on Monday. So you can feel free to wait till Monday. The video of today's session, both sessions will be put together in one video with chapters, so you'll be able to seek through it, as well as a list of and links to different resources there as well. We spent a lot of time in terms of presentation formats and giving feedback. We wanted a lot more of that interactivity in our workshop, but I also want to encourage you to sign on to the platform called Canva as well. It's a great resource for you to take a look at. Obviously, here at the Institute, the communications team, as does those select folks involved in doing various outputs, have access to the pro version, but it's a really good place to be able to do some design work. So one of the nice things about Canva is you can look up presentations, and it's going to give you really nice templates. If you look up research or sometimes report, it's going to give you the dimensions of what you would want to do for a presentation. So you can see here's template. So click on this, and you can check out some templates that are there, and that would be good. There aren't any templates to be shared with you, given that, these days, when it comes to presentations, templates are generally hosted by the company that is using them. But I would look for a template that is really simple and adaptable, right? I think the mistake that people look for is they look for a really complex template, but really you want a really simplistic template that you can add some independent character to. So something like this, you can see a template that was recently used here. This is, I can apply all the pages here. So it's going to put down in Canva. And so working within the template is great. You can change the colors here if you want, and you can even remove, if you find these things distracting, certain elements to simplify your template. But my advice to you is use a template that is really, really simple, because it's not just about having cool graphics on the screen. You want the center of attention to be on you and your work and what you're sharing. So poke around Canva, take a look at it. It's got a lot of great assets and other things that you can use. But again, we're really curious to see what you come up with if you choose to share a presentation as a part of this. So with that, we're coming to the end. What we want to do is I want to see, can everyone give me a good to go or a good to go for now, a G2G as we do in the main program. If you are good to go, if you understand the general context for the assignment, obviously you'll await the full description of things that will be shared with you on Monday and all those details. But at least for now, you understand what is required of you. We didn't want to make the assignment too onerous, and we all know that you all worked today during today's workshop over the 6 hours or so that we've been together, which is a full day. Although we're online, we've done a full day's work, so that's there. All right, great. So what we're gonna do is, before Etta and I sign off, we're going to do a tradition we always do at the end of every program meeting and research communication program, which is for us to share a takeaway. And so we invite you to open up the Zoom chat and share one thing. There may be several things that are on your mind after these 6 hours, but one thing, just one thing for now that you're going to take away from today's session. One insight, one thing that you're going to think about, one thing that you're going to work on. What is one thing that you're going to take away from today's session? So I want to give everyone a moment to share those. Noreen says, I have not understood the presentation part. Is it part of the assignment? No, Noreen, it's an optional element of the assignment. So if you want to elaborate on a presentation, there'll be a place for you to upload it as an optional assignment. The only thing that's required is the professional social post that allows you to communicate with those social audiences. Again, we want you to do some real-time audience engagement. So just want to be clear with that. That is optional, and it will be spelled out in that email, so that's very clear. Everything is submitted via the form, so do not send the Institute emails with attachments. Use the form that is shared. There'll be a reminder when the deadline for submissions comes, and there'll be an opportunity for you to share how you want your name to appear on certificates and other things as all part of that one form. It's all there, and it also asks about your experience in the workshop as well. So we do everything in one place at one time to keep things simple for us. All right. Thank you, Hashina, for your kind words. Appreciate that. Let's see. Let me go through. Zion says compelling storytelling, audience analysis. Feel free to elaborate on your takeaway as well. Not just the theme, but also what about it, about audience analysis, what about compelling storytelling. Aziz says, I've not been good at making posts. I've just been exposed. Okay, that's good. So hopefully this opportunity will be to practice. Again, a lot of us are making a lot of posts, and a lot of the posts these days are not good. I'm seeing the quality of a lot of posting has gone downhill, particularly with the overuse of AI and people not using it well. You can tell. Buchan says the importance of storytelling to communicating findings. Slides should support your presentation, not replace it. Suzolo says. Hamid says, one thing I will be employing now is the ability to blend storytelling with statistics. That's a really key one. And again, if you're really interested in doing a lot of data analytics and data storytelling, you can still apply to the Data Plus Design for Development program. Please indicate on this application that you attended this workshop as well. That is generally looked on favorably, even by that team as well. The applications, though, I will say, if you are going to do that, are due on Friday of this week. So I guess you kind of lucked out that this workshop happened before their application windows closed for the year. And those programs, they only have one application program, only one cohort per year. And that's an exciting program. Their instructors do a really good job of breaking down data, and they've got to create a whole data project in that program. It's work, but it's rewarding. Alamudale says, yay, one thing that sticks with me is understanding your audience. Tandi says, knowing your audience is key to achieve research communication goals. That's the first thing that we always need to do. So a lot of us are taking away from the audience. Fatima says, one takeaway for me is that a beautiful presentation is not enough. It does not communicate if it doesn't communicate with the audience. Yeah, I think that's really key. And use the words and language, right? Like if we're talking to a Gen Z audience, we got to understand how Gen Z talks. And there's a lot of jokes online these days of videos of people saying, I'm talking Generation Alpha or I'm talking Generation Z, and they're kind of mocking the language they use. I know it's silly, but at the same time, they're images, things, and language that they're using that are about their generation. And if you're trying to reach them, you better use it, right? Because that's your goal, to reach them. But again, we can still maintain our professionalism and the work that we do while still achieving our research communication objectives. The two can be mutually supportive. Non Dumiso says the purpose of communication is action, call to action. A lot of us at the beginning of the workshop, and hopefully you've reflected more on this, had some great ideas. I want to communicate research, but they're like, what do? I don't even know where to start. And part of the reason why you don't know what to start is you don't really know what your overarching mission is or your call to action is. And in the research communication program, the first thing they do is they talk about their mission. Like, what is their mission? What are they trying to accomplish? And that's something that we can always kind of reflect on as well. Freytag's pyramid, Etta. So Hala says that was an insight today, that rising action, the resolution. And keep in mind, when it comes to research communication, sometimes the end of the story you tell is not a happy ending. Is not a happily ever after ending. Even though the end of this workshop today with you is going to be, in my view, at least a happy ending, right? The stories that we tell in life, the things that we study, public health, environment, do not always lead to the good guys winning. Do not always lead to the best outcomes happening. And that's the sad reality of the world and in many of the spaces that we're working on. But if that is the reality, it's still a story worth telling as well. So sometimes when you use the word, the story ends in a resolution, sometimes the resolution is a resolution which isn't a positive resolution, right? And sometimes it is. Sometimes it does lead to that. I'll share my LinkedIn again and the addresses for everything in just a moment. So I'll have a link-a-palooza at the end here. So I'll make sure to do that. Mustafa, the best professionals communicate clearly. Great. One thing I kept in my mind is the research is the recommendation. Every discussion of our daily life is storytelling. Absolutely. Great. Excellent. So keep those going. Etta, as we close out our workshop today, are there things that you're taking away from this session?
Yeah, the takeaways are really compelling. They are really interesting, and it makes me very pleased that we've achieved the goal of the workshop. And so for me, I've learned a lot from you, interacting with you. And the key takeaway for me is that we find a center, which is our actual goal for communication. And then we move out from the center to present the pieces that will make that center hold. Thank you so much for engaging today.
Absolutely. And I've shared the links, so I encourage you to connect with the Institute and stay connected as someone who has been part of this workshop. I'll also throw up the data and design link. It's on the website. And again, if you are interested, you can apply, but it needs to be done by the end of the week, because that's when the applications close. I want to also encourage all of you to, and we will remind you to apply for the 2026 cohort of the full research communication program. There is only so much that Prof. Etta and myself and our team can put together in the one-day workshop version. And in addition to the fact of what we can put together, there's a lot more to cover, obviously, and discuss. But I think one of the things that is really powerful in the research communication program, the full program, is the mentorship and the projects that take place. and the focus on accelerating these projects. Now, you will be receiving later in the year an invitation to attend the showcase for the research communication scholars. That showcase is probably going to happen somewhere in June of July of this year. So you're going to get to see some of the scholars and their work that came out of the 2025 cohort. So I encourage you to come to that session. Prof. Etta and I will most likely be a part of the hosts for that as some of the co-leads for that program, but it's an opportunity for you to further reflect on these themes. And above and beyond that, we also, again, encourage you to apply to next year's cohort, the 2026 cohort. And we'll be sure to have the staff send everyone who participated and finished the workshop a special email to let you know when those applications open, a special invitation just for you to make sure that you're aware of that. So you don't have to follow the LinkedIn feed for waiting until September whenever they open. They always open at different days every year, but it's somewhere thereabouts. You'll receive a personalized message, because as we view this workshop as an opportunity for you to get those skills to begin accelerating and thinking about these themes. But we also have the full flagship program as an opportunity to really dig deeper and to really explore these topics to the depth that they are. And like I said, our current scholars are doing everything from documentaries to podcasts to full-length policy briefs. There's a lot of discussion in the full program about public policy. In fact, in some sections of the program, it's like a public policy program that is focused on how we communicate with politicians, stakeholders, and decision makers. So you'll see that it runs the gamut, presentations as well, and social media campaigns, things that we even touched on today as well. So I want to encourage you to do that. I will share my LinkedIn. You can feel free to follow and connect with me. I will recognize your name there if you do connect with me as well. So I want to encourage you to stay in touch. And so on that note, I want to thank everyone for joining us here on the Research Communication Program 2025 and 26. I want to congratulate you also on being successful to be even invited to this workshop. As you know, the Leaders of Africa Institute receives many applications for our flagship programs, and you either selected to be in this program this year, or you were placed in the Research Communication Workshop this year. And so we're really excited about you and the work that you've done, and our admissions committee was very encouraged by the work that you've done. And I will say, anecdotally, I've also been encouraged by the conversations that we had and the engagement here. I wish we had a bit more time to be able to do that and to be able to engage and get to know you more. But I'm sure as the weeks and months ahead go, and I see all of you at different Institute events, both the open events that the Institute puts on, as well as other workshops and programs, we'll be sure to connect in those spaces as well. And so I want to encourage you to stay connected to the Institute. In addition to that, I want to encourage you to keep doing what you're doing in research communication. 10, 15, 20 years ago, research communication was a very niche thing. It was all about academic publications. It was how many things can I publish? And publishing is important, and getting our researchers out there is important. But we are raising a new crop of researcher. We are raising a new crop of actively engaged professors, policymakers, thinkers that are not just doing research for research's sake to check a box, but are actually caring about how we leverage that information, those findings, to make a difference in our world. And as we know, and as we started the session some hours ago now, there are so many challenges that are out there, many of which we're all working on. And I think what is really encouraging to me and encouraging to all of us here at the Institute is that you're all interested in doing that. Whereas in the past, there wasn't as much interest in being able to translate our knowledge. You are all interested in learning those skills. And even though for some of us, we may be in the early days of understanding our full range in research communication, I want to encourage you to keep that passion for translating research and to keep that passion for improving your skills in those multidimensional ways that will be allowing you to communicate with the audiences that are going to make the biggest impact in our local, national, and our global community, because we certainly need it. And so on that note, I want to wish you all a happy, a fruitful, and healthy rest of your evening or afternoon, as it is here in the United States. We'll see you soon. Take care, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.